The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting of August 8th, 2023 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Dana A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr. present. Madam Chair, you have 7 members present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please read today's agenda into the record. And before I say that, we have established a quorum. You may proceed, Madam Clerk, with today's agenda.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance has scheduled a meeting for Tuesday, August 8, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Attlee Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2024 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, VI Office of Veterans Affairs, invited testifier, Mr. Patrick Farrell, Director, VI Office of Veterans Affairs. Block 2, Bureau of Corrections, invited testifier, Ms. Winnie Testemark, Director, VI Bureau of Corrections. Block 3, Division of Personnel and Office of Collective Bargaining, invited testifiers, Ms. Cindy Richardson, Director, VA Division of Personnel, Ms. Joss Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator, VI Office of Collective Bargaining. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to our testifiers. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to everyone that's within the sound of my voice. Today, we will hear from the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs, the Bureau of Corrections, the Division of Personnel, and the Office of Collective Bargaining, and they will all provide testimony in support of their 2024 budget. At this time, I'm going to ask the testifiers of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs, Director Farrell, to please put his name and title on the record, and your staffer will follow suit. You may proceed.
Patrick Farrell, Director of Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs.
Juliet Frederick, Program Administrator.
That mic wasn't on.
Try it again.
Juliet Frederick, Program Administrator.
All right, thank you, Mr. Farrell, Director Farrell. You may proceed with your testimony.
Chairwoman of the Committee on Finance, the Honorable Senator Dana Fred Gregory, other members of the Committee on Finance, and other distinguished senators of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Pleasant good day to you. Additional greetings to all physically present, those viewing via the legislature's Legit TV, and those who may have chosen to use another source of media. To those who are serving and those who have served, thank you once again for your service to our country and territory. To the staff of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs, whom I refer to as the pillars of the Office of Veterans Affairs, Ms. Hewitt, Ms. Daniel, Ms. Frederick, and Ms. Gordon, thank you for your daily commitment to each and every veteran that you encounter. Your willingness to enhance their quality of life does not go unnoticed. I am Patrick D. Farrell, Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs. Today, I will present the budget design for the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs for the fiscal year 2024. With me is Ms. Frederick, the Office of Veterans Affairs Program Administrator. Before we move forward, I ask your indulgence as these numbers in my testimony have been updated since our initial budget invitation, which was earlier this year. Currently, we are staffed at 80% of our authorized staff positions. On the island of St. Thomas, there is one coordinator of veterans programs and one program administrator. On the island of St. Croix, there is one administrative assistant and one administrative officer 3. The director position in which I sit is a territorial position. The 14% shortfall reflects the administrative officer position 2 on our personnel listing, which is currently funded at 50%. The intent of the agency is to have this position funded at 100% and converted to a media relations type position. This position will be a territorial position which will enhance the public image of the agency via the various social media platforms and better inform the public regarding the many services available to the veterans in the territory. All union employee raises for existing employees are current and implemented within this agency with no retroactive payments being owed. As you can imagine, this is a great contributor to our employee morale, which, based on a scale from 1 to 10, is currently at 8.5. The Office of Veterans Affairs is a great place to serve our community and a great place to work. For fiscal year 2023, our requested general fund appropriations were in the amount of $1,180,390. Of that amount, an estimated $507,591 was earmarked to cover personnel salaries and fringe benefits, and $222,799 for operating expenses. $450,000 was collectively earmarked for non-service connected medical travel to the closest VA medical facility, elective medical travel outside of our immediate region, and burial benefits. Due to the Office of Veterans Affairs Policy Number 3, which authorizes the reimbursement of $250 per veteran who elects to travel to the mainland USA for medical appointments, we have seen an increase in veterans taking advantage of that benefit. This shows the interest in veterans wanting to utilize a VA medical facility on the mainland versus Puerto Rico, where some veterans have highlighted a language barrier as a negative impact on their care. Year to date, the Office of Veterans Affairs has reimbursed 11 veterans at the rate of $250 per veteran per Office of Veterans Affairs Policy Number 3 for a total of $2,750. Important to note, if the office reimbursed 100% of the tickets of these veterans, that total would have been in the amount of $8,512 just for 11 veterans. If we reimburse just a quarter of the estimated 8,000 veterans in the territory at the current rate of $250,000, it will cost the agency $500,000 per year. Half of our estimated 8,000 veterans would cost $1 million per year. We've seen an increase in the travel of veterans for off-island VA medical care within the last 2 fiscal years. 103 in 2022, 165 in 103 in 2021, 165 in 2022, and year to date we have reimbursed 195 veterans traveling for VA medical care. Based on this data, the numbers will continue to increase, especially after more veterans realize the $250 benefit. Every little bit counts. Year to date, we have reimbursed the families of 47 veterans who are now deceased, up to $5,000 per family for burial expenses for a total cost of $203,200.58. This number is fortunately projected to be less than last year's payout of $301,384.30. Like medical travel and reimbursement, the number of burial reimbursements can never be nailed down to a specific number. $350,000 was earmarked until expended as the match for the United States Department of Veterans Affairs Cemetery Grants Program. Once the notice to proceed is issued for this project, our state cemetery will be erected on the western side of what's now known as the Veterans section of the Kings Hill Cemetery on the island of St. Croix. This project will have at least a 30 to 40-year lifespan from first to last remains interred. To date, the United States Department of Veterans Affairs Cemetery Grants Program has not released any funding for new cemeteries, even though there are states and territories who have already been approved for new construction projects. Unfortunately, the Virgin Islands is caught up in that web. In the interim, we are constructing crypts and columbariums, which will allow us to continue the dignified interment of our veterans and, in some cases, a family member. Act number 8473 authorizes the release of $700,000 until expended to construct one crypt and one columbarium in the St. Thomas St. John District and one crypt and one columbarium in the St. Croix District. In the St. Thomas St. John District, the project is very close to completion. In the St. Croix District, the project will be started no later than the first quarter of fiscal year 2024, with a target completion of the second quarter of the fiscal year 2024. We received $100,000 of non-appropriated funds from the Virgin Islands Lottery for operational expenses. We are very grateful for the relationship we have with the VI Lottery. When you play the VI Lottery, everybody wins. There are provisions within the VI Code allowing for the Office of Veterans Affairs to receive 20% of the proceeds from the annual Veterans Taxi Medallion auction. To date, we have not received any funds resulting from the past three medallion auctions, 2020, 2021, and 2022 medallion auctions. There are no indications of the medallions not taking place this year. But we do hope that if the auction takes place, the veterans will receive their proceeds. For fiscal year 2024, requested general fund appropriations are in the amount of $1,180,390. Of our requested amount, an estimated $460,791 is to cover personnel salaries and fringe benefits, $269,599 for operating expenses, and $450,000 collectively earmarked for non-service connected medical travel to the closest VA medical facility, elective medical travel outside of our immediate region, and burial benefits. In addition, an estimated $117,000 of projected non-appropriated funds is expected from the Virgin Islands Lottery and the Taxi Cab Commission collectively to assist in the coverage of our everyday operating expenses. As a result of Act number 8650, $1.5 million was appropriated for the construction of the Clarence Beaverhouse Senior Veterans Complex. This structure will house the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs St. Thomas office in conjunction with space or hall that can be used by the American Legion Post number 90. The Office of Veterans Affairs was a part of the very first meeting which addressed the design of the upcoming structure. Currently, we are awaiting the first draft of what this building can possibly look like and eventually what it could possibly cost. This building will be located at Parcel F, Submarine Base number 6, Southside Quarter, which is the location of the former Smalls Electric Building on Legion Hall Drive. We are excited about this project as it will first and foremost be a place with sufficient parking for veterans needing to seek services through our agency. Secondly, we will finally be in our own home on the island of St. Thomas. We look forward to the continued support of this body as we know the initial $1.5 million will not be sufficient to complete the entire construction and outfitting of our new home. This agency currently owns 4 vehicles, one 2016 Chevrolet Equinox and one 2022 Chevrolet Colorado on the island of St. Thomas, one 2020 Chevrolet Traverse, and one 2022 Chevrolet Colorado on the island of St. Croix. The Chevrolet Equinox, being the older vehicle of them all, is still in good running condition. The rest of our vehicles are in very good condition. Some of our more notable ventures during the latter part of last fiscal year and this fiscal year to date include the following. On June 12, 2023, the Office of Veterans Affairs held its second annual Women Veterans Recognition Luncheon on the island of St. Thomas. This event was in recognition of the June 12, 1948 signing of the Women's Armed Services Integration Act, allowing women to serve as regular members of the military. Since 1948, several states, starting with New York in 2008, have recognized June 12 of every year as Women's Veterans Recognition Day by proclamation. Our event was attended by women veterans from across the territory. In the space of 6 months, we have gotten visits from 4 different levels of leadership within the United States Department of Veterans Affairs. I say visits, but these were not visits to indulge in the beauty of our islands, nor the tastiness of our food. These were visits with visible returns on investment. The highest level of leadership with us was the top doctor within the United States Department of Veterans Affairs. Undersecretary of Health, Dr. Sharif Al-Nahal, was able to do a few things. He visited the VA clinic on St. Croix and presented all VA employees with a coin of excellence for what they continue to do for our veterans in the St. Croix district. While at the clinic, Dr. Al-Nahal assessed what would be needed to expand services based on the space currently available. Dr. Al-Nahal also presented a coin of excellence to the Virgin Islands' only Silver Star recipient, Mr. Hubert Raymer. Mr. Raymer was presented the Silver Star for his bravery during the Vietnam War. For situational awareness, the Silver Star is the nation's highest wartime award presented to any Virgin Islander known to us to date. The narrative of this award has often encouraged others to include the American Legion and the Office of Veterans Affairs to seek an upgrade of this award, but thus far to no avail. Dr. Al-Nahal was able to meet face-to-face with the leaders of our American Legion posts in the territory. Additionally, he sat with some of our territory's veterans to hear their concerns as it relates to medical services and the administration and or lack thereof. Dr. Al-Nahal was hosted by Commissioner Encarnacion of the Department of Health, Chief Executive Officer Coach of the Wang Louis Hospital, Chief Executive Officer Commission of the Schneider Regional Medical Center, and I, primarily to discuss additional ways that we can enhance our partnership for the benefit of our veterans. Dr. Al-Nahal now has a more intimate understanding of the current and growing partnership between the VA and our public medical facilities in the Virgin Islands. In August of 2022, the Office of Veterans Affairs created the Virgin Islands Advisory Council, or VIVAC. VIVAC is a voluntary organization created to give veterans an opportunity to have input in their quality of life for the future on in. VIVAC is currently in the process of finalizing its governing document or bylaws. The following people volunteered to serve in a leadership capacity and have since been elected by the body to serve as the inaugural leadership team of the council. Chairperson, Dr. Maria Nesbitt. Vice Chairperson, Mr. Kai Calwood. And Secretary, Ms. Vanetta Charles. Most notably, the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the VA Office of Veterans Affairs partnered on a VA health and benefits fair which focused mainly on conducting toxic exposure screenings for veterans who may have been exposed to the following: Agent Orange while deployed to Vietnam, contaminated water while stationed at Camp Lejeune, or burn pits while deployed in support of the global war on terrorism. Though those are the main 3 reasons for toxic exposure screenings, they are not by far the only ones. At the Health and Benefits Fair, veterans are also able to file benefit claims, check the status on previously filed claims, enroll or register for VA healthcare, request veterans' identification cards, etc. The VA has committed to collaborating on such an event at least once per year. But veterans need not wait until then, for the simple fact that the same services are available at the clinic in their island district, just on a smaller scale. We were able to provide service to more than 350 veterans in the territory during a 2-day period because of this health and benefits fair. Some of our goals for the remainder of the current fiscal year and the upcoming 2024 fiscal year are as follows. After realizing the current state of the gravesite of the late Ruby M. Rouse. The Office of Veterans Affairs is about to conduct some well-deserved maintenance on her gravesite. This will include power washing, repainting, and strengthening of the ground around it. In its current condition, it is an eyesore, and I cannot and will not allow it to remain in that condition. Permission has been granted from the family to conduct this maintenance. Ruby M. Rouse was the first Virgin Islander to join the Women's Army Corps. Finalize transportation to allow disabled veterans to be able to better access VA medical appointments. We will also continue to advocate for a VA community care office to be physically located within the Virgin Islands. We are continuing to research the possibility of decreasing the financial hardship of a significant population of our veterans. If brought to fruition, this will not affect the current financial position of the agency. First, quite a few non-service connected veterans elect to continue accessing medical care via the VA Caribbean healthcare system headquartered in San Juan, Puerto Rico, some of whom do so multiple times per month. The Office of Veterans Affairs paying upfront versus reimbursing veterans travel to the closest VA medical facility will be beneficial. This would only take place after verification of the veteran's VA appointment. This would significantly lessen the financial impact of self-paid medical travel for our veterans, especially those veterans on a fixed income, and it would alleviate veterans skipping necessary medical appointments due to lack of funds. We are also researching being able to pay upfront for funeral expenses of deceased veterans versus requiring their families to pay and then be reimbursed. Same concept as the aforementioned. The cost of funerals has drastically increased over the last few years, and again, funds are already allocated to our office to support the families of veterans in this instance. Right now, based on language in the VI Code, we are mandated to reimburse. Please help us to help our veterans and their families. We continue to assess our operation and think of how we can make this agency an even better oil working machine. We remain committed to our mission, which is to honor the commitment of Virgin Islanders who rose to the challenge of wearing our nation's military uniform, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, by continuing to advocate on their behalf and by enhancing their quality of life, by making sure they receive all entitled services and benefits. We continue to encourage our veterans to access the office using available technology as much as possible. Yes, the office is 100% open. However, we find it to be proactive and more convenient for those veterans that are computer literate and have constant access to technology. Our website allows veterans that are computer literate to conduct most of their VA business from the comforts of a location of their choice. By accessing our website at www.veterans.vi.gov, veterans can also register online with the agency, request military records, request reimbursement for authorized medical travel, and request educational waivers, just to name a few, all of which can be submitted online for processing. We do realize that there's a significant number of our veterans who may not have computer access nor the knowledge to navigate computer systems. Those veterans are always welcome to visit our office in person for assistance at any time during office hours. Madam Chair, I thank you for the opportunity to address you and this august body. Ms. Fredericks and I are available to answer any questions that you or any other member of this body may have for the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Farrell, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round. And I'm going to just open by asking quickly. So the funds that we appropriated for the previous fiscal years, and let's just speak to FY23 in particular, they were appropriated to the miscellaneous category of your budget?
Which
The
percentage?
450,000.
Yes, it is. Yes, it was.
Yes.
Okay, the reason why I asked the question is because I note that, and this may not be something that you saw, but we caught it in the budget books. So in the budget presentation that we received for FY23, your other services category represents 638,178, which is inclusive of that 450. And then in the miscellaneous section of the budget, there's also another 450. So we have a little error in there. So I just want to make sure I point it out for my colleagues that the amounts for Veterans Affairs are overstated by $450,000. Okay? And let me just ask you quickly, and then I'm going to go to the first senator, which is Senator Blyden. How many veterans do we have in the territory that are actually registered with your office?
We have an estimated 8,000 veterans that are registered with our office.
So 8,000.
Yes.
And how many veterans are you servicing?
We service per year right now roughly about, I would say, 2,500.
About territory?
2,500 to 3,000.
Territory-wide.
Territory-wide.
So you service about 25 to 3,000 annually territory-wide.
Right.
And you said that this fiscal year thus far you have provided assistance to 47 deceased veteran families.
Correct.
Okay, and what about the travel? Did you say 11? Did you say 11 medical?
For those that took advantage of the $250 benefit if they travel to the mainland. That's those that travel to the mainland and come back and ask for reimbursement.
So that's 11
policy.
people. So enough, out of the 450, 11 people were served.
No.
Okay, help me to understand it.
The 11 people, we only just highlighted those because of the policy with the $250,000.
But where's that funding coming from? That's what I'm asking.
The $250?
Correct.
We take that out of our operational expenses.
Where in your operational expenses?
Actually, not in operation. Not in operational expenses, sorry. In the same $450,000
Right.
that we speak of, yes.
All right.
Yes.
So just making sure we're on the same page.
Yes.
No problem. Just wanted to make sure that we cover and clearly understand that the 450 covers both the assistance to burial for veterans,
Right.
as well as the medical travel assistance.
Yes, those that travel on the mainland and the ones that travel to the closest VA
So
medical
you
facility.
did 47 deceased families. You supported 47 families of deceased veterans and 11 travel reimbursements thus far for fiscal year 2023.
No, we did more than 11 travel reimbursements.
Okay, so
The 11 travel reimbursements were those that took advantage of the $250 reimbursement if they elected to go to the mainland.
okay, so tell me what the other amounts are for. The other
To date, we have 195 personnel that use the medical travel reimbursement.
and tell us what that is. Tell us what that looks like for
That
clarity.
includes the 11 that went to the mainland, and the balance of those went to the closest VA medical facility, which is San Juan, Puerto Rico.
And how's that reimbursement? What's that dollar amount?
100% of their travel.
So you cover their ticket.
The ticket, yes.
Got it. So you
Because
cover
the
that ticket.
VA, the federal VA, covers everything else.
Okay, so you covered the ticket. You covered the airline costs for
Yes.
195, less 11,
Right.
less 11 veterans who elected to travel to Puerto Rico. Let's just say Puerto Rico for the sake of this discussion.
Yes.
Correct? Okay, good.
Correct.
And that cost was how much?
Total cost is $68,742.94.
68,742
42 and 94 cents.
and 94 cents.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing audience, staff, central staff. Good morning, Director Farrell
Good morning.
and Ms. Fredericks.
Morning.
And thank you so much for your testimony In respect to the 8,000, estimated 8,000 veterans here in the territory, how much is in the St. Thomas St. John district, and how much veterans do we have in the St. Croix district?
Fortunately, we actually have just about an even number in the both districts.
Okay, so pretty much even.
Pretty much even, yes.
Okay, thank you. In the post-audit report on the contracts, you have a contract here for Trinity Transport, LLC. The contract date is the 1st, 26th of this year, but the amount is $50,000 for the contract, but there have been no payment to date. Have you been using that agent, that vendor? And if you have, what's the amount you have used thus far?
The vendor is prepared in the St. Thomas St. John district. However, we have not had any veterans having to use that vendor just yet. We have notified the VA clinic that those veterans that are not coming to appointments because of transportation, that we could reach out to them and allow them to know that the service is available. However, none have used the transportation just yet.
None have used it, so there's no
Correct.
need for it. Or
I
there's a
wouldn't
need
say-
and they really have it, the veterans do not know of.
I wouldn't say that there's not a need for it, because past have shown that some veterans are not going to their appointments because they don't have the proper transportation, and that's why we put this in place.
Yeah, we need to work on that though, because we have our veterans are very important. We honor their service, what they have done for the country and the island. So we need to make sure that whatever benefits are available, that we utilize it, on their behalf, and find every way possible to assure that they get that service.
Yes.
Also in the post-audit report on page 2 of 9 on the supplies, I know supplies are increasing, but for the 24 budget, there's a $20,000 decrease. Is there a reason for that?
Good morning. Yes, there's a reason for that. What you're seeing under fiscal year 2023.
Excuse me, can you place your name for the record, please?
I'm Juliet
30
Frederick,
seconds.
Program Administrator.
Okay.
Okay, the amount of the 76,000, what you're seeing is actually inclusion of the VI lottery funds. And we got that during the year of fiscal 2023.
Okay, very well. And in closing, Director Farrell, I know we spoke to the 225 for travel and 225 for burial. And there have been an increase on the burial side,
Time.
correct? Have there been an increase in burials for 2023? And how much is that amount for burial only, not travel? Because I know that they're bulked into one. Can you
Right.
separate the two for me, please? Let me see what we're looking at.
And actually, they are two different line items just under the same org code. But like I said in my testimony, fortunately, this year we are on track to have less burials this year than last year, which we are always grateful for. We could never know how many burials you'll have per year.
Correct. So with the overall 450, what the balance in total with both categories?
Right now, the balance to date is $266,553.82.
Okay, very well. It covers, it'll cover most likely both areas for the rest of this fiscal year, correct?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. The senator touched on the other resources that you received from the Virgin Islands Lottery. Did you say that was 100,000?
We get 100,000 per year.
And did you make reference in your testimony about another 17,000 from somewhere else? It's
Yes,
not
that's
written
from
in your
the-
testimony, but I think I heard it when you spoke.
It's actually in the testimony, yes. The taxi medallion auctions.
Oh, that's the amount that you should be receiving.
That's the amount that we estimate, yes.
Okay. So could you please provide us with a breakdown of how you expend your $100,000 from the Virgin Islands Lottery? Please, you could send it back to the committee.
Send it back to the committee?
Yes, please.
No problem.
So we need to get that information. And of the 450, I believe those funds were available or are available until expended. Of that amount, of the 450 from previous years, do you receive those funds in a checkbook? Do you get a hard check from the government and you put it in a checking account and you draw down on it internally in your office?
We received a check twice a year, $50,000 each from the lottery, and then we submit it into finance so that finance could put it into the different core codes for us. So we do not control it internally in the office, no.
Okay, so we need to look at, is there a fund? What account are you expending that $50,000, that $100,000 from?
It's all operating expenses, which is other services and supplies. And
So when we budget, we budget and give you 100 and, for instance, this fiscal year that we're in, your let's just say supplies, for lack, just for the sake of this discussion, let's say other services.
Okay.
We gave you $139,000 in our general fund budget. Are you saying on top of your operating expenses, you receive another 50?
yes.
And they put that into the general fund?
Yes.
And they place that in your budget? Let me tell you something. These revelations are sending me in a real tailspin. That is not appropriate. That's why I asked you if there's a fund, a specific fund, and we have to go back and look at the lottery obligation to you is by law, or they just give it to you?
It's by law.
It's by law. So we need to go back and look at the law, because if they give you 50,000, that 50,000 is yours. It's not to be commingled with the 139,000 that we give you. So let me ask you, Ms. Frederick, I want to be clear. When you receive, your budget was placed on a system for FY 2023 for other services, I will make it easier, because other services could get quirky here because of that benefit, the medical benefits, and that we've created some issues there ourselves. Let's just look at supplies. Do you see 663,425, or it's 63,000 plus how you allocate the money when you get a 50,000?
It's how I allocate the monies.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you for a copy of your, what do you call that thing from the ERP? Give me what it is. Your account, screenshot of your account, where you could actually see. Well, they don't really call it a trial balance. It's actually the GL looking report that you see that says this is your budget and this is what you could spend from. So when you look at it, you see what you have available. We need to see that, because they should not be putting that in the general fund. That's not appropriate, because then what it's doing is increasing your general fund expense, is increasing. We can't really truly track your appropriations. That's not an appropriation that you receive. That should be in a special account for you to spend. And let me ask you another question. The other question is, so if you don't spend, say you get the 50,000 and Director Farrell says, hey, you know what, I want to put 25,000 against it. So that's 88,000. So what if you don't spend the 88,000 in supplies? Do you get the benefit of using the balance? If you left 7,000 on the table for this fiscal year out of that money that you get from lottery, do you get the benefit of that money in the future?
Yes, it goes in a general fund, but under a different project code. So at the end of the fiscal year, if we have a balance, I have to do a letter to finance, asking them to transfer from one fiscal year to the next.
Okay, so they treat it as a project.
Yes,
So you do have the benefit of the money.
yes.
Okay, but when we look at the report, would you see the 63 and then you see the 25,000? I just said 25 for this extra 25 as a different project code?
Yes, so if you go into the system, you have to go and use the project code to see VI lottery separate from the regular general fund.
Okay, but you have the benefit of carrying over those funds.
Yes.
Okay, that's my primary concern. So you have access to that money.
Yes.
Okay, so what we need to get from you is basically the breakdown of those funds, what's available, and how you've been obligating those, expending those dollars over whatever the time period is. All right, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues.
Oh,
Good morning.
and before I go, Senator DeGraff, I apologize. I jumped right into the conversation. Let me take this opportunity to recognize our Senator Carla Joseph, non-committee member, as well as Senator Diane Capehart, non-committee members. Thank you for being here. Good morning. My apologies. You may proceed, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, testifiers, all of you and listeners present. Is the burial fund and the travel fund until expended?
Yes.
Okay, so how much you have in those funds currently? With monies that, until expended?
As stated earlier, the balance in that fund right now is $266,553.82.
Okay. Are you expecting one more allotment, or you have all your allotments for 23?
One more allotment from...
From OMB for the burial and travel fund?
We just got the last one.
Yes, so we have the entire allotment.
Yes, we just got the last one.
So 266,553 is the total amount in it now?
82, yes.
Okay. And if that's not used between now and the end, it rolls over into... until expended into 24 budget?
Just recently, we have been able to keep our monies. Before, it used to be go back into the general fund, then they gave us a whole new $450,000. But for the first time last year, we were able to roll over the balance.
Yeah, they're scoonching us. Okay, so where do you keep those funds, though? I mean, when you roll over the balance, where is it stored? In a fund?
It's the same medical travel and burial fund.
Okay. Okay, so Director, you said you have a reduction in your overall acts for this year. One, for the record, I oppose any reduction for the Office of Veterans Affairs.
1 minute.
But what is the reduction in? You mentioned a position. Where did the reduction come from?
That's the position that's funded at 50%.
Yeah. But your personal and fringe of 507, 591
Right.
is the same as 2023.
For a short period, we had a assistant director position on the books, and then we took it off of the books. So that was the
30 seconds.
balance of that money. That's where you see that big difference.
Okay, but the personal and fringe for 23 and where you're projecting for 24 is the same. It hasn't changed. It's the same 507, 591.
No.
So that's what I'm saying with a position that you said you removed. When you take Act 8617 and you have a personnel 343 127
Time.
343 1, just to wrap up, and fringe 164 464 comes to 507 591.
That's not what I'm seeing on the report that I have.
Oh, okay. So what report you have? But the
I am-
total is 507 591.
For 2023, 507 to 592. For 2024, 460 792.
For just off of Act 8617, the personnel is 343 127.
Correct.
That's for 23.
For 3.
And fringe is 164 464. That's what you have for fringe?
Right.
Okay.
And then for 24 is 312 783 and 148 009. So there is a decrease.
312. Okay, I got to go back to your testimony, and then I'll look at the correlation again. But so the number you have for personnel for 24 is what?
The total 460 792, personal and fringe.
460 792. Okay, so that's minus that position. Okay, thank you for the time, Madam Chair. I'll check.
Thank you. No problem. Okay, so you have one vacant position, Director Farrell?
That's funded at 50%, yes.
So how do you view that?
How do we do?
How do you view that? How do you view your ability to fill that position?
We are going to fill it in 2024. That's the intent.
When?
When in 2024?
When do you, and based on the fact that that position is 50%, when do you anticipate you'll be able to fill that position?
We are right now in, by the second quarter, we plan to have it filled.
Okay, so
Or let's say announce, not fill.
by the second quarter of 24, so that takes us to March
Correct.
of the calendar year 24, right?
Correct.
So that position is budgeted at 50%.
Yes.
And unless you have someone that leaves and you have a vacancy, you're not going to be able to fill that position until the last quarter in fiscal year 24 because it's only budgeted at 50%. We need to give you back the position at 100%. All the departments and agencies are not created equal, meaning you don't have the luxury of several, of 5 or 6, 10 vacancies where you could say, well, let me fill these because I could use the funding from this and do the dance. You can't do a dance. So we're going to have to fill you at, I really, based on what you said, it should be 0.75. But, I mean, an administrative position, I believe that you should be looking for that now, to fill that now. So we're going to fill up, that position should be filled at 100%. Okay? Because other than that, you're going to just be frustrated with OMB telling you you can't fill it now because you don't have enough resources to fill it until way down in fiscal year 20, at the end, literally. Now, around this time here of next year.
Noted.
Okay? You understand?
Noted.
So we're gonna see and try our best to see if we could fill that position at 100%. But what I would need to get from you, because we need to make sure that your associated fringe benefits are are correct. So we're going to need to get from your updated personal listing, inclusive of your fringe benefits, because you're meaning not the number, but fringe benefits by employee, so we could be clear on, because some employees are medical, some are not medical. Yeah, I was using some medical benefits are single, or health benefits rather, are single, and some are family. So it changes the amount for the fringe category.
So you
we
want
need to
the updated listing with that one position at 100%?
No, you don't have to. Well, yeah, give me the total. Absolutely.
Okay.
Inclusive of the associated fringe benefits for everything in your department that's a position, filled or unfilled. All right, Senator James. Okay, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good morning, Madam Chair, and a special welcome to Director Farrell and his staff. Director Farrell, I'm so proud to learn that you will spice up the gravesite of our beloved public servant, former Senator Ruby M. Rouse. You reminded us that she was the first Virgin Islander to serve in the Women's Army Corps. You know, her picture is displayed right outside my office door in the legislature. Ruby Rouse served as the president of the 14th legislature in 1981. I was just in college and just finishing up. And also the president of the 17th legislature in 1987. May the good Lord continue to bless her honorable soul abundantly. We want to go through here, quickly here, on page 3, you discussed the travel for veterans. The honorable senator from Savannah just asked you. So you said if 25% travel off island when it's cost about $500,000, about 195 traveled, and the balance is about 266, 582,000. That's a number. My question is at this time, are you asking for more, or are you sufficient? Are you satisfied with the balance?
Currently, we are not asking for additional funds on
You're
that.
not asking. Okay, I just wanted to get that clear. Okay, on page 7, you discuss the Veterans Administration, Dr. Al-Nahal visit, and that he was hosted by the Commissioner of Health and both Snyder Regional and also the Wang Louis Hospital, and there can be a partnership developing between the Veterans Administration and the VI. Elaborate a little bit more on that for me.
Well, with a lot of our veterans not wanting to travel to San Juan, Puerto Rico, Dr. Al-Nahal had the conversation to see how much more of the services within the Virgin Islands veterans can take advantage of, and the United States Department of Veterans Affairs pay for that service. So ultimately what will happen is bringing the hospitals and the Department of Health more into the VA community care network.
Okay, thanks. And just to get back to the Women's Army Corps, there's a quote from General Douglas MacArthur. He referred to the Women's Army Corps as his best soldiers, adding that they worked harder, complained less, and were better disciplined than the men. And General Dwight D. Eisenhower stated that the Women's Army Corps contributions in efficiency, skill, spirit, and determination are immeasurable. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to everyone, my colleagues, and especially the representatives here from the Virgin Islands Office of Veteran Affairs. A pleasant good morning to you. I want to first of all really and truly commend you for the hard work you've done. I've seen you've ramped up a number of your services and opportunities here on the ground in the Virgin Islands for our veterans. And I'm very thankful and very pleased with that, truly. I've had the occasion to attend a number of these town hall meetings. Also, when you had the veterans who came in from off island at Ivana Udurakan in St. Thomas. And what I want to really state, and it's something you mentioned, Director, in your comments to the previous senator, is that you are seeing that veterans feel more comfortable receiving the services here at home opposed to traveling to Puerto Rico. They have said it time and time again. And when you are treating individuals and they are receiving health care, they have to have that level of comfort. And so I'm very thankful that you're doing that. And I hope we would see some increases, especially because it's either here in the Virgin Islands, the veterans have resoundingly said at these town hall meetings they want to receive the care, or they want to go to the United States where they have family. Because when you're going through those type of treatments, especially those who are affected by Agent Orange, you need your supports there to help you recover, and they are worth it, and more importantly, they deserve it. I want to also commend Ms. Frederick. Your numbers are in sync with what you had indicated to me earlier this year regarding the total number of veterans you processed for burials in 2022. So kudos to you, Ms. Fredericks, as well. I do have one question that I wanted to quickly ask, because I noted in some of the correspondences that you had sent to my office based on chairing the Committee on Veterans Affairs that you had hired Action Tech Solutions to actually conduct the survey to get an accurate count of the veterans we have on island. So I'm surprised we're still saying estimated. And that project was slated to be completed in May 31st of this year. So where are we? How have they director given you any information regarding how much is the accurate count rather than you estimating any longer?
They are actually at 90% completion of the project, so they are well on the way, even though they are a little over, but they are 90% completed.
90%. So,
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'll just wrap up with one final question. So when is your time frame to actually get the full number from this vendor, Action Tech Solution?
We expect within the next 30 to 45 days maximum.
Thank you kindly. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. We're now going to recognize Senator Diane Keephart. You're recognized for your 3 minutes, Senator.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, Mr. Farrell and your team from the Veterans Affairs. I just wanted to ask, I think in our report from the post-audit, there's capital projects. You said for 2024, the governor has recommended 10,000 for capital projects. Can you tell me what projects do you have planned for 2024?
For 2024, we don't have a specific project, capital project plan right now, simply because we are right now in the middle of building our crypts and columbariums in both districts.
Okay. So why I'm asking that question is because I wanted to also ask, is there a process in place to assist the veteran-related organizations like the Legionnaires?
We have a great relationship with the American Legion, you may know, and we assist them throughout the year depending on the different projects that they present to us.
So you're saying if they presented a project to you, you can assist them with their, say, Legionnaire of Gallows Bay need a AC unit. I can say, hey, go to the Veterans Affairs and they can assist you with that, is what you're saying?
So since you mentioned the AC unit, we are right now awaiting a second quote from them. We had a quote from them before that was extremely high, so we asked them to go back and get 2 more quotes because the one was just too high. So we are assisting with that particular project, yes. And we have assisted with projects in the past.
Okay, that's good to know. Does veterans who reside in our territory still need to be registered in a state, registered in a state to be served at a VA hospital?
Not sure I understand your question.
So your veterans, I think I saw in your testimony you have about 800 or 900 veterans. Are those veterans supposed to be registered to be able to go to a VA hospital in the States?
30 seconds.
Okay, if I understand your question correctly, a veteran, even though if a veteran was never registered,
okay,
and they need medical care, they can still go to any VA medical facility on the United States flag. There's just a process that they will have to go through to be able to get seen. But it's recommended that they be registered. In case in point, in the Virgin Islands, if we get all 8,000 veterans to register here with the VA clinic in St. Thomas or St. Croix, then the VA will be obligated to give us more specialty services and resources.
So have you done education campaign informing the veterans in the territory about the benefits of registering?
I have a radio show that I do every Tuesday night.
Okay.
That's one of the ways that we do that. But to answer your question, short answer, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. I think my time was called. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. In your testimony, you made mention about the fact that you are in heavy discussions with the VA regarding getting a actual clinic here in the territory. Did I receive that correctly?
No, ma'am. I mentioned about getting a community care office. We already have a clinic in St. Thomas and one in St. Croix, but the community care office, what that does is, that's the office in Puerto Rico that you call for as it relates to your appointments. So we need somebody here in the territory, instead of having to go through the switchboard and having to go to 10 different numbers to get to the right person. I am trying to get that community care office here in the Virgin Islands physically. So our veterans could walk into that office or call a local number to get to the office to get their problems resolved.
I see.
As it relates to appointments.
Okay, so, and you're right, you do have services here on the ground. And to your point, if veterans register in their state, then there will be more medical services, because then you have an opportunity to see truly what the medical issues are that veterans are facing in
Absolutely.
their respective state.
Yes.
So and how is that conversation going? Do you see light at the end of the tunnel? What are you seeing there?
I do see light at the end of the tunnel because we also advocated for a patient representative / advocate on the federal side, and we now have that person physically here in the territory that goes between St. Thomas and St. Croix. So I do see light at the end of the tunnel. It's just going to take maybe a little more time. Hopefully within FY 2024, we'll have that office set up in the territory.
Very well. Thank you for your response. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information, and then we'll go to Senator DeGraff.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Director, I noted on page 3, you are paying $5,000 to families to bury. But for people who are still alive, you are only reimbursing $250 for their travel? I mean, I think maybe some reconsideration needs to be made, because we want to try to serve them and provide those services as far as the allowance for the travel, so that, we are doing the very best to keep them on top of God's earth. So I will leave that to you and rest it down there for you to reconsider and look at increasing the amount for travel. Okay, based on compared to burial. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My point of information was in regards to your conversation and the previous speaker in regards to discussion with the director for the multipurpose center of trying to put in another floor to bring the VA services. Could you speak on that, even if it's just in theory what we've been speaking of, rather bringing a clinic here that we'll have as a part of that multipurpose center? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Yes, of course. Yes, please respond.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Director Farrell. And to your point, yes, if we can get to that point where we have a one-stop shop for our veterans, that's actually the vision. But what I will say to you that the $1.5 million that has already been allocated, appropriated, that will cover mostly the design and the demolition for the existing property, because there is a structure on there now that needs to be demolished. However, the one-stop shop is within the vision to have because right now the clinic in its present location, they are paying rent, and I'm quite sure that we'll be able to work out something to where if they come to us to be able to do that shop, we'll be able to work out something real great for them.
So to my colleague's question, though, so you basically said to us that the $1.5 million does not get you to build.
It does
not. It
not.
gets you to your A&E, and it gets you to demolish.
Right, A&E and demolition.
So what conversations are being had as it relates to the construction of this project, the actual work?
Okay, so as I mentioned it in the testimony, we had our first meeting with the design company. We are waiting and expect to have the first draft of the design by Friday, this week Friday. So once we see that, we'll have a better understanding of what it could possibly cost for the actual construction of the facility.
Yeah, so my primary concern is not what it's going to cost. It's what conversations are we having? Are you looking to apply for a CBDG grant? I mean, those are the types of things. Are you approaching the Federal Emergency Management? I mean, while you're in A&E, you don't necessarily have to wait for costs to determine, hey, I need to be allocating a funding source so we could get this project moved. Because the last thing you want is you have your A&E, you start your demolition, but you don't really have an idea as to how you're going to fund this facility. So on a higher level, are you having discussions with your counterparts in the executive branch as it relates to how are you going to be able to get this done? There's dollars that we've received, federal dollars from HUD. We've received lots of ARPA dollars. There's so much funding that we have. So you have to get in front of the ball in order to make sure that you are able to move this. Otherwise, you're going to have a project ready to go that you don't have appropriate funding for.
I was actually in conversation about a CDBGDR grant for another type facility. And but I'll go back to them and see about this one as well.
Yeah, we have to approach them. Is it possible for it to be, the facility to be a facility that can house veterans in case of a disaster? Can it be a disaster?
That is a part of the plan.
Right, so that's why you should go ahead and have a discussion with Director Jashin in particular, so you could flesh out exactly this is what I'm trying to do. Because there are opportunities for what do you call it, shelters.
Right.
You have a structure, you have a project, a space, multipurpose. Let's just use the word multipurpose.
Noted, and that's why it is a multi-purpose center, which will, in time of disaster, it will transform into being a shelter. That is the intent.
You have to get in front of this one. Okay.
Noted.
Colleagues, I'm not seeing some of the folks that said they were present. And I don't believe I have any other questions for Director Farrell, other than to say that I do agree from my time coming into the institution in 2019 to now, I have seen a significant improvement of the Veterans Affairs Office under your leadership. I know that you were acting like you was a little out of your head a couple months ago, and you kind of moved on, but God is always a good one, and He directed you exactly where you need to be, helping your fellow veterans. So I want to congratulate you for the work that you've been doing, and we will do as much as we can. I know that sometimes our colleagues get very emotional about certain things, but the one thing that we always have to remember is we do not make money here. Our revenues are our revenues. So we're going to do our best to meet your needs. And as the leader of the organization, I believe it's important to respect the decisions you make once they're within reason and once they retain the reason of your dollars. Because then when we make the emotional conversations about the funding, then we have a responsibility to figure out how we're going to raise the funds. And I ain't seen no funds being raised in here yet. So I want to make sure that I put that on the record because it briefs well when the community hears it. But we have to understand, in order for us to put forward a balanced budget, we have to be reasonable in our perspective as to what our revenues are. So, colleagues, Senator Capehart would like to make a point of inquiry. I'm hoping that I'll see some other folks, but if not, we're seeing that the excited folks who are ready to get their budget out of the way for the Bureau of Corrections, they're here. And I know that Director Farrell ain't warm and fuzzy about being here too long, so. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your point of information.
Point of information. Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Farrell, we've had many discussions. I've attended a few of your community meetings, which I commend you. I know you've brought some federal partners to the territory to talk about some of the challenges that the Veterans Affairs, the veterans in the Virgin Islands are experiencing.
Right.
So with that being said, some of those challenges, I don't want to talk about all of them, but can you tell me from then to now, a lot of those concerns, have they been addressed with, our local office in the Baronspat area, Puerto Rico, the challenges veterans face when they go to Puerto Rico? Can you tell me that some of those issues were dealt with?
Some of those issues have absolutely been addressed. I can immediately, what comes to mind is the fact that we now have that charter flight that's in place. One of the major concerns for our veterans that elected to go to San Juan, Puerto Rico for care is that those that had significant medical challenges having to go stand in line at the TSA and these different things and be getting late to the appointments, that is no longer for the service-connected veterans. Our service-connected veterans have access to the charter flight, which picks them up either in St. Thomas or St. Croix. They go through not through the regular airport side, but the charter side. And when they get to San Juan, Puerto Rico, there is a ground transportation waiting right there for them. Take them to the facility, and then bring them back when everybody is finished to return on that same charter flight. And I had the awesome opportunity to take advantage of that charter flight for the first time just about 3 weeks ago, and it worked absolutely perfect. All the veterans on board were extremely happy with the service.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. I'm just going back because I didn't really do the breakout here. But it's showing that there's a decrease in your supplies category for FY24 recommendation of 20,000. I believe the senator from Savan brought it up.
I'm Juliet Frederick, and that's the same as other services. That's VI lottery. So when I get the funds, I put it wherever it's supposed to go. So that's VI lottery funds.
Okay, let me see. Okay.
As we get it.
All right. I don't know why they don't have that in a miscellaneous. That should be as a miscellaneous, so it wouldn't create any issues like this, because it's just showing that your budget is overstated, and it really isn't. Okay, Director, I am going to allow you I believe I had one more question, but I believe I could ask it out of the floor if I remember what it is. I am going to, I know what it is. So we asked about the carryover of the 450. So you're saying in aggregate, you only have 60-something thousand dollars left in the 450 from all the previous from the last fiscal year of 450, the carryover to this year 450. So then the question is, how much money did you carry over from FY22?
Estimated about 88,000.
So fiscal year 2022, you carried over about 88,000.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, but for the carryover, you would have had only 180,000 left back in the account, give or take. I see. All right. Okay. Director Farrell, we're going to give you a 30-second close. And again, we want to thank you for being here this morning with us.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I thank this body for their continued support. I will ask, though, that we take a look at the one portion in my testimony when I asked about being able to pay up front for the burial expenses, being that the monies are already there, and also being able to pay up front for the travel instead of reimbursement. Right now, the VI code obligates us to reimburse. So if we could maybe look at having that amended where we don't have to reimburse and pay up front, it will help our veterans that have multiple appointments and also have a fixed income. So I just ask that we maybe take a look at that for consideration.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is, let's just talk about the burial. So you're saying that if a family is able to provide the burial expense information, then you would like to be in a position to just upfront the money.
Just directly to the funeral homes. That way the families don't have to pay the funeral homes that portion of the money and then have to turn around and get it back because,
Yeah.
you know.
That I understand. So that's not, I don't see that as something very difficult. So I'm certain that my good veteran colleague, you got some seasoned people in here, you just say it and they don't pull the trigger. So I'm certain that the trigger is pulled. I see that as a non-germane amendment because if you do it any other way, we're going to be at this for till next year. And this is something you want done, so we could probably see if we could attach it on because what we're trying to do this year is when we hear things like this, we try to, make good on it. If it's impacting your ability to get your work done as it relates to the budget, then we try to get it done so we can do it as a non-germane amendment as we move forward with our budget. So I believe my good vice president don't pull the trigger. That's what we do.
I'm pretty sure our veterans were really, those that are listening, they were really, really appreciated because, again, like I say, so much of them are in fixed income, so it will help greatly.
All right. Thank you so much. And again, we want to thank you for all that you continue to do at Veterans Affairs, and we have definitely seen a marked improvement under your leadership. So
thank you so much.
Stay with it. It becomes frustrating at times, but continue to give it your shot. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record, and I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to please read Block 2 into the record.
Block 2, Bureau of Corrections. Invited testifier, Ms. Winnie Testamark, Director, VI Bureau of Corrections. This concludes the reading of Block 2, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good afternoon to the Bureau of Corrections family. Let me put it the right way. Good afternoon to my Bureau of Corrections family. So I say my because my longest serving career in the Virgin Islands government was with the Virgin Islands Department of Justice / the Bureau of Corrections. I served for 15 long years of my career, so I understand the challenges. So I'm going to ask the Director, Ms. Winnie Testamark, to please put your name and title on the record, and then your team will follow suit. You may proceed.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Madam.
Please recognize the mic of the testifiers.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Winnie Testamark, Director, Bureau of Corrections.
Good morning. My name is Riel Faulkner, Assistant Director, the Bureau of Corrections for Administration and Compliance.
Good morning. Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget Manager, Bureau of Correction.
Good morning, Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, Chief Strategy Officer, Acting Public Information Officer.
Good morning, Phyllis Hodge-Gums.
The mic of the testifier to my right. Go ahead.
Good morning, my name is Phyllis Hodge-Gums. I'm the Human Resources Manager.
A pleasant good morning. My name is Peter Abrahams, Programs and Grants Manager, Bureau of Corrections.
All right, thank you. Director, do you have anyone on the St. Croix committee room?
No, everyone is here in person.
And no one on Teams?
No, ma'am.
Okay, very well. Then you may proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Good morning, Chairwoman Donna Fred Gregory, distinguished members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, Finance, other distinguished members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and our listening and viewing audience. I am Winnie Testamark, Director of the Bureau of Corrections. On behalf of the dedicated men and women of the Bureau, thank you for the opportunity to provide an overview of Governor Albert Bryans Jr. proposed 2024 fiscal year budget for the Bureau of Corrections. I will also give a summary of some of the Bureau's accomplishments over the past fiscal year. Joining me are members of the Bureau's management team who could respond to inquiries that fall within their areas of responsibility. I will read an abbreviated version of this testimony that I submitted to the committee. Before we begin, allow me to express my deepest condolences on behalf of the Bureau of Corrections for the loss of a fellow member of the Virgin Islands law enforcement community, VI Police Detective Delbert Phipps Jr. Our prayers are with his family and with our brothers and sisters in the Virgin Islands Police Department during this very difficult time. A critical part of what we do as an agency is to protect our Virgin Islands community by providing proper care and supervision of all offenders under our jurisdiction while assisting, as appropriate, their reentry into society. The Bureau promotes public safety by providing sustainable, modern, and evidence-based correctional services which maximize rehabilitation and reduce recidivism. Governor Bryans' proposed 2024 fiscal year budget invests in both security and reentry. It gives the Bureau the resources it needs to operate and maintain secure facilities, while at the same time recognizing that 90% of persons in our prison and jail will eventually return to our community. Our challenge as an agency and as a community is to encourage those incarcerated to use the time they spend in BOC's custody wisely to make meaningful changes in their lives. And that's what makes corrections in the Virgin Islands somewhat different from corrections in many other places. We are a small, close-knit community. For most part, the people in our prison and jail are not strangers. They are our neighbors, our classmates, our friends, our brothers, our sons and daughters. At Governor Bryan's direction, the Bureau has increased its focus on preparing those in its custody with improved life and work skills and better education so they can support their families when they return to our communities. Make no mistake, not everyone in BOC custody can be rehabilitated. Some will never be released because of the nature of their crimes. But for the 90% who eventually will be released, who are willing to change, our goal at the Bureau is to give them an opportunity to recognize their mistakes, embrace change, and transform their lives. Turning to the figures in the Bureau's 2024 fiscal year budget. The Governor has recommended a general fund appropriation of $37.4 million, a less than 1% increase over the last fiscal year. General funds appropriations are projected to increase by roughly $237,000 or 0.64% from fiscal year 2023. Last year's fiscal year was a windfall for the Bureau in terms of federal grant funding. The Bureau spent nearly $1 million in federal grants in fiscal year 2023, some of which were awarded in previous fiscal years. But that windfall level of federal grant funding is not available to the Bureau every year. Governor Bryan's proposed 2024 fiscal year budget estimates that the Bureau will use roughly $345,000 of federal grants. Nevertheless, thanks to our diligence in previous years, when we found 8 years' worth of federal grants sitting unused, the Bureau has identified and is in the process of drawing down over $3.8 million in grants that have already been earmarked for various projects over the past 4 fiscal years. As always, personnel costs represents the biggest share of the Bureau's budget. The Bureau's projected payroll for the upcoming fiscal year is $15.3 million, or approximately 40% of its overall budget. Fringe benefits for its employees are estimated at $6.8 million, or 18% of our budget. For the 2024 fiscal year, employee payroll and fringe benefits accounts for roughly 58% of the Bureau's budget. That percentage of personnel and fringe benefit has held relatively steady over the past 3 fiscal years. Let's drill down on those personnel numbers for a moment. For the 2024 fiscal year, the Bureau has 260 budgeted positions, 174 of which are filled and 86 vacant. Of the 174 filled positions, roughly 73% are classified. The vacant positions are funded at 50% of the general fund appropriations. The 86 vacant positions include funding for a physician, 10 registered nurses, 7 licensed practical nurses, 2 dental hygienists, and 6 mental health professionals, including a forensic psychiatrist, a psychologist, a mental health professional, and a social worker. These mental health vacancies, which the Bureau has been diligent in trying to fill, reflects the fact that the Bureau is now one of the largest providers of mental health services in the Virgin Islands. Today, roughly 40% of all inmates at the Bureau facilities receive some form of mental health treatment. The vacant positions also include funding for an additional 18 correctional officers, 5 sergeants, and 3 lieutenants. Our consent decree requires that we maintain these correction officers' vacancies based on staffing plans approved by the court. 2 weeks ago, the Bureau offered promotional exams for correctional officers for the first time in 4 years. Correctional officers and supervisors make up approximately 53% of the Bureau's overall staff. They are some of our hardest working employees. Staffing challenges and shortfalls often requires them to work overtime. As of July 31st, Correction officers' overtime for fiscal year 2023 total approximately $4 million, which is 17% less than overtime totals for the same time in fiscal year 2022. Our officers have been working 12-hour shifts, 60-hour weeks since March 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic began, and have sacrificed much over the past 3.5 years to ensure that the Bureau fulfills its obligations. Correctional officers are the foundation of what we do. They do the grueling, difficult work needed to keep the public and inmates safe. Because they work out of public view, their work is often overlooked. But consider what it takes to safely secure and supervise inmates from all walks of life, some homeless, some with serious mental illnesses, others who are habitual offenders, and some who have never been willing to follow society's rules. Our community owes these unsung heroes an enormous debt of gratitude. They are richly deserving of our highest praise, and we salute them for the work they do behind the scenes every day. Madam Chairwoman, as the former Director of Operations for the Department of Justice, you know just how difficult it is to recruit and retain qualified staff for the Bureau. Several times over the past year, we were confident that we had finally filled a position only to have the applicant withdraw at the last minute. Correction officers' recruitment and retention are among the top 3 challenges facing correctional agencies nationwide. So to address the issue of correction officers' recruitment and retention, we've undertaken several initiatives over the past 2 fiscal years. First, and perhaps the most importantly, we've paid our correctional officers what they are owed. Thanks to Governor Albert Bryan Jr., in February 2022, the Bureau implemented the first across-the-board salary increases for correctional officers in more than 10 years. Correction officers received a 43% raise on average, some as much as 73%, thanks to the governor's action. All salaries increases, retroactive pay, and uniform allowances have been paid. The Bureau is current on its financial obligations to correctional officers and supervisors. Under Governor Bryan's leadership, the Bureau also entered into a new collective bargaining agreement with correctional officers on September 30th, 2022, the first new CBA in 8 years. The new agreement addressed many of the labor issues that plagued the Bureau in the past. Based on the language in the new CBA, the Bureau promptly paid retroactive holiday pay to all correctional officers going back to October 2020. We also hired a payroll specialist to resolve the payroll issues surrounding calculations of correctional officers' overtime pay. That issue has been fixed, and we've heard no more complaints or grievances about the proper calculation of overtime pay since we've beefed up our payroll staff. To supplement correctional officer staffing and to help ease their workload, the Bureau also created the position of correctional tech. Correctional techs are unsworn civilians who perform auxiliary, non-security tasks in our facilities that do not require inmate contact, such as monitoring cameras, answering phones, or operating X-ray machines. We have 1 correctional tech on St. Thomas and 2 on St. Croix. 3 more correction techs are expected to begin work in St. Thomas next week, and we have budgeted for 8 correctional techs position for 2024 fiscal year. The Bureau has paid its civilian staff as well. All salary increases for USW supervisors and SIU masters unions have been paid, as well as general scale increases for classified non-union employees. At the Bureau of Corrections, our staff is our greatest asset. Providing them with the tools, resources, and training they need to carry out their job responsibilities safely is our #1 priority. We have invested heavily in our people by paying our staff what they are owed and by training them to do the difficult work asked of them. In addition to the initiatives above, here are some of the things that the Bureau has done over the last fiscal year to train, motivate, and reward its staff. In February 2023, the Bureau completed the reorganization of its nursing division. Doing so will raise nursing salaries across the board and place our nurses on a wage scale that will give them not only pay equity, but also regular salary increases. The Bureau has begun the process of implementing the salary raises for its correctional nurses. Also, the last fiscal year was a banner year for the Training Bureau. We trained more staff and provided more off-island training opportunities than ever before in the history of the Bureau. We increased spending on training and equipment by more than 500% compared to fiscal year 2021. 100% of our civilian staff and 85% of our sworn staff completed all required training. That level of overall training participation has never been achieved at the Bureau before. Below are just a few examples of off-island training offered by the Bureau since 2022. Counterterrorism for first responder, classification training, K-9 handler training, key control, National Jail Leadership Command Academy, Coalition of Adult Basic Education Conference, American Jail Association Recruitment and Retention Summit, and American Correctional Association Winter Conference, Glock Armorers Training. The Bureau has also invested in its correctional officers by giving them new equipment and resources to do their difficult work, including new badges and uniforms, new radios, flashlights, restraints, batons, vests, vans, trucks, and new correctional vehicles to replace those that had served its useful life. Special need vans and equipment to help with geriatric and disabled inmates. In addition, because of the stressful nature of our work, staff wellness is a major priority in the Bureau. In April, we conducted emotional and mental resiliency training for all staff with the assistance of the Federal Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration, SAMHSA. These significant personnel and training initiatives over the last fiscal year didn't happen by accident. They were part of a comprehensive 5-year strategic plan. One of the major objectives of our 5-year plan is engaging and valuing our employees. To measure progress, we rely on key performance indicators. Our KPIs for the period ending April 2023 show steady upward improvement over the previous fiscal year. Of 14 key performance indicators, the Bureau is ahead of its target in 11. We are working on making improvement in our 3 underperforming categories, which are percentage of vacancies filled, percentage of inmates participating in reentry services, and percentage of inmates and detainees participating in educational or vocational programs. The Bureau is hopeful that with the start of inmate tablet program, which began at John Bell last month, the percentage of inmates and detainees participating in educational and vocational program will increase significantly. Vendor payment accounts for the most significant slice of the Bureau's 2024 budget after payroll and fringe benefits. $14.5 million, or 39% of the Bureau's overall budget. These are the expenses the Bureau incurs to house inmates on the mainland, operate its local facilities, and carry out its mission objectives. Since my tenure began, the Bureau has reduced accounts payable owed to vendors by roughly 90%. Purchase orders for goods or services are secured in advance, and requests for payments on approved invoices are promptly sent to the Department of Finance. The largest portion of vendor payments is to house and feed off-island prisoners. That amount is budgeted at $7.9 million in fiscal year 2024, which is roughly 55% of all vendor payments and 21% of the Bureau's total budget. This amount does not include healthcare costs for off-island inmates, which will add to the overall cost. As of July 15, 2023, the Bureau houses 236 inmates locally, 76 at CJC, and 160 at John Bell. Of the inmates housed locally, 227 are male and 9 are female. In addition, the Bureau houses 148 inmates at mainland facilities, 83 at Core Civic in Florida, 39 at 3 prisons in Virginia, and 26 in Mississippi. Earlier this year, I traveled with members of the Bureau's medical, mental health, and security staff to visit our inmates in Virginia to make sure that they were properly treated and to listen to their concerns. We met with prison officials, reviewed inmates' files to verify that they were accurate, and importantly, held one-on-one discussion with each inmate willing to meet with us to discuss issues related to their confinement at these agencies. We intend to schedule a visit to our inmates in Florida and Mississippi by the end of this fiscal year. All 384 prisoners in Bureau custody, including those all housed off island, must be fed, housed, transported, and cared for at the Bureau's expense. It is critical, therefore, that the Bureau find ways to drive down those costs. Bear in mind that it costs more to incarcerate a pretrial detainee in the Virgin Islands than it does to incarcerate a sentenced inmate on the mainland. That means the longer pretrial detainees remain in BOC custody, the higher the cost to the Bureau. Based on current statistics, the average length of stay in BOC custody for pretrial detainees who are either denied bail or unable to post a bond is roughly 13 months. Naturally, the more serious the offense, the longer the time in pretrial custody. Until the legislature approves new correctional facilities that lower local operating costs, the disparity between housing pretrial detainees locally and housing sentenced inmates off island will continue. Our 2024 fiscal year budget also includes $800,000 for fees to monitors and experts who the Bureau is legally mandated to pay as long as the consent decrees remain in place. The Bureau is a party to 2 separate consent decrees: a consent decree covering conditions of confinement at John A. Bell on St. Croix, and a consent decree covering the Alexander Farrelly Criminal Justice Complex on St. Thomas. By providing funding to fill correctional officers' vacancies, expanding mental health and medical care, investing in infrastructure upgrades, and hiring the critical staff needed to execute the Bureau's goal and objectives, the Brian Roach administration has made an unprecedented commitment to moving the territory out of these long-standing and costly consent decrees. Thanks to the tremendous efforts of the men and women of the Bureau and our legal and compliance team, our hearing in the John Bell consent decree case in January 2023 was extremely positive and promising. Both the monitors and the United States Department of Justice praised the Bureau for the work done to move the Virgin Islands forward. As a result, none of the 123 provisions of the settlement agreement are in the red. All have achieved varying levels of compliance. This is a solid achievement for the Bureau. The court held a follow-up status update on the St. Croix consent decree on July 21st. At that hearing, we demonstrated to the court the progress we've made over the last 6 months in completing court-ordered tasks that move our compliance measures forward. Part of the reason for our progress and our optimism is the decision we made last year to retain experienced outside legal counsel with a nationwide track record of resolving complex prison litigation cases. After remaining relatively dormant for 2 years, the St. Thomas consent decree case is now moving into gear. In March, the court appointed 3 additional subject matter experts to bring the total number of experts to 5. Our proposed 2024 fiscal year budget allocates $100,000 for each expert. All 5 court-appointed experts, as well as the ACLU, the attorneys for the inmates, were in St. Thomas from July 18th to the 26th, conducting an inspection at CJC. It's way too soon to know what the findings of the experts will be. They don't have to submit their reports to the court until October. But the Bureau is cautiously optimistic that these experts will recognize the work the Bureau has done over the past few years and will collaborate with the Bureau and its legal team to chart a path out from under this 29-year-old consent decree case. But there's an important point to be made here. The consent decree cases in St. Croix and St. Thomas are not only brought against the Bureau of Corrections, they were also brought against the government of the Virgin Islands as a whole. The Virgin Islands government is a party because the plaintiffs understood that some of the structural issues affecting the Bureau cannot be solved by the Bureau alone. For example, the Bureau has no control over the length of time pretrial detainees remain in its custody awaiting trial, nor does it control the length of time severely mentally ill inmates are held in its facilities while awaiting to be placed in a treatment center on the mainland. As director, I have no statutory authority to release anyone from BOC's custody. Nevertheless, the Bureau has been proactive and has worked with Judicial Branch, the Office of the Attorney General, and the Office of the Territorial Public Defender to address these larger-than issues of territory-wide concern. The Bureau will confront those challenges that are within its power to resolve. And we will look favorably on appropriate legislation from this body that tackles the larger structural issues confronting the Bureau, like treatment for the mentally ill, alternatives to pretrial detention, speedy trial legislation, and funding for modern correctional facilities. The resolution of these long-standing consent decrees will depend on a united effort across various executive agencies in the government of the Virgin Islands, not on BOC alone. And it will demand collaboration between the legislative and the executive branches. Looking at grant funding, the Bureau has been vigilant in ensuring that none of the federal grants awarded to it have been returned unused. Over the last 4 years, we've identified and encumbered close to $4 million in grant funding to offset agencies' expenses, such as offender programming, medical technology services, and infrastructure upgrades. Every dollar in grant funding the Bureau unlocks is $1 less from the general fund. As mentioned earlier, the Bureau was able to use $971,000 in federal grants in the fiscal year 2023 for a variety of projects. Under my leadership, we will continue to focus on maximizing grant funds to defray the cost of operations. The Bureau has 2 federal grants that are set to expire by the end of calendar year 2023. Both grants have been encumbered, and planning for how those funds will be used is well underway. The 2 expiring grants are Adult Education and Family Literacy Act grants, which expires December 31st, 2023, to create local partnership that will provide adult education and literacy activities. The total grant amount is $88,437, half of which has already been spent, and with the remaining half to be rolled into year 2. And Residential Substance Abuse Treatment, RSAT grant, which expires September 2023 in the amount of $99,000, which gives the Bureau the opportunity to provide comprehensive substance abuse and reentry counseling to inmates. As mentioned earlier, last year, the Bureau used close to $1 million in federal grant monies to fund various projects. One of the more far-reaching of those was a 2022 TAP grant in the amount of $499,500 that was used to fund our new inmate tablet program. Accomplishments. Please allow me to share a few of our significant achievements with you since I came before you last year. Capital projects and infrastructure upgrades. The Bureau made significant infrastructure upgrades over the past several fiscal years and has completed temporary hurricane repairs to existing facilities. Madam Chairwoman, when I first came before this committee in the summer of 2019, the housing unit at John A. Bell had no air conditioning. The roof leaked in numerous places, the perimeter fencing had been knocked down by the storms, and the facility lacked reliable backup power. No more. All housing units at John A. Bell are now air-conditioned. We made temporary repairs to the roof to stop the leaking and reduce the presence of mold. We've installed industrial-sized ice machines to make sure the inmates have adequate drinking water. And we finished renovation of the kitchen, a project that had been stalled since 2017, the hurricanes. And we've installed the 900-kilowatt generator power to power the entire facility, not just small parts of it, in the event of a storm. We cleared the gut, rebuilt perimeter fence, and installed on-site fuel tanks to prepare for future storms. In addition, we acquired a 60-bed prefabricated modular jail unit to increase bed capacity at John Bell. The modular unit is already on island, and we are in the process of executing a contract for the construction of the concrete slab that will be the foundation. Created a dedicated mental health unit for the seriously mentally ill in BOC custody. The official ribbon cutting for this unit was last Monday. Installation of an electronic key watcher system at both John A. Bell and CJC for control and management of critical facility keys. Renovation of inmate showers. Relocation and modernization of the central control room to allow staff to monitor the newly installed cameras using high-definition television displays. Repave the parking lot and interior access roads. Install the live view remote surveillance camera to monitor perimeter security at John Bell. Construction of a secure evidence room to safely store contraband and other items for later use in administrative or criminal proceedings, and install solar panels for perimeter lighting. In CJC in St. Thomas, we resurfaced and repainted the basketball court, installation of network and telephone system upgrades, new computers and copiers for staff, new chairs for staff, moved to a new office space in St. Thomas. By the end of this fiscal year, the Bureau will begin a pilot program for the use of body-worn cameras in its facilities. Body-worn cameras in correctional facilities have been shown to increase accountability and reduce prisoner complaints. Training on the body-worn cameras has already been completed. We anticipate pilot program to be fully functional at John A. Bell later this month and at CJC by the end of the calendar year. Although deterrence and punishment remain key goals at the Bureau, at Governor Bryant's direction, the Bureau is now placing greater emphasis on reentry. When reentry succeeds, it promotes public safety and reduces recidivism and saves taxpayers' dollars. When it fails, the costs are high: more crime, more victim, and more money spent returning offenders to prison. For those inmates who are truly willing to change the trajectory of their lives, we have a duty to give them a reasonable opportunity to do so. Over the past fiscal year, the Bureau has been focusing on preparing inmates with improved work skills and better academic training so they can support their families when they return to our communities. Here are some of the initiatives the Bureau has undertaken in this area. The Bureau Transforming Lives Academy held graduation ceremonies last month, including at Government House on St. Thomas. On St. Croix, 3 inmates received their high school diplomas, 4 received vocational certificates in varying areas to include HVAC and physical therapy. 14 inmates received certificates in anger management. 4 received certificates in NCCER, construction, safety, and 4 inmates received recognition for completing the NCCER construction class. On St. Thomas, 4 inmates received their high school diplomas. 7 inmates received Penn Foster vocational certificates in several areas, including automotive repair, medical billing and coding, and accounting. 11 inmates received certificates for completing a 12-week parenting program sponsored by the Department of Justice Visitation and Access Division. At our graduation on St. Croix, one inmate who could barely speak English 10 years ago was voted the most outstanding returning citizen over the last 5 years. Because of his commitment to transforming his own life, he was later granted parole by the parole board. The Bureau launched its inmate tablet program last month at John A. Bell. Plans are now underway to bring inmate tablets to CJC on St. Thomas by the end of the calendar year. The Nucleus inmate tablets will be used for reentry, e-learning, and legal research. Inmates can now use them to get their high school diplomas, take courses, and earn their GEDs or vocational certificates. We have markedly increased the budget for reentry programs from $10,000 in fiscal year 2019 to $100,000 in fiscal year 2023. Today, the Bureau offers learning in 16 programs from equestrian therapy to the culinary arts, anger management, basic computer literacy, and a host of programming from the Penn Foster Vocational Certificate Program. We've hired 4 new case managers to develop a reentry map for every inmate that focuses from day one on preparing them for a life after incarceration. We've created a community-based reentry council that meets every month to develop strategies to keep recently released inmates from returning to prison. We've begun the equine therapy program at John A. Bell that teaches select inmates to care for and train horses and become certified as a part of the elite program. Currently, 9 are enrolled in this program. I invite the members from this body to arrange a tour of the facility to see firsthand how we've improved both our reentry offering and the infrastructure at John A. Bell. Conclusion. Madam Chairwoman, 3 weeks ago, I received a letter from an inmate at John A. Bell. That in itself is not unusual. As director, I get letters from inmates all the time, most of them complaining about the inmate's sentence or their timesheet or being required to serve their sentence at a mainland facility. But this letter was different. This letter was from an inmate serving a lengthy sentence thanking me for implementing the equine therapy program at John A. Bell. I was completely surprised. Here are some of what the letter said, and I quote, "Since my incarceration, this is the first program that I am participating in that has given me great benefits and joy. It has done well for me. My overall mental state has improved, no more anxiety attacks. Thank God I am off my medication and I feel much better than I have in the past. I feel more energized and enthusiastic every day, which has not been the case for a long time. I feel motivated to do more and feel like doing more with my life. I enjoy the classes and consider them to be one of the best programs offered for the inmates. I am proud of myself. Director Testimark, I really appreciate the fact that you brought this program for the inmates. I noticed a lot of attitudes in some of my fellow inmates while we enjoy working with the horses. I feel very positive and enthusiastic that this program is helpful in managing stress and other difficulties due to being incarcerated." End quote. I've never received an inmate letter quite like that. It makes the struggles, the setbacks, and obstacles we encounter on the way to opening the equine therapy program all worthwhile. It tells me that the Bureau's investment in vocational, educational, and reentry program is slowly paying dividends in the lives of our inmates. It also tells me that we're well on our way as an agency to achieving our mission objectives. Madam Chairwoman, thank you for the opportunity to give an overview of our proposed fiscal year 2024 budget and to share the progress that we are making at the Bureau of Corrections. My team and I stand ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Testimark. I see that one of your team members have joined us. Your medical director. Could you please put your name, pull the mic to you, your name and title on the record.
Hi there. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Senator. My name is Dr. Linda Callwood, Medical Director for the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections.
Thank you. I also see that we have a non-committee member, Senator Milton Potter, has joined us, as well as Senator Kenneth L. Gittins has also joined us here in the chambers. And in St. Croix, I see that Senator Franklin Johnson has also joined us. So thank you for being here. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round with the Bureau of Corrections. And I will start by asking just a few questions. Let me just say that as we looked at our post-audit report, usually we would have some challenges with the numbers, but this is one of the departments, I think it's the first one. I don't see any challenges with what you're presenting and what came down from in the governor's budget. But let me ask you, do you have the information on what your overtime expenses were in FY 2023? And what are your expenses of overtime thus far in 2023? So 2022, overtime, 2022. Overtime expenses thus far, I don't know, up to, what is it, June, July, June. I would say June or July. And then what are your projections out to the end of this fiscal year? So that's 3 things.
Okay, morning, Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget. The overtime for last year was 5.8 million. This year, as of July 31st, is 4,050,520.54. I'm not sure what you have to repeat the other questions, I'm sorry.
And what are your projections out to the end of the fiscal year? And you said 4,050,000 as of, when did you say May?
As of July 31st.
Okay, and so what are your projections out to the next 2 months? So that's on average, how much per?
So Riel Faulkner, Assistant Director. So that is, if you project it out, a 17% reduction from where we were at the same time last year. We expect for it to be on the same pace as last year. So we're expecting basically a slight decrease from the end of the fiscal year last year.
Okay, because I'm seeing, based on the 4.50, I'm seeing that you're probably projecting another 675, so that brings you to like 4.6 million, which is under the 5.8 of 2022.
That's correct.
Good. So then the next question is, September. So the next question is, how much of your overtime is budgeted in your 2024 budget requests?
For 2024, the overtime budget is 500,000.
Mm-hmm. All right, 500,000. So you would have overspent your personnel category. I mean, let me ask you this other question before I make that statement. Your vacancies total how much money right now?
Okay. Vacancies. Vacancies total 2.4.
So 2.
That's just the salary. With fringe, it's
total
3.5.
So 3.5. So you still would have overspent your personnel budget. Do you intend to fill any of your vacancies before the close of fiscal year 23?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
How many? Do you have? Please put your name on the record when you speak first.
I'm sorry, Phyllis Hodgkins, Human Resource Manager. We have a 7.
You have to speak into the mic. Pull the mic to you. Pull it down. Pull it down to you. Yes.
Okay. We have 7 on boarding currently.
7 on boarding. So
we have 11 filled already from the vacancies.
So you would have overspent your budget by almost $2 million, give or take, 1.5, 1.8, give or take, because of the vacancies that you have. Okay, so you're not doing too bad. And just for the record, how much, when you came on board, Director Testimark, what was your overtime expenses? When did you come on board?
I came on board February 2019.
And just off the top of your head, I'm sure has been something you've been working on, so you should have some perspective, because I want to bring perspective to what's happening in BOC. So in 2019, you said?
2019.
How much did you, when you closed that fiscal year, what did you see your overtime was in 2019, 2020, 2021?
2019, I don't have that figure, but I think it was about...
Give me the other years in 2021 and... 2020 and 2021.
2021, I'll have to get that. 2022, I know is 5.8.
Go back. 2021.
I don't have that number on me. I could get it for you. I don't have that
And
number.
2020.
So
2021, I can speak it. Hi, Kathy Monroe. 2021 was 3.8.
Okay. You spent in 2021 3.8, and in 2020.
Oh, I don't have 2020.
Yeah, we don't have to get that number. I'll get it for you.
Okay, so then your overtime has gone up.
Yes. Also, in this year, I want to also put on the record that the overtime went up because the raises that the staff receive, you had to back pay them, and the different areas in which they had to back pay, the overtime that was calculated at that time when the raise took effect, that also affect the overtime rate also.
And you pay your overtime based on your base pay, or how is that paid?
The overtime is based on the base pay. And then based on the CBA, you have different categories. Time and a half after a certain amount of hours, and double time after a certain amount of hours.
Yeah, but I'm saying the base pay is what you pay overtime on.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you've seen an increase as a result of your salary increases. What do you have information on the total amount of your salary increases? What did the salary increases cost the Bureau of Corrections, and what year did we implement the salary increases?
Okay, you give me 1 minute, I will get that for you.
Sure,
it's a spreadsheet that
you could always come back to me with it. Once
Okay.
you're ready, just give me the signal and we could come back to it.
Okay, thank you.
And then, do you receive special funds from our budget? Outside of your federal dollars, do you receive any miscellaneous dollars?
No, we don't.
Just the straight budget that you get from the appropriation from the legislature?
That is correct. I don't know if you consider the opera funds that we just received?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay. And I'm going to ask this last question. I'm going to go to the next senator. I know that you shared that you've moved into a new space.
Yes.
In which district?
St. Thomas.
In St. Thomas. So your offices are no longer located where they were.
Right. When I came in 2019, we didn't have a space because of the hurricane. First, they were in the Franklin building. Okay. So when I got here, we didn't have a space. Like a year into that, we were able to get a space at PMP's office while we continue to look for a space. So now we secure temporary space, which is reimbursable by FEMA.
And how much per square foot is that space? Oh, it's reimbursable. So that $180,000 is not included in your budget ask?
It is included because it's reimbursable. Once you pay it, you have to be reimbursed. You have to submit the documentation.
Okay, so how often do you seek reimbursement and actually receive reimbursement for this 180? Because that's what, about $15,000 a month?
That's correct. It's $15,000 a month. And we've submitted the paperwork, but it's a long process.
So have you ever been reimbursed?
Not to date.
And how long have you been in that?
It's been 1 year.
And you have not received reimbursement?
No, ma'am.
And what is the discussion around the reimbursement?
We've had the discussion. We had to submit additional paperwork for extension to FEMA.
Yeah, it's including it in your budget. You know, we that's not something that we should be paying for out of our budget. Meaning, I understand it's an expense that you have to pay, but then when you're reimbursed, the money don't come back to our coffers saying, "Hey, you got an extra $180,000." So that we have to balance all of that that's going on with our budget. But what troubles me is you said that you have been in there for 1 year and you have not seen a reimbursement.
That is correct.
And when did you move in?
It was late December in
Put your name on the record.
Dr. Kaiser Coward, Chief Strategy Officer. Late December in 2021, but we moved in actually in January of 2022.
Okay, so when did we start paying rent is more like it then?
January.
In January, we have to start to pay rent.
So January of 22.
Because we had to outfit the office as well. It wasn't something you could just move into.
Understood. So January of 22. So it's not January of 22. So it's more than a year.
Okay, but yes, because we already passed January of 23. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you.
So a year and some months.
It's like 18 months.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've been in there almost 18 months. So the GVI paid $180,000 in 23, 22, parts of 22, and then we're paying this now, and we haven't been reimbursed to date.
No, we have not.
We're going to need to get some information from you. I see that our disaster recovery chair is here with us, so we're going to have to drill down a little bit more on that. But we need to put a pin in the fact that this $180,000 is included in your, I suspect, your other services and charges category. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you and good morning to all. It's actually a point of inquiry. I wanted to ensure that the director understood your question to the overtime being paid on the base pay only and not inclusive of the CIP. Through the chair, I just wanted to know if you were clear on that question when she asked.
The CIPs are additional funds that they receive.
Yes, however, we've seen from previous departments that they've been including the CIP and that. We want to make sure, or I would like to make sure that your overtime reimbursement is simply on the base pay, not inclusive of CIP.
Okay, thank you. It is the base pay, but I will double check like you said.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, your fiscal person is here, so that person should be able to respond to that question.
Monroe.
I want to say, Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget. I don't want to be incorrect. I'll have to check and make sure, but I want to say we did do it on the base pay, not the CIP, because CIP was a column by itself when we did it. But I want to really verify. But
Please check.
Yeah.
That's very important to us so we can understand what's happening. All right, colleagues. Senator Marvin Blyden, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Good morning. 11:59. Director Tessimark and your supporting management team there with you, and also your other staff in the chambers and all our employees at the Bureau of Corrections. And thank you so much for your testimony. Very in-depth. Let me start with a number, though. Go to the post-audit report, please. Let's start on page 4 of 22. I know you mentioned in your testimony that you have used almost $1 million in federal grant, but in this chart you have federal grants $3.8 million, and you have a balance of $2 million. But let me speak to this one, Title II Adult Education and Family Literacy Act, and Reference DOE 2021, Adult Education and Family Literacy Sub-Grant. It's a sub-grant for $131,000. But to date, none have been spent. What's the reason for that? And that's a very important grant and a very important area for our inmates. What's going on in that space?
Thank you for your question. I'll defer that to Mr. Peter Abrams, our Programs and Grants Manager. He can elaborate.
Please. I have a lot of questions.
Okay. Good. Well, I guess it's good afternoon now.
Yes.
Peter Abraham, Programs and Grants. Yes, we've spent money out of that account.
So you have utilized some of the funds?
Yes, we've utilized a lot of that funds.
Okay, if we can get a fund balance, that'll be fine. Appreciate that. Professional service contracts. You have $7.9 million in contracts. Are all of the payments up to date for those contracts? Do we have any outstanding balances?
There are no outstanding balances, sir.
Okay, very well. Let's go to page 6 of 22. Outstanding obligations. You have some 234 outstanding obligations, $1.7 million. Let me ask a question with respect to the chart. Appendix 3, right? You have many, many businesses, and they all say awaiting check run payment. Awaiting check run payment, every one of them. Explain that to me, please. When will the check run be done, or how does that work?
Okay, Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget. So at that time, that was the outstanding balance. We approved it and everything, and it went to finance for auditing prior to the check run. Currently, I don't have the invoice count as to how many got paid, but the balance is like $699,000 from that.
So most of them have been
So
paid.
most of them, yes.
So there's there's little minute outstanding.
Right.
Okay, and I see also your bank accounts. You have several accounts. How often do you reconcile your bank accounts?
We do it on a monthly basis. Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget, I'm sorry. We do it on a monthly basis, and currently I'm in the process of consolidating a few of them.
Okay, now let's go to page 2. And on this page, under the general fund, you have supplies, other services and charge, and capital projects. But the number between 2023 fiscal year and 2024, the variance is pretty large. So I need an explanation for all three of those areas. Let's start with supplies. For 2023, you have $1 million, but for 24, recommended is $3.6 million, which is a $2.6 million difference. What's the reason for that? What's the plan? $2.6 million in variance between 23 and 24. What's going on in that space? That's a large amount in terms of the difference.
Supplies. That's the actual, this is the appropriated.
You got a post-out report?
30 seconds.
Yes.
What page were you on, sir?
Page 2.
Okay.
Page 2. Under the general fund, supplies.
Okay.
That's a large difference. Large variance.
Are you looking under other services and charges? That's what you're...
No, supplies.
So there was an increase in supplies. We moved money from the other services area into supplies to accommodate food services. Last year in the budget, it would have had $25,000 for food services. Clearly, we can't accommodate the intake of the inmates with $25,000. So this year, we fixed it to include the $2.5 million. So that's where you'll see where they had a difference of the $3 million. We took some of that money to put into supplies, and then also we addressed, I think, in operating supplies as well. We had to make a small increase there too.
So that explains the difference also in variance. As you said, 3.5 for other services and charge, because the difference shows in that category.
Right, so that's where you will see the difference. And of course, it's human error when you pull in numbers with a budget, these things happen. But we make sure that we caught it this time and ensure that we could accommodate so food services could operate effectively and efficiently.
Thank you for your explanation. And finally,
You're welcome.
Capital projects, you have a difference of 300,000. What's the plan for those funds?
Capital project.
Capital projects. You have any? What plan do you have for that $300,000?
Oh, okay.
For 24.
For 24, we have, we're going to be buying some ADA vehicles for each, to transport inmates with special disabilities. We plan on temporarily fixing the sidewalks at John A. Bell. That's been a long-standing challenge at that facility. We will be getting some medical cards at John A. Bell. You know, it's a very long walk, so we'll be buying those medical golf carts with the bed and everything that EMS utilizes. And of course, we'll be buying a prefab home for transitional housing that we could place the individuals when they get released, because many times they don't have places to go when they get out. So we're going to be budgeting. That's some of the money.
You're going to do all of that with $300,000?
Well, we're going to try. I mean, of course, with that and additional grant funding that we're going to be writing for.
Well, I appreciate that so much, and thank you so much for your responses, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
Madam Chair, we also have the numbers for you.
Senator Blayden, are you finished? Okay. All right. You may proceed with the numbers.
Okay. Dr. Kaiser.
So this is the numbers that you asked for in terms of the increases. For LESU, we had...
Please put your name again on the record.
Sorry, Dr. Kaiser Colwood, Chief Strategy Officer. For LESU, and this is for FY23, LESU 18,561.
Wait. What was the question again? Because
In terms of the increases for the different union raises, you wanted to know the numbers.
Okay, good. Oh, so you're breaking it down.
I'm breaking it down.
Okay,
So it's a
okay,
total
all
of 18 million altogether for the 3 unions that I'm going to give you the numbers separately for.
So are you saying that you paid out 18 million in one fiscal year? The contract is 18 million.
So based on the CBAs for either LESU, SAU, they owe the increase October 1. So we had to back pay them for that amount. And then the GS, non-union, as the director mentioned, they also got their increases in this fiscal year.
And the increases total $18 million?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. Let's hear it.
So for LESU, it's 18,561.
18 million.
No.
That's what you said.
No.
That's why I was like 18
No,
million?
18 million is a total.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm breaking it down by each union.
Okay,
So
got it.
LESU is 18,561 and 83 cents. The GS non-union is 86,257 and 12 cents. And the SIU is GS
non-union is how much?
86,257 and 12 cents. SIU is 272,863 and 6 cents for a total of 18,920,203 and 8. Missy?
No.
Maybe.
No. So
1 second.
86, 18.
Did I did something? I'm sorry.
That's something like $18 million. What we get $18 million?
No. I apologize. Sorry. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. I'll give you the right number now.
112, 113.
It's about 1 point something million. I added a number by mistake.
So you said
I apologize.
86,000. Okay, hold tight. Let's get it right.
I'm going to give it to you right now. I'm sorry. Getting so excited to give you the numbers. So it's true. So now that I have it right, so it's 18,561 and 83 cents.
You have to repeat the numbers
Okay,
again. Just give me
so
the total.
it's 377,682 and 1 cent. I apologize.
Okay, good. So next time we need to allow the fiscal people
Yes.
to answer the fiscal questions.
No
So it makes it
problem.
very easy here.
Yeah.
So 372 is what you paid out.
Yes.
So-
And I responded because I'm the one that dealt with it
No
to
problem.
ensure that we get it in.
So the 372 So you're saying that we paid 372 in salary increases and back pay,
That's correct.
and you had to also back pay the overtime
Exactly.
for that period.
For the officers and the LESU, yes.
Yeah, I think that was creating a little issue at some point, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we can move on from that for now. Let me wrap my head around it, and I'll come back to it if necessary. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. And that should say everybody received the wage increases.
That's correct.
Anybody get any wage increase in 23?
This
That's included.
this is the current fiscal year we're talking about.
Okay, so those wage increases were given out 2023.
Right. No. So today we got the money in 23, but it would have started from October. They would have started from October. What is 20?
2022.
Right. 2022. Yes. Sorry. October 1, 2022. So we start from back there.
Okay, for fiscal 23 is what you're saying?
Yes, because it would have started in October 1, 2022, and then the fiscal year ends September 30th of 2023. Yes.
Okay, so the GS employees got theirs in January.
The
of
LESU.
23.
LESU was from before in October.
22.
LESU and SIU is from October.
One
2022.
second.
I'm sorry.
Hold the senator's time. Please allow the senators to complete their
finish.
thought. Our reporter is having a difficult time recording the information, so allow them to finish, and then you can respond. Please proceed.
Okay, so GS in 23 and the others, SIU and LESU in 22.
That's correct,
And
Senator.
that covers all your employees.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, so Commissioner, did you get a wage increase?
I just received a wage increase. It hasn't taken effect yet.
Right, so is it reflected in the 24 budget? Does it cover you in the 24 budget? Because then your personal and fringe going to be off.
It is.
Yes.
It is.
Only you received it?
Yes.
Okay, and it's covered in the 24 budget. I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay. You ain't got to look nervous. I don't want to make sure you're getting paid if you work, and you're working. I think from your testimony, what I got for myself was a sense of dignity being brought back to corrections in listening to the things that you're saying. And I think it makes a difference. The environment helped to change the individuals that were put there, and then they could say, hey, no more. But if you keep it run down and haphazard, then they're gonna stay that way. Now for how much retirements did you have?
Miss Hodgcomb.
23 fiscal year, yeah.
We had 2 retirees. Phyllis Hodgcombs, Human Resource Manager, 2 retirees.
Okay, any other separations?
Yes, we had 9 resignations and 4 dismissals.
And 4 dismissals.
Yes, sir.
So 9 and 6, 15.
15.
Say again?
15, correct.
15. Okay, so 15 people left in addition to how many vacancies you say you had? How many
86 vacancies.
86 vacancies plus 15. 101. So you lost 101. Well, you have the 86 vacancies, 101. So you even over on your overtime money that you're talking about.
Can I say something?
Uh-huh.
Out of those vacancies, we have 11 that's already filled, and we
Okay.
have 7 that's coming on board. So that's what, 18.
No, you can't count the 7 coming on board. Then the 24 budget. These
Yes,
here from these numbers here from 23.
Correct.
Right.
But they also have to be in the 24 budget.
All
Yes.
15.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just seem like -7. Okay, let me keep moving. For equipment, officers' equipment and training, how much is funded for that? And before my time runs out, I wanted to know about the generators for the facilities and the maintenance and fuel. What was that cost? So cost for generators, maintenance and fuel, cost for equipment for the officers and corrections.
1 minute.
Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget. For training, we have $100,000.
Okay, 100K.
budgeted for that.
Equipment.
And for the equipment, we have, budgeted, we have 125.
125.
125.
125,000. Okay, and for the generators, for the facilities,
30 seconds.
maintenance and fuel, what do you have budgeted for 24?
That would be operating. We have 318,000.
For
That's
both
our operating budget.
maintenance and fuel?
Yeah.
Okay, 300K?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I think finally would be, so the next CBA to negotiate would be for when? For what
Time.
year?
That would be the LESU, this Riel Faulkner,
Your
Assistant
name,
Director.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be the LESU union, the supervisors, and they are, that would be the next one to be negotiated.
In what year? 24 budget year?
I imagine it would be in the 24 budget, yes. Yeah. I don't think it will happen before the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, so, 24. That's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Senator DeGraaf, did you have another question? You're good? All right, thank you. Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I heard the previous speaker ask about vacancies. And is either last week? Yes, last week. I can't remember the name of the agency, but I inquired about how they go about putting this stuff out on the Division of Personnel website, or how they go about letting individuals know about the vacancies. So my question to you today is, how accurate and up-to-date are the vacancies when it comes to having them on the website, whether it's Division of Personnel or Department of Labor?
Phyllis Hodge-Gomes, Senator, they are accurate. Daily, we're trying to fill all of these vacant positions because they're major positions that we have to fill according to the constant decree.
So my question to you, if you have this information, when last was it updated as far as the information that you have displayed for the public as far as vacancies?
The vacant positions, the hard-to-fill ones, are continuously on the Division of Personnel website. Plus, they usually, when you go to Labor, and also on Indeed, and I usually send them out to all the employees in the Bureau of Corrections. And sometimes we send them out to the universities. And we also advertise on the radio constantly about the vacancies.
All right, okay. And recently on the VI consortium, I saw something about a horse or something. I don't know. What's that about? And is that funded? How is that funded?
Director Testifier. That is the equine program. It's equine therapy. It's a horse therapy program, sir. And that is funded through grants and grants. That's how that's funded.
And as you speak about grant, what is the name of the grant and how much is going towards that, and who came up with that idea? Not saying it's a bad idea.
Well, as we continue to look for various ways in which we can educate and help our individuals, the returning citizens, we query the inmates to see what is it that they would like to do. Because again, just having a program, just to say we have a program, it's not beneficial. So in having conversations with the inmates, which is one of our stakeholders, our main stakeholders, that was something that they would like to embark upon. It's been a journey that we embarked upon about 3 years ago, and we finally, it came into fruition over a period of time.
That's interesting to know that these guys in there are thinking about horses. That's awesome. So thank you for that. And as far as your vendor payments, I know in the past, as a member of the Committee on Finance, there were some issues how are you handling your vendor payments?
Well, sir, we are up to date on our vendor payments. We don't really have any issues as of this time.
Okay, so you're current with your vendor payments?
Yes, we are. Yes.
All right, awesome. And as far as infrastructure, I know, I think it was in my first term, when I visited there were some infrastructure issues as far as the gates and the fencing, the camera systems. Did you ever receive the funding to fix that, whether it was from the federal funds for hurricane or local funds or any grants to secure the perimeter?
Yes, we have secured the perimeter.
The fence?
Yes, that's the fence, the perimeter, I apologize.
And the camera system?
The camera system, we have upgraded our camera system, and we have installed and upgraded that also.
Okay, understood. Now, as far as the education component of Bureau of Corrections, I know the last time I asked, I think it was Peter Abrams about that. As far as funding, based on your assessment and the amount of guys you have there or females you have at the prison, do you need more funding? Do you have adequate funding? How many individuals are actually enrolling and taking advantage of these educational programs?
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Peter Abraham, Programs and Grants.
30 seconds.
Yes, Senator James, we could always use more funding. This is education. We currently have enrolled a whole host of individuals. I believe right now we have on St. Thomas, we have about 4 in high school, about 10 in vocational. On St. Croix, we have a combined total of about 30 individuals who are mixed with high school and vocational programs.
And as I wrap up, I know you mentioned you can always do with more funding. Every single one of us in this world can do with more funding. But we are hoping and praying that when you come to these budget hearings, that you have something outlined saying, this is something that we'd like to see happen as far as a program or an initiative. And then based on your sell to us, then we provide that funding. But I know it was a question that was asked, but I'm always interested in the educational component of it. I understand that they're interested in horses, but we need people who are educated and rehabilitated when they come back into the community. I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. And if you do have any document that speaks to justifying need for more funding for educational programs, bring it to us and sell it to us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Could I respond?
Absolutely.
Senator, I thank you for your comments. However, I want to be very, very clear. Equine therapy is not the only program that the Bureau of Corrections offer to their inmates. We also have vocational programs, construction, electrical, culinary. There's a host of programs that we offer to the inmates. You asked in reference to the horse, and I explained to you how we came to that. So I don't want to take away to be that that's the only thing. We're here at the Bureau of Corrections. We're here to educate our individuals and to teach them a trade that when they get back out into the community, they're able to take care of themselves and their families. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Madam
responses. Wait, one second, Senator. Your time was called. She answered after you called the time. You can wrap up. But remember, you did say that you were finished. You can wrap up, Senator.
Yeah, but I didn't ask her a question, and I just want to make it very clear. If Peter Abrams said that and justify that, and it's nothing attack on the horse, I don't want nobody to be like getting offended, and it came across as if she was offended. I just want to make it clear. Defend your budget. That's all I'm saying. If you need more things for recreational or educational or voced, this is the time. Okay? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blyden, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Testimark, the last speaker on Anderson Coy spoke to the perimeter fencing and all of the security issues we had, and you said it was taken care of. How much, what were the costs of those repairs, and which funding did it come from? 'Cause I know you have insurance, you have FEMA, you have MID funds. Which funding took care of those repairs? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Again, the perimeter fencing was secured. That was a $1 million project that was started, and it was a combination of funds, whether it was PFA, whether it was grants. It was a mixture of funds. The cost to secure it after being breached, I can get that number for you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. In your response to the previous speaker, you shared that the Bureau of Corrections do not owe, you don't have any outstanding obligations, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean when you say that? Is it this year or outstanding obligations over time?
The obligations that we have current.
Okay, but you have other outstanding obligations, right?
Yes.
So what are those? Because outstanding obligations are outstanding obligations, whether they happen in this year or whether they happen previous year or the year before or the year before. And I asked the question because when our hospital, the Roy Snyder Hospital was here, they shared with us, and I was looking for the number, but I left that particular, because I take my notes, and I left that particular notebook for the hospitals in my office. But the hospitals indicated that you owe them, I think it's upwards of $300 and something thousand.
What I will tell you, Director Testamark, what I will tell you, I remember previous years they say that Bureau of Correction owed, and we have contacted them and we asked them to please send us the bills that the agency owes so that we can, rectify it and pay it. I can tell you as of today, I don't have a bill. Any bill that comes from either one of the hospitals, it is paid. They have not brought us anything from previous years detailing what the agency owes.
Okay, well, may I suggest that you check on that, because as we build this budget, we continue to hear about outstanding obligations that are owed to government agencies.
Okay.
And we know that some of our departments and agencies are going to come before us for appropriation transfers.
Okay.
We need to clean up some of our debt.
Okay.
So we interested in buying no car and no furniture. We need to pay our bills, and then we can move on and buy car and furniture after we pay the bills.
I agree.
So you need to share with us what is available, what is the outstanding amount. Please work with the CEO, Commission,
Okay.
so you can find out exactly what that is. But they did share that there is an outstanding amount. And we did ask before, I don't know if you remember, I want to say it was last
year.
budget cycle or the cycle before, I believe it was me, I was sitting right over there and I asked the question about whether or not the inmates qualified for the Medicaid program. And you did say that you were going to check into it. So tell us about that.
Dr. Linda Callwood, she could elaborate. Dr. Callwood?
Hi there. Good afternoon. Dr. Linda Callwood, Medical Director.
Dr. Callwood, you have to bring the mic to you, please. So you
Dr. Linda Callwood, it was given a feedback, so I stepped
pull
back.
it to you. Okay.
Okay, Dr. Linda Callwood, Medical Director for the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. Yes, currently what we have in place, the Medicaid program pays for inmates who stay in the hospital for 24 hours or longer. However, they do not stay or pay for one's instance, an inmate goes to dialysis 3 times a week, and he's been doing this for over a year. They do not pay for those services. During the tour on Monday, I explained my concerns and my recommendations that the Medicaid program be extended to the inmates as though it's extended in at least 3 different states, because it's up to the Medicaid programs locally to determine what type of coverage they're going to give to their citizens. And since the inmates are citizens of the territory, they just live in a different area. I strongly, and I know they qualify because they have no income or any significant income, so I don't see why they should not qualify to be on a Medicaid program. So I discussed this same matter with Governor O'Brien, and he said that consider it done, quote unquote. So right now I anticipate that the program will be extended to our inmates, and that will take care of a lot of the bills as far as the hospitals are concerned.
Okay, so Director Testamark, I would strongly suggest that you work with your colleague, the Commissioner of the Department of Human Services, because if what the medical director has shared with us is something that is being queried and we're having conversation on the executive level, we need to bring that down, commissioner to commissioner. That issue needs to be addressed.
Okay.
They represented that you owe them.
Okay.
So it's something that we need to clear up, and it doesn't brief well when departments come before us and talk about other departments owing them, and we haven't figured out how to work it out internally. I mean, I don't know why we would have a Medicaid program that is here to support our government and to address the issues that we have with uncompensated care, and we don't want to take care of unless it's just something that can be done. But it sounds like the doctor has done her research, and it is being done in other states. So we have to give appropriate, make sure we have to fight. We shouldn't have to from department to department, but unfortunately, that happens. So I'm urging you to really look into it and definitely get back to us with regards to what they're claiming that you owe and figure out what that period is, so we could figure out how we're going to make these, how we're going to provide this assistance, so we could kind of clean off some of the things that we have going on our books right now. Okay?
I will. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and blessings. Good morning to the staff, Director Testamark. You have a well-dressed professional staff. I've noticed that the departments that come before us where you're dressed like you are, it's a very high performing, and you have an excellent budget, and you gave a lot of information. So now I can ask you some tough questions. So, okay, are your nurses part of the regular nurses contract that was renegotiated?
Real Faulkner, Assistant Director. No, they're not. They're not part of any union. They have made an application to join a union, but that has not been finalized yet.
Okay, that's good, because I noticed that your RN was at $69,003, and with the new government negotiated contracts, the RN should be at $75,000. So you have to fix that. Also, the LPN, you have one at $53,097. So that's pretty good, but the RNs, you have to get it together, because RNs are very important. Yes, also, sir. The correctional instructor, what's the salary for the correctional instructor? Madam Chair, please hold my time.
I don't know.
What's the salary for the correctional instructor?
Ms. Wilshire. Part-time.
Ms. Yeah.
Hold the senator's time, please.
And the dental assistant while you're looking there. Also, you have Core Civic, $3 million. Is that, explain to me what that is.
Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget. Core Civic, that's the contract, that's the annual contract for them, for having the inmates.
How many inmates? That's South Carolina? That's the one in South Carolina?
No, Core Civic, Real Faulkner. Core Civic is in Florida as well as Mississippi.
Okay. You have some mental patients in South Carolina. What's the bill for that? I couldn't find that.
Director Testamark, currently, the Bureau of Corrections pays directly to that facility. It's about $18,000 a month for that individual, individual.
How many offenders you have there?
No. Currently, we have one that BOC is paying for.
One at 18,000 per month. Okay, so you got the salary now for the correctional instructor and the dental assistant?
Yes, Senator. Phyllis Hodgkins, Human Resource Manager. For the correctional instructor, it's $25,001.60, and these are part-time positions.
Madam Chair, I can't hear the testifier. I can't hear the testifier.
The mic.
Mike, please speak into the mic.
Phyllis
please.
Hodgkins.
And media, can you please turn up the mics of the testifiers? Because all of us are having a difficult time hearing.
Okay, the correctional instructor and the dental assistant.
The correctional instructor, Phyllis Hodgkins, Human Resource Manager. The correction instructor is $25,001.60, and the dental assistant is $24,960, and those are part-time positions.
Okay, good. You know, that comes out exactly to $12 an hour. You know, we got to pay a living wage. A dental assistant, you know, is very, very important. We want to be smiling and no teeth and things showing. So we got to fix that. That's too low a salary. Okay, I want to go into a very important observation I made here as a first-time senator. I've been adding up the cost the government of the Virgin Islands spends for the Attorney General, the Criminal Justice, the Public Defender, Bureau of Corrections, Victim Support, and the VIPD. And I compared that to education. The VI government spends a lot more in the criminal justice system than we do for education. And that's very noteworthy because you also mentioned that 90% of the offenders will come back out into the public. So I want to ask you now, of that 90% that comes back into the public, what percent actually goes back into the Bureau of Correction? Because after that, I want to get to your statements where you have the you're doing some good work. So what percentage comes back? Because I know the public defender says about 40%, but what would you say actually comes back?
Oh, it's a little bit more than that.
Mr. Faulkner, you will
1 minute.
The last research that we did as a bureau was in 2013. And we began a study of 136 prisoners who were released from custody in St. Thomas and St. Croix. And our study found that 21% of those former prisoners were arrested within 3 years.
Okay, see, and that's important because that one
30 seconds.
That one offender that you have, the government of the Virgin Islands is spending $216,000 for just one offender in South Carolina. So we very much have to encourage that you get that issue where you're talking about assisting the offenders to re-enter the community, because that's very, very important. And I had some discussions with Dr. Kaiser Calwood, and I'm very impressed with what you're doing in those efforts. So continue the good work, and we're here to help you. Thank you. Blessings, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to everyone. I know that the work that you do is a very challenging type of work, especially if you're dealing with persons who are suffering from mental illness, and you may be understaffed with providing some of those psychiatric and counseling that is required. So I really want to commend all of the hardworking people, especially the correction officers. I see my classmate, my schoolmate in the back, for all the work that you have done to assure that our people who are incarcerated for whatever issue or crime, that they are treated humanely. That's the most important thing, that we treat them as human beings that they are. Now, I do have a question because I did some math and I wanted to find out from you, based on your budget, which is for fiscal year 2023, which was 37.2 million. You indicated you have a total of 384 inmates that you're serving, providing services here on island as well as in abroad combined. So that looks about like $96,000 we are spending annually to provide incarceration services for our offenders. That's a lot of money. That's a very high amount of money. So with that said, I really want to applaud you on your reentry program. I know it just started up, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're going to need about a year to test whether it is working and look at your recidivism rate from there. Okay, so if anybody out there, and I'm sure you've reached out to employers also, and you have some employer partners?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
2 so far.
2 employer partners. I'm hoping that you can build that level because it does transform their lives when they come out. They're coming back out into the community. Now, I also wanted to inquire about your grants. That's my background, federal funding. And so I noted that you have, and I'm speaking specifically from page 4 of the post-audit report. You have a total balance of $2 million for your federal grants. And I wasn't clear on where some of the source of funding for your federal grants derived from. Specifically, the first under this item, it has from these are ones that you discovered from 2009. Those grants, 2000 is a FZAPV. What was the agency that gave you these funding? Where do they come from primarily?
Peter Abraham's programs and grants, they came primarily from the Department of Justice.
Justice, okay. U.S. Department of Justice, just to be clear. And do you receive under this, because I don't see it here, do you receive any administrative cost?
No.
1 minute.
Or any indirect?
No.
Okay, so all of it goes towards programmatic. How do you provide the services to actually implement these grants? How is the payment for the persons who are going to implement these grants? Do you hire contractual workers?
No. We utilize the staff that we have.
Oh, well, how you pay the staff? You have to pay the staff. How are you paying the staff?
30
that raises
seconds.
another question, because is there a cost share? How are you using these grants? How are people paid to provide the services based on the scope of work for these grants?
The individuals that we've hired are regular classified employees that we put grants to, we supplement the educational portions of it by doing contracts. For example, we have contracts with UVI Cell to help with programs, which is paid for through the grants. We have other programs that we contracted out, Align Community. We've reached out with different organizations that help provide that. But the employees that I have are the case managers. And the case managers that help pull together.
Okay. So my time is going to be called. How many of the case I'm sorry, my time was called. Madam Chair, I'll just wrap up because we need to know if there's a cost share with the general fund with your case managers. And I suspect you have counselors, or they paid 100% through the grant. Because I didn't see it in the listing. I may have overlooked it, but I didn't see that there was any cost sharing that was being performed by your case managers.
No, we utilize the staff that I have in my department in programs all come from general fund.
Salary.
Okay, thank you. Still not.
Thank you for your response. It's clear that the federal dollars that you receive, those federal dollars all go back into your correctional activities.
That is correct.
And the local government provides the overall supplement to support the federal dollars.
Yes.
So not all grants have a cost share opportunity.
Can I
So
make a clarification?
you can.
As was mentioned earlier, my budget is only $100,000. So therefore, I rely heavily on grants to support that. So just recently, we, through the vision of the director, we increased the amount of case managers that we have in our department. That's something that's recent. So we're able to expand on programs, and then we heavily rely on those grants to support those programs.
Totally understand. All right, thank you for your response. When you submitted your FY24 budget, one of the things that you shared was that you had, we asked about outstanding obligations. I want to go back to the obligations because I want to go back to the post-audit report so we could have clear clarification. I note that, what is the turnaround time for you to, once you put your transactions into the financial management system? Because I know that you have pages and pages. I suspect that those bills have been paid since then, but I note that you have pages and pages of transactions that says awaiting check run. So what is that turnaround time for you to receive? Once you put your transactions in the system, they meet let's just for the sake of this conversation, they meet the three-way match. How long does it take for your vendors to get paid? And I'm asking it for a reason, because we've had vendors that we've had to call that's providing your commodities for your kitchen, etc. And you would, so it's in the system, we're waiting for the check to be cut by finance. When you ask how long it's been in there, sometimes it's been in there for quite some time. So how long?
Director Testimark, it varies from 2 weeks to 30 days and sometime longer.
Yeah, that's a big challenge because,
yes,
2 weeks to 30 days. Have you tried to find out why your transactions take this long? I mean, how long has that been happening? Is that been happening all along? Or it's just started to happen within this fiscal year?
That's all along,
general
to be
practice.
honest with you.
Yeah, because it just sounds like we have a cash flow challenge when we take 30 days or 2 weeks to pay transactions that are in the system. But then I have to ask this question. Once the issues are resolved, if you submit transactions and there's an issue in the system and you correct the issue, how long does that take? The same?
Within 2 weeks. If there's an issue on, let's say, our end or someone's end, we correct the issue, and then usually they try to get that check out within 2 weeks after the issue has been corrected.
Yeah, because I'm seeing like merchant market and your pharmacy and
when that happens, again, I usually go agency head to agency head because we rely heavily on those vendors to take care of our inmates.
And what vendor is KAC 357 Inc.?
That's the market.
That's the marketplace.
That's the
marketplace, the grocery store here. What is it called?
Plaza West.
Plaza. Oh, Plaza West. So you purchase your food in bulk from Plaza West, or you purchase your food off the shelf from Plaza West?
No, in bulk. What happened is the government put these things out for...
Okay, so you have a supply contract?
Yes, it's a supply
problem.
contract.
All right, thank you. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Director Winnie Testmark and your team.
Good afternoon.
Everyone came out in full force to support you today. I want to just say that I had the opportunity when I was in the 30th legislature to visit BOC. And I'm going to tell you, from then to just hearing the testimony, I feel better than when I was in the 30th. And when I walked in there and I hear individuals shouting out, "We want rice and peas, we want this." They were shouting out the things that they wanted to eat. And I see you have, the post auditor has here a GGACF farm. Can you explain that for me, please?
What page are you on? Senator?
Page 7 of 22 of the post audit. And while you're looking for that, I wanted to find out, how much do you spend locally? Well, not, how much do you spend in food per year? And why I'm asking, because great program you have with the equine program. What about farming? I think that's a very important thing, because farming could be therapeutic as well.
Right.
And it could help you with your individuals who are inmates, that they can eat better, probably lower your cholesterol, hypertension, all of that. I understand that is escalating.
Yes.
So please tell me about that farm.
Okay, so let me tell you about the farm. And at the Bureau of Corrections in St. Croix, we do have a farming program where the individuals plant vegetables and fruits, and the bush tea, they utilize it, the lemongrass, the different mint grass and stuff that they utilize for their tea in the morning. Also the fruits and vegetables that they grow, some of it is also utilized in the kitchen. So we do have that program also.
Well, this is just a suggestion that you guys, I don't know how much land that you have, but that you may be able to sell your produce, to feed yourself and to sell produce, because they're there, and I think it would be a great program to expand.
Thank you so much for that. That is something that we already have we're in motion to have a Saturday market. Not a Saturday market because we don't want to compete with the other Saturday market, but during the week with some of the produce that the inmates have grown. But thank you so much for that.
Right. I think the more the better. Page 14 of your testimony, treatment for the mentally ill. Can you tell me what you are doing to address that high percentage of individuals who are experiencing behavioral issues?
Page 14. Okay, currently they have the day club, where it's ran by a combination of Dr. Sang, us contract psychiatrist, and the mental health unit. And they do therapy, one-on-one therapy. They do counseling. They do group projects. I definitely invite you all to come so you can see firsthand what it's all about. But that is what we do for the individuals there. We just opened up the housing unit, and it's housed about 6 individuals.
1 minute.
That's in that program. In addition to that, anyone that require additional care that's above that, then we have to send them away.
Okay. With that being said, are you still having your individuals who have behavioral issues, who are detainees, mixed with individuals who may not have behavioral issues? Are they still housed together or placed together?
30 seconds.
Inmates and detainees are housed separately.
Okay. I have 30 seconds left. What would you say is your biggest challenges that you face at the Bureau?
The biggest challenge that we have at the Bureau of Corrections, I would say, is physical plant and staffing. Physical plant meaning the facilities are really not up to par, and staffing. That's the biggest challenge. And of course, dealing with the mentally ill, I cannot leave that out.
You mentioned in your testimony that you were diligent in filling vacancies. How do you have a timeline of getting all of these very important positions, physicians, nurses, hygienists, mental health professionals? What is your timeline on getting these positions filled?
Well, the timeline, we have an aggressive timeline. We are hoping at least by the end of the fiscal year, we'll fill at least 20-something positions. What we have done, have ramped up in terms of advertising. Every radio station, you hear my voice everywhere. People call on Facebook, on our website, personnel, Indeed, you name it, when they have maybe the, the recruitment fairs, we're there. Corrections is always there to try to get persons to come to work with us at the Bureau of Corrections. And of course, Ms. Gums has also started sending out to the staff for them to apply internal and just recommend their friends and family members or persons that they may frequent with to apply for an opportunity at the Bureau of Corrections. We have several opportunities. The most needed is correction officers. We're not going to forget that. But we also need other individuals that complement the correction officers, what they do day in, day out, because they work some long hours. But the director's goal is to ensure that we could complement the staff so they can be able to not only come to work, but also have a life as well outside of the Bureau of Corrections.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're good?
I have one more question, and it's...
You may ask it.
So, do you have any officers that have actually put in their paperwork to retire for this year?
No, we've had 2 resignations, but I haven't had anyone since then to put in.
And how many officers do you have presently?
Ms. Guns? Currently, we have 35 in St. Thomas, and in St. Croix, I have 50. 50.
And you would need more officers because you have a lot of overtime, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. What are we paying per inmate? Per day to our off-island?
So off-island is cheaper. Off-island, the average, and these are rough estimates. This is Riel Faulkner, by the way, Assistant Director. Off-island inmates average about $115 per day.
$115 per day.
And in the Virgin Islands, it's going to be at least $273 a day.
$273.
Right.
So, I'm going to ask that question. How can we get our numbers down? Because I remember at one point, it was like $69 a day or something like that. Of course, with salary increases, I mean, that's a long time ago. Right. With salary increases, the cost of services, etc. What ways, what are you looking, what is your strategic, or do you have a strategic plan to look to reducing the cost? Is it that it's cheaper on the mainland because these facilities are bigger and
they're more modern? And we do have a 5-year strategic plan. And the facilities, one way in which we could reduce it is more modern facilities. In the modern facilities, it decreases your number of staff and that's needed to run the facilities. The upkeep of those facilities, more modern facilities, wouldn't be as great as it is now. It's costing the territory a lot of money to maintain, upkeep those facilities that we have currently.
Yeah, and I note that in your testimony, you said something that I definitely highlighted, and this is a good time to reference it. I think I pulled it out. You said, until the legislature approves new correctional facilities, the lower local operating costs, the disparity between housing per trial detainees, et cetera, we don't have to approve...
appropriate.
New, or you meant appropriate?
Yes.
We don't need to appropriate the funding for new... a new construction project. Construction projects, you're referencing a 20 to what, 20 to $30 million, if not more, project, or more, $100 million. Let's just start there, right?
Yes.
So that's something that requires that collaborative effort and a discussion on the executive level. Usually when you have these types of projects, you identify a source so you can float bonds or do whatever is necessary. But we are not, we are not in a position to float bonds to build a prison facility. We are in a position, and I don't know what some of the financials are as far as what's happening with the central government, but matters like those, if that is that important, then we should be looking to floating bonds or figuring out how we're going to fund that. And not that alone, we had our CDBG dollars. We've had millions, let me change it, billions of dollars coming into the territory. So we have to determine what our priorities are. So I don't even know if we would be in favor of doing something like floating bonds because of the billions of dollars that came into the Virgin Islands. So again, we have to be better for those funds. So I don't know where you sat at the table when they were discussing the divvying up of those funds, but it's a good point because what is it costing us on an annual basis to pay for our consent decree? Because I believe that a major part of our consent decree is tied to our housing. Let me just let me just rest that right there. Mm-hmm. So what are we paying annually?
Go ahead. Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget. For the monitors on St. Croix, that's $300 a year.
Give me the total, just the total cost.
Okay, it's $800,000.
So $800,000, but that number sounds like it's been reduced, Director.
$800,000, that's just for the experts, and then we have another 1.5 for the attorneys that we just hired.
So that's what, $2.3 million, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So are we paying $2.3 million for how long?
Well, we just had the new attorneys. It's been about a year now and a few months.
No. When you came on board, what was the expense? Because this consent decree has been going on since, I believe, Farrelly was governor.
Okay. Are we going to include the inmates off island also? Because it's a cost. Or you just want what it costs?
Not necessarily, because you'd have to pay the cost if they were here. So the cost is lower, so not necessarily. Just the work that's around the consent decree. Paying the special master. I don't know if you still have a special master.
No.
Those types of people.
Right.
So Riel Faulkner, Assistant Director. So we have the monitor on St. Croix. Remember, we have two consent decrees, one on St. Croix, one on St. Thomas. On St. Croix, the monitor and his team, we're paying $300,000 a year for that service. On St. Thomas, we have court-appointed experts, 5 in total, and the budget includes $100,000 per expert, so that's $500,000. On top of that, we have our outside counsel and their contract, which the budget shows to be $1 million. And that doesn't include, of course, the staff hours or the time from the Attorney General's office, because they also sit in on these consent decree cases.
So where I was going with this is how much money we've spent over the years. If you go back from when you began initially, then these are the types of arguments that we have to wage around why we need to have a facility. I know that there was $20+ million that was spent on the prison. I think it came in at 18 to 19 million, sometime in 2004 or 5. Yeah, when they extended the beds. A lot of money was spent then. At the time, Ivas Shadiran was the Attorney General. We spent about $20 million in that facility on St. Croix. Yes.
Wow.
So it's not as if, and I believe that $20 million came from funding that was supported by the legislature at the time. I believe it was a direct appropriation over a few years. So I'm sure he will probably text me and give me the correct information if he's listening. But yes, so, we have to look at what we're spending and whether or not this is beneficial for us to really get out of the consent decree, because we're hiring monitors, etc. So your monitors now are doing exactly what? Because you don't have a choice because it's court appointed, etc. Right?
Yes.
But they're doing what for us?
The monitors are like umpires. They report to the court on what they see. So what they do is they come on a quarterly basis, and they review our operations. They review monthly our reports that are sent to them, and they give a report to the court. Here's what needs to happen. Here's where they are in terms of complying with the consent decree. Here's what they need to improve on. Here's what they're doing well on. So they're basically like the umpires who report to the court on what we're doing.
So for the St. Croix consent decree, what are the two major issues that you have?
Staffing is the number one issue for both consent decrees. Just having enough officers to do all the things that need to be done. Housing is, of course, another issue. Mental health issues are also important.
So staffing and mental health challenges. And St. Thomas is the same thing.
Yes, staffing.
So what about your beds, your space? Is that a challenge as part of?
Yes, it is in terms of housing. Yes,
housing. That's what I mean.
The number of beds available to house the inmates. We have a very small facility on St. Thomas. CJC really has about 97 beds that it's available to hold. So once that gets filled up, you have to make adjustments and transfers.
So where are we with the Alva Swan facility?
Peter Abrams.
Good afternoon, Peter Abrams, Programs and Grants. We're at the point now where the construction drawings are about 90% complete. We're still working on the scope of work for the demolition of the site. We have to do some rezoning issues there, but things are moving right along. We're hoping to get an RFP out shortly.
And the proposed beds at that facility?
207.
207, and it'll be used as a detention center or a halfway house. So what's the proposal for Alva Swan facility? Is it a mix? What is it?
A detention facility.
So straight detention. All right, Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. I'm going to start with the consent decree topic. So we heard $300,000 one way, St. Croix, $100,000 each way for St. Thomas, up to $500,000. On top of that, another $1.something million. When we going to really see the light at the end of this money-making scheme? I continue to call it. Sometime back in 2015 or so, I told some top police officials, this thing ain't nothing but a money-making scheme. They didn't take my comments lightly. But quickly, 2-3 years later, they had to realize what I was saying. I don't care how good or what performance we do. We go back, we correct, we go back, we correct, and they could always find something else. Just to continue scheming us out of not hundreds of thousands of dollars, but millions of dollars. I want the public to know that this is a scheme. And I ain't scared to say it, and I ain't holding back no words and saying it. It is all a scheme. And it is time for even the courts to realize that you're just bleeding the people. It really needs to stop. People making money out of this thing. Individuals Yes, from the highest. I'm just tired of this consent decree. And at some point, we're going to realize exactly what it is. Director, I'm happy to hear you talking about some of the programs you have. But, and I'm going to take up your offer to actually come and visit the facility. But what I'm not certain about, I could remember, and I'm not even talking about the time of me being in law enforcement. I'm going back to me being a child into teenage time. That once I drive by on Melvin Evans Highway, I could have seen inmates working and whatnot outside the facility. How many prisoners do you actually have working in this farming program that you're talking about?
Currently, there's about 6 inmates that work the farm program.
So 6 of them. Maybe that's why I can't see them driving
I mean, you're not
by.
going to see, you driving by, you're not going to see them because they're not outside of the perimeter. They're inside the perimeter.
Okay, so they're not where they used to raise the cows and the cattle and thing then. It's on the other side.
They're on the other side.
Okay.
Of that, yes.
But I could say that I did see the fancy setup with the pen and the, what it was, goats and thing I think I saw in the back. I was at the
goats.
Bureau of Motor Vehicle the other day and I was able to see there. So, okay. So, things are happening.
Yes, sir.
Premium pay. Where are we on the premium pay financial person? Have your individuals, especially the correction officers who couldn't stay from home
1 minute.
and monitor the inmates
1 minute.
from their TV screen, were they paid their premium pay?
Dr. Kaiser Callwood, I can
Wait,
respond.
man. Why we going to Dr. Kaiser Callwood? I asked for the financial person. I really want the answer. Our law enforcement, first responders, and medical professionals need their money. This was intended for them. And every first responding agency
30
come here,
seconds.
I'm trying to ascertain that. So directly from the fiscal person or financial person.
Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget. That's a project Dr. Kaiser Callwood was dealing with, so I'll have to refer it to him.
So again, okay. However you want to do it. When the people them going to get paid? And where they paid?
So of the 229 that was submitted, this includes current employees as well as employees that are no longer here. About 80 of them have been paid to date. We have an outstanding of 12 persons.
Slow down 1 second for me, because I noticed.
sorry.
No, nothing for you to be sorry
Okay.
about. I noticed time get called loudest when I talking. So I just want to make sure I'm clear with the chair. Madam Chair? Thank you.
So you want me to repeat?
Yes.
So we submitted 229 names. That includes current employees and employees that are no longer here. We have paid 80 persons. 12 persons are awaiting payment, and of course, those 12 persons were either missing hours or we had to scrub the list to go back, especially if employees have concerns. I went back to OMB. And then we have 137 persons that hasn't been paid due to making over the 70,000 threshold. So we're just waiting for that to be addressed. A waiver and that to be addressed with OMB for those individuals to be paid.
This waiver nonsense happening too long. What was the last statement from OMB and those that were making over the 70,000 threshold?
So the last time I dealt with, because I've been dealing with the GVI fellows, Mr. Connor, who has been assisting, they're still waiting for that waiver.
You're still waiting for the waiver?
Still waiting for the waiver to address those 137 persons that, in order for us to make the payment. So as that, I guess, as that is ready, then they can be paid.
Director?
Yes, sir.
I would like for you to speak with your colleague at that level and see what the status is. This is just far too long. And these are individuals we're talking about, again, that could not stay home and perform their duties.
Right. I will follow up with her, but I know the last time we had the conversation, they were awaiting response from Department of Interior where they submitted that waiver too. That was my response, but I will have that conversation.
That's the next thing again. They need to wait for Interior to tell them a thing, you know. I made it clear and read what the rules said clearly. It ain't say a thing about coming back to Interior. It said to justify those making over X amount. There was a threshold. Right. I forget what percentage they used, and the percentage that the U.S. Virgin Islands came up with was at $70,000. So in paying those, all they have to do is justify that these persons worked during that time and are deserving of this pay. They don't have to go back to Interior for anything.
Okay.
All right? So you'll be meeting with us, I believe.
September 12th.
September 12th. I'd like for you to have hopefully you'll be able to come back and say they were all paid by then.
All right.
But thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittin. So the OMB director testified before this committee where we did our entrance meeting for the FY 2024 budget meeting, that they've already been granted that waiver. We made a passionate plea to allow those who did not submit for those over 70 to give them an opportunity to submit. But what I'm hearing from you is when you submitted your listing, you submitted everyone, whether they were making over or under the 70, correct?
That's correct, because again, most of them are correctional officers.
There is no waiver challenge. If you should have already been able to justify whether or not these employees worked during that time period, and based on the type of employees they are, but the thing is, I think they were only what type of employees? It slips me.
First responders.
The people who are not paid in your office, are they first responders? That's the question.
Yes, some of them are, yes.
So have you separated out those that are not first responders from the 137?
So it's actually a combination, both first responders and some non-first responders haven't been paid because they made on the threshold.
This is the issue.
Frontline.
The frontline.
Right.
So frontline workers, if in that 137, everyone is not considered a frontline worker,
no,
then you need to separate it. Because then you are asking them to scrub that file. And they go scrub that file on their time, and rightfully so. The waiver is not for everyone. It's for first responders. That's what the issue is.
Okay, so no problem. Thank you. The medical personnel and correctional officers, we will definitely send that back into them and go from there. So
Okay,
we will have that
that's what the issue is.
Okay, thank you.
What are you paying for? I know that you were engaged in a contract for many years for your kitchen food preparation, and you no longer have a contractor that cooks for you.
That is correct.
So you have a kitchen staff.
Yes, ma'am, we do.
So what is it costing you now to purchase food in the Bureau?
Fiscal and Budget, Kathy Monroe. Currently, for fiscal year 23, we're at $1,098,666.
And what do you project that your food expenses will be at the end of the fiscal year?
1.5 million.
Oh, 1,098,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're projecting about 1.5 million that would be your food expense.
Yes.
Okay. And then there was something else I had here. What is the total cost of your 86 vacancies that you shared? inclusive of your associated fringe benefits.
Fiscal and budget, Kathy Monroe. For the vacancy, you said not including fringe?
Inclusive. Or you could break it out whichever way.
Okay, well, for the salaries, we have $2,499,930, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And for the fringe, I have $1,094,945, which brings a total of 3.5, which is $3,594,876.
Okay. 3,094. It's 3,094,876. Okay. So what are you doing right now in terms of recruiting new correction officers, and what is the starting salary for correction officers?
The current salary is, as a cadet, is $35,000. And once you become a correctional officer, you've gone through the academy, it's $41,553. Dr. Kaiser Callwood could elaborate on the different things that we've been doing to recruit those individuals.
Okay.
So, Dr. Kaiser Callwood, we have ramped up again our radio advertisement. We have been posting on every medium that we can in consultation with the Division of Personnel, on Facebook, sending it in WhatsApp group chats,
labor,
attending recruitment fairs, you name it. We have been doing it, sharing it with staff internally to share with their friends, family, people they contact frequent with, to ensure that we could get individuals on board. We have been getting people to apply. Ms. Gums has indicated several persons is on the way in terms of recruits to start that process, and then we continuously. So we just did some interviews last week. So hopefully we'll get another 3 that we can start. So as they come on board, meet the qualification, pass the entrance exam, and meet whatever internal qualification they have to meet in order to come on board, then we bring them on board to start the recruit until their a post academy class is available for them to go through that as well.
So what do they do in the interim when they're waiting for posts?
So they get work experience
on the job,
and on the job work experience to really determine if this is what they really want. So when posts do start, you already have an idea of what correction does, what it entails, what is required upon you. So when you go to post and come back, you'll be ready to hit ground running. And of course, we have a host of training as well, too, that the training department provides to them.
So they work with other correction officers who
already went through the post.
Certified?
Yes.
And how long does it usually take for them to come on?
It all depends on when the posts have the academy. So sometime it range from 3 months, 6 months range. It all depends on when the class is scheduled.
And then you noted in your testimony about traveling nurses and social workers. I see that there's a pending contract for that.
Well, yes, we put a RFP to assist us with staffing for the medical services because the territory is so unique and everyone is vying out of the same pot for RNs, and we put out an RFP to help us in that endeavor.
Yeah, so I've talked about this before. We experienced that with our hospitals, with our health centers, with the Bureau of Corrections, with the Department of Health. That should be a collective collaboration. We should be looking for one big contract. Human Services, likewise, where we look at it collectively so we could save costs on it, and then everyone puts their 2 cents into the pot. It's just very concerning that each department is doing this work individually, which isn't really saving us anything. So what we're doing, of course, you're trying to survive. You're trying to make sure that you do what's necessary for you within your department. So we're competing against each other. And that's a little concerning. I would think that by now, because we're challenged with nurses, we would have had some master contract that we would deal with territory-wide with regards to our nurses. But I'm not sure who would lead that and why we have not really looked at making that happen here in the Virgin Islands. I'm going to move on to Senator Johnson. I think I see Senator Francis Jr. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam. Good afternoon to everyone. To Director Testimark and her team for your testimony this afternoon. I'm one that is focused on making sure that we build in schools and hospitals and all those other areas, and certainly jails are not one of my priority areas. However, I think it's very much necessary for us to ensure that those institutions at least be repaired in a timely fashion to continue to exist. But the focus is not building additional jails. The Director, are you collecting any revenues whatsoever? Do your agency collect any revenues?
Fiscal and budget. Yes, currently we receive, it's $100 a night per inmate from the U.S. Marshals.
Okay, how much revenues have you collected in this fiscal year thus far? And how is that money used?
I'm sorry. Okay, for this year, we collected over $400,000, like $426,000. And that money is we bill the U.S. Marshals, they process a check and it goes to finance. So I'm in the process of reconciling. And what it's for, it's to cover anything like correction, like anything for the inmates. Regarding the inmates, it could be from renovations, anything to travel, etc.
Funding is then what? It's in an impress fund. How do you access the monies from that funding, from that revenue?
How it's set up, how we met it. How it's set up, we still have to go through the ERP system. So I'm actually currently in the like having conversations. We have a meeting after budget hearing, hopefully by the end of this week, with Treasury to see what's the options as far as how we can access the funds. But right now, we have to go through the ERP system. What is the current balance in that account? I'm sorry?
What is the current balance in that account?
Okay, the current balance I have is $2,473,355, so $2.4 million.
Is that information sent to our post-audit division?
Not the balance, but yes, you do have it as excluding federal funds. There's a sheet for that, yeah, but not the annual balance. You just ask, not the actual balance. You just ask for the projected and the actuals for prior years. But that can be provided to you, Senator.
Very well, and please make sure that our post-audit get that information. Director, are you monitoring or tracking your KPIs?
Yes, sir.
Key performance indicators.
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with the level of your efficiency and productivity based on your current KPIs?
Like I stated, 11 out of the 14 we are. The other 3, we definitely are working harder to increase enrollment. And like we stated that the tablet program will help us in that area to increase enrollment in educational services for the inmates.
Very well. And is there a situation right now where you're transporting inmates between the districts on a weekly basis, bi-weekly basis, or some form? And what is the cost association with the transporting of those inmates between the districts?
Fiscal and budget, Kathy
30
Monroe.
seconds.
Current year, it's like $24,000
That's in totality or per transportation?
Totality for the year.
for the current year.
Current year? Okay. And Director, in terms of the mental health area and the facilities there, do we have sufficient medication and everything to support and assist with your infirmary?
Dr. Linda Callwood, I'll let her elaborate. Dr. Callwood?
Good afternoon, Dr. Linda Callwood, Medical Director for the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. We always keep in stock certain medications that are frequently prescribed for any inmates who might have a medical condition. And if there is a case where the psychiatrist, Dr. Sang, prescribes another medication that we do not have on hand, we obtain them from the local pharmacies in both districts.
Thank you. Madam Chair, can I just ask 2 follow-up questions?
You may.
Thank you. And how many officers are currently assigned to the mental health area?
Okay, for the day club that which we have now, we have one officer that's assigned.
How many inmates currently in that area?
6.
Director? You think 1 officer assigned is adequate?
Currently, yes, sir. It's a more therapeutic setting. They're not there all day. They're just there for half of a day, and they do the therapy, the group work.
Okay, we will have a discussion offline about that because I always concerned about at least a second. You always want a second inmate to be able to support that 1 inmate in there. That's always a concern for enforcement and stuff. We can have a discussion about that offline.
No problem.
Just real quickly, in regards to civilian employees, what's the morale of your civilian employees? Any of them have been promoted most recently, or what's happening in that space in respect to your civilian employees? You can answer in the chair's times if you all allow it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. We just gave the promotional exam for the correctional officers relative to civilians, their positions that's posted for them to move up, move around if they choose to. Relative to the morale, I would definitely say that is upbeat. And again, it all depends on the given day and what's going on. However, we do our best, and the staff seems to be positive for the most part at this time. And there are a lot of team building activities that they participate in, that they want to participate in, and they have been participating in. So I would say it's upbeat for right now.
Thank you very much for your response. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the leniency.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So as I was sitting here, I was reflecting on the fact that we've been in a consent decree for upwards of 34 years. And we have spent well over $100 million on a consent decree as a territory. And I believe that gone are the days that we look at our detention centers and our jails as a place to lock people up. It's a place for rehabilitation. So we're not like we're building jails. We are building rehabilitation centers where those individuals, we still have to give them some level of respect because we expect them to come back out into our community and be productive members of our community. So it's important for us to ensure that the facilities that they are in are facilities that are conducive to rehabilitation, conducive for them to eat, conducive for them to exercise, conducive for them to have good health care, and et cetera, and et cetera. So it's not that we're building new jails. We are building rehabilitation centers for the individuals that we expect to come back into our communities to be amongst all of us. So we have to always be mindful and remember that. So I wanted to make sure that I put that squarely on the record about our thought process around jails in our communities. We have to focus on rehab. And that's why Director Testimark, that's why you've been really focused on making sure that you have inmate programs to allow for our inmates to come back out and be productive members of this community. Senator, I'm not sure whether it should be Senator Johnson or Senator Potter, but I called Senator Johnson's name before, so Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. What I would like to do, because I have a lot of questions, so I'm going to ask my question. I would appreciate if somebody write them down, and whoever can answer them, I would appreciate that. In your post-audit, I only see 2 facilities on the mainland, Core Civic and Virginia Department. I want to know about the other facilities because I know you have prisoners in Florida. What are the other facilities and the costs? I also like to know the total amount of prisoners we have in the mainland. I also would like to know what's the medical expense for those prisoners on the mainland. If I'm going too fast, please tell me slow down.
Go ahead.
So my first question is the other facilities, besides Core Civic and Virginia, how many prisoners are in the total amount of prisoners on the mainland and the medical expense for those prisoners on the mainland. I also want to know, you just said that you had a test given out. And I look at your vacant position and you have 5 sergeants, 2 lieutenants, 2 warden, 1 chief. Which facility needs these 2 warden? If a warden left recently? And when would these people be promoted if the sergeant test or the lieutenant test was given? We only talk about promotion tests. I'd like to know which test was given. I also like to know of some 30 prisoners that was brought from St. Thomas to St. Croix. Where are they housed? And I've been told most of them were mental prisoners. So where are these 30 prisoners that just came over from St. Thomas to St. Croix? And then this money that we just spoke about from the federal government, you said that there's some $2 million. When was the last time the Bureau had access to any of that money that the U.S. Marshal is paying for you holding these prisoners at your facility? When was the last time you accessed any of that money? And then your cameras. Are all the cameras in the facility working at this time? Work detail, work release. How many prisoners are involved in that program, which is a work detail or work release program? In other words, work detail, they can go to different governmental agency, work without a correction officer, supervisor. Work release, they can work a full-time job. These are policies that are there. I would like to know how many prisoners are on those programs. And I think I would sit back and listen while you try to answer those questions. One more here. You talk about rental space for $180,000. What's the plan and how long you guys intend to be in that rental unit? And the status of the Alva Swan complex, which was damaged by the hurricane. What's the status on it? What's the status on the funding that was awarded to the Bureau to replace that facility? I will stand by and listen to the answers to my question. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Director Testimark. Thank you, Senator Johnson. First, let me start off by answering for one question. Core Civic, the territory pays for inmates in the mainland. They are housed at Virginia Department of Corrections. That's one facility. And Core Civic. Core Civic is a private company. 1 minute. Core Civic is a private company that has facilities throughout the United States. Currently, we have Citrus County and Mississippi. Again, it's all under Core Civic, one agency. So that's why you only see 2 places mentioned there, because they're housed in Virginia or they're housed on the core civic. That's 1. 2, relative to some of the other questions, I'll refer to someone else. Relative to the promotional exam, you asked when were
30
they
seconds.
promoted. The lieutenant's exam, the sergeant's exam was given, and I'm saddened to say no one passed the exams. Okay, no one passed the exams. Relative to the money in which the agency is paid for housing federal inmates, that money is set aside in a separate fund. The Bureau. Okay. The Bureau currently is working with finance to access those funds. We know that it was a court order that was placed over years and years ago that created this fund so that the Bureau of Corrections could take care of the inmates in their care without going through some of the challenges or the processes that the government has in place. So as it relates with, I think it's called an Impress Fund, but that was placed per court order over many, many years ago, and we currently do not have access to it. However, we're working with finance to create an account where we could have access to that fund, but we do not have access to it. The federal government gives us a check for the individuals we house, and that fund is deposited into Department of Finance. Relative to work release, work detail, it varies. It all depends on the different agencies. They ask for someone, and we provide the services for them. Currently, we have about 6 individuals that go out on a recurring basis when needed to service those particular needs that the government may have, whether it's government or private. So it all depends. The last agency that asked for individual, I think it was Government House and Public Works. Also, we have a contract with Public Works to assist them when needed. Relative to work release, currently we have no one on work release. No one on work release programs. Relative to work release, remember it's only certain inmates based on the VI code that's eligible to go out and work, and it's only certain, it all depends on the employers out there if they want to engage in that program. So again, it all depends on what the need is. But currently, we have no one on work release program. Relative to the cameras, yes, we have cameras that's working. I'm not going to get into specifics due to security, but we have our cameras that's up and running. We upgraded our camera system, and we're good in that area. Relative to the medical expenses, Ms. Monroe, she could tell you that dollar figure amount. Thank you.
Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget. Regarding the off-island medical, it's only core civic because Virginia, it's included in the contract, and that amount is $228,200.
Today. $228,204. As it relates to Swan Annex, we were awarded $17 million, and for $3 million of that went to administrative fees and insurance, and there's a balance of $14 million. I will let Mr. Peter Abrams, our Programs and Grants Manager, he can elaborate where we are as it relates to Swan Annex.
Good afternoon, Peter Abrams, Programs and Grants. Construction drawings approximately 90% complete. We're currently developing the RFP for the demolition phase, and we're also in the process of developing the RFP for construction, and that's where we're currently at.
Madam Chair, I have a question that wasn't answered. If I may, Madam Chair.
The marshal, access to the marshal.
Yes, Senator, you may proceed.
I asked about the warden. If a warden left, you have 2 vacant positions. I only got an answer for core civic with the medical expense. Virginia Department did not give a medical expense for that. and the 30 prisoners that came across from St. Thomas?
Oh, I forgot to mention, in reference to, I don't know about the 30 inmates, I don't know where you got your number from. However, we transported 14 individuals from St. Thomas to St. Croix, and they are currently housed at John A. Bell Correctional Facility.
Senator Johnson? Does that satisfy your...
Medical expense for Virginia, I didn't get a response for Virginia, the medical expense.
Virginia medical cost is included in the contract.
So let me ask you, it's included in the contract, so is it when you pay the bill, when they send you, are you invoiced or you pay them a flat rate every month?
They invoice us.
Speak into the mic.
Sorry, Kathy Monroe. Yes, we get a bill every month.
Okay, so in that bill, is the bill broken down by medical?
Yes.
So that's what the senator is asking. What, all this included in the contract, what is the associated medical cost?
I will have to provide that because we
All
don't
right,
separate.
so you can send it back to the committee. No, the number was inclusive of the two, you gave a number of, I believe, 268 before for...
That's core civic.
For core civic.
They send
yeah.
two separate bills.
Yes. Okay, so inmate work detail. How much do we pay per day for that inmate?
It varies.
How much do we pay the inmates per day if they get out on work detail?
It varies on the job, but it could range from...
So it's skilled labor and, it should be two, right? Skilled labor and unskilled labor.
Yes.
So what's that?
And it ranges from $5,
wow,
$5 to $10 a day, all depends. Because I mean, it's very hard work that the individuals do when they go out.
So unskilled would be on it, but the southern end of the scale?
Right.
And the $10 is for skilled labor, up
Yes,
to
ma'am.
$10?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's a significant improvement.
Yes.
Senator, okay, before I give you the point of information, Senator Gittins, so we did get some information from the Schneider Regional. So apparently the amount that's owed is $843,563. However, it's over a 5-year period. So they didn't share what that period is, though. I don't know what years, etc. So please work with them to get the information on these outstanding amounts.
I will.
Senator Gittins, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director.
Sir.
For cost savings and reducing overtime cost, have you or do you have the ability to look into electronic monitoring for individuals who are non-violent offenders? Through the chair.
Yes, yes, we do. And currently, I'm in talks with the AG. The previous AG, we were on target to get electronic bracelets, but it all depends. It was only for the non-violent offenders. So we are currently in talk now with the new AG, and that's what we would like to do. But again, it's a process that's going to take not only BOC, but also the judicial system also, because they have to be in agreement to do so.
Can we be ready for that topic on the 12th as well?
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, Director Testimark, as well as the members of your executive team who accompanied you to this finance hearing. I first want to really extend kudos to you for prioritizing rehabilitation and reintegration programs. As you correctly said, 90% of the inmates who serve will be returning back to the community, so it only makes sense for us to prioritize our efforts in that regard. I try to, once I'm aware of it, I try to attend any of your programs, your graduation programs that you have. They're always very moving to see family there, to see the inmates who themselves are, I think one of them said, This is the first time I had the opportunity to wear a cap and gown. So it's something that's meaningful, it's something that's very powerful. What percentage of your inmates have high school diplomas?
Peter Abrams.
At this time, I don't have an assessment of how many inmates don't have. We go through a screening process, but I can get you that information.
Okay, thank you if you will. And I know that one of your priorities is to get a larger number of inmates to participate in the programs. So I'd like to know, what sort of strategies do you have in mind on the horizon to motivate more of the inmates to take advantage of these powerful programs that you have at the Bureau?
Peter Abraham, Programs Grants. Thank you for that question, because that is an ongoing process. We've been looking at the programs we offer. We have been revamping them. We look at the needs of the individuals that are there, that are clients, as we refer to them as, and that we have to hit three key components: the education, vocational, and the health and wellness of that individuals. So each program we look into has to have some specific access to that. For example, like the equine program, where that helps with the therapy, plus it's a vocational, because when they finish with the equine program, they could go to any racetrack in the United States and get a job. It's a Groom Elite certified program. So what we've been doing is that we've been gauging what the inmates are interested in, while meeting those core principles. And we've been looking at, for example, the director mentioned our tablet program, because we recognize that 80% of the inmates that we have at the facility is between the ages of 18 and 25. So with the tablet program, we've been getting a lot of input from that younger group, and that we're moving into more 3D, three-dimensional classes, where that the inmates can learn by wearing one of those Oculus, the cameras.
Excellent.
So that they can learn from that process. And we've been gaining a lot of interest. Even some of the older folks that have been there have tried it on, and this was like a revelation for them, because they're not part of that, that Atari, that Game Boy, part of life. But the young folks are, and using those tools as a method to educate them has been very successful for us.
Excellent, excellent. Just to pivot a little bit, overcrowding, and I know that is an issue that is a sore spot for inmates, for correction officers, and it's something that's really out of your control. On any given day, any given weekend, we may have an influx of inmates. So if the facility is full, what sort of strategy do you have in place to accommodate an unusual influx of inmates on a given weekend, for example?
Again, Peter Abraham, Programs and Grants. Great question, because one of the points
30 seconds
that the director brought up earlier is that we've bought a modular jail facility that we're bringing on board. We're in the process now of creating the foundation. The actual modular jail is here. It'll house about 60 individuals, and that the first phase of it is that once we get it operational, we want to be able to take individuals from each one of the take individuals from the housing units, so that we can go in and renovate, fix them up, to make better accommodations of the space, because some of the cell units are, not operational because they, lack of maintenance. But by doing this, we're able to expand the ability, and then once expand the housing space, and once that is done, we're now able to backfill those units with the 60 individuals. So if that works out, there's an opportunity in the future to do more of that type of stuff.
Okay. Madam Chair, if I may, just one final wrap-up question, and it's concerning the consent decree, and I know several of my colleagues expressed their frustration with regards to that, and I'm sure you are equally as frustrated also. Just to get a sense, as a director, and we've probably had maybe 7 or 8 correction directors since we've had this consent decree. So I'm interested to find out your thought process coming into a situation where it's almost an overwhelming reality, dealing with the consent decree and all the issues that comes along with it. Is your thinking as director to hold on, to tread water, to at least not get any worse during my tenure? Or is there a realistic plan or strategy to get this consent decree eradicated? Is it something that you sense is realistic, or seeing just year after year, director after director, us not really getting any substantive place, do you approach it from let's just hold our own here and pass it on to the next guy? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the thinking of a director in your position.
No, definitely, Director Testamark. The goal is for us to come from under these costly consent decrees. Currently, we have a 3-year strategic plan, and we have already embarked upon it, and we have already made headway. One was hiring individuals, a legal team, to fight for the people of the Virgin Islands who specializes in correctional litigation, who have been positive, who has been, what's the word? Successful, thank you, who has been successful in helping other agencies, other states get out of consent decrees. So we are now working collaboratively with the monitors in both cases to continue to move the needle, continue to move and improve and doing what we need to do and staying focused on really what the consent decree is all about, condition of confinement. For example, mental health. When it came to mental health, that's one of the reasons that the St. Thomas consent decree came about. Mental health and training. Well, the territory has been taking care of the mentally ill. We no longer have them sitting in the facilities deteriorating. If they need higher level of care, we send them away to someone who could take care of them. One, as it relates to training, we have up training. We have given the staff the training needed and continue to do those trainings. So those are things that we are focusing on, having to shift back from just anything to focusing on the consent decree itself, why the territory got into it, and moving forward, because we have been demonstrating and we continue. Of course, we have long way to go, but we have made strides. So there is a 3-year strategic plan for us to get out of these consent decree.
Well, keep our fingers crossed that in 3 years we'll be out from under the clutches of the consent decree. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you.
Director, I really need to get back to these budget numbers. However, I have one point of information from Senator Johnson, and then we're going to get back to these budget numbers, please. We have oversight committees who could take care of some of these matters that we're discussing today. Senator Johnson, you may proceed with your point of information.
Thank you. It's basically my question that wasn't answered. How many prisoners on the mainland? Because we tried to figure out the cost per prisoners based on the numbers that they're saying. So I wanted to know how many prisoners on the mainland. That's a question that I asked. And about the warden. 2 wardens are missing if someone just left. Thank you.
Okay, please answer the question succinctly, because I believe that prisoner on the mainland question was in the testimony.
Yes, it is.
So please be succinct so we can move on.
There's 100.
1 second.
I'm sorry.
We do have the individuals from the Division of Personnel, GSC, that's ready to move forward with their support of their budget. So please be succinct.
There's 148 inmates on the mainland.
And then there was a question about the transfers of warden or...
Currently, we have 2 vacancies. We have one acting warden, Dana Grant, that she will be promoted shortly, and we're currently advertising for the other one here in St. Thomas.
All right, thank you for your response.
Thank you.
So let's get back to the numbers. I note that in your FY 24-23 legislative appropriation, the legislature appropriated $13,710,042. And the recommendation is 10 million for 24, 10,163,390, which is a reduction of some $3,546,652,000. What is the reason for that $3.5 million reduction?
Fiscal and budget, Kathy Monroe. I think Kaiser noted, but that is to correct an error from food services.
I don't understand.
So we took the money from other services, and food services is in category 3, which is supplies, and so
Okay.
that's where the
So you still have $1 million issue. Almost $1 million, like $900,000, because your food services, because your supplies category was $1,040,000 in FY23, and your recommendation is $3,600,000 or $3,700,000, which has a difference of $2.6 million. So that's still $900,000 off, about. So where's that $900,000 going? And similarly, so your utilities, we note that your utility expenses in FY23 was $500,000. Yes, $500,000, and in 24 the ask is less, which is $400,000. So is it that utility expenses are coming in less?
Oh, right. Okay, to answer the other 900,000, that came out of inpatient services. That went down.
You have to speak into the mic.
From inpatient services, that's the care for the inmates.
So what do you mean it went down? What I mean?
It, I guess, medical is.
Yeah, but you moved it. You moved the expense into supplies. So that's what I'm asking. Do you need that $900,000 that was moved to supplies? What is the need to have an additional almost $1 million in supplies?
That's to cover food services that we
you shared that
went
before.
short, and then the other one was I have it somewhere.
So you have a $900,000 difference, give or take. So we need to get clear justification for this $900,000 that was moved from clearly from other services and charges to supplies. Okay, so you could send that back to the committee so we could get clear clarification on what that means for us. Okay?
Okay,
And then
thank you.
similarly, so your utilities are reduced by 100,000.
And utilities.
500. What's your utility expense to date?
For utilities, it ranged like 33.
For light. For light is 41,000 a month.
33. Range about 33 a month. And for St. Thomas, that's just for St. Croix. Utilities is just for St. Croix. And looking at...
Say that again.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Where's my utilities?
So then the 5,000, if so you don't pay utilities on St. Thomas?
The utilities paid is a direct bill. However,
What does that mean? What's
it's
a direct
taken
bill?
out of a...
It's taken out of the budget from OMB and put in a...
No. It may be a direct bill, but you still have to send that transaction to OMB for payment. I mean, to Department of Finance for payment.
They
Yes.
process it each one.
So do you have your own meter in St. Thomas?
Yes.
Right. So you have you are submitting a bill to finance, and finance is cutting a check. So you should know what your utility expenses are in each respective district.
Okay, for the whole territory, it ranged 41,000 a month.
So, so is $400,000 sufficient to cover your utility expenses? Again, I need you to come back to the committee. We will ask you for this information. Send back to the committee what your utility expenses are, because we've seen a $100,000 reduction for FY 2024. So we want to make sure that we're covering your utilities. The other one is capital projects. Your legislative appropriation for FY 23 was $700,000. Have you expended the entire $700,000?
To date, we've spent
$1 million.
how much was it again? Projects. Yeah. To date, I think that is incorrect. 135,008, but we have a few things encumbered, and
So we need to get, again, we have to justify this, the budget that's in front of us. You have to justify it. So you have 700,000, you have 135 in expenditures.
so we have a balance of 544, which will cover some computers we're ordering. That's 100,000 of that.
The
And
ADA vehicles.
the body scanners. So we have some quotes in the pipeline to cover it.
That will cover your 700,000. But under 24, you have $1 million. Your ask is an additional $1 million in capital outlay. What's the purpose of that $1 million?
Okay, director has it. That's to cover the walkway. We wanted to the sidewalk within the prison, because it's
The ADA vehicles.
some vehicles.
ADA.
ADA vehicles.
ADA vehicles.
Right, for the medical unit.
And to transport.
Please give me the information. I need clarification on what you're saying. Director?
Okay, and the ADA vehicles, the vans to transport some of the individuals that we have, to take care of the sidewalks at John A. Bell, the compound, it's all broken up. That's about $500,000 right there. We've gotten a quote a couple months ago. Probably need to send that out for a new one. Also, the money in capital outlay for the medical carts for transporting individuals if they're ill from the housing units to medical, and again to help purchase one of the prefabricated homes for transitional home, which runs about $45,000 to put individuals in when they come out that don't have nowhere to go on the grounds of BOC.
Yeah, you did mention the transitional homes. So you're on the grounds of BOC at John
Golden
Bell?
Grove, yes, ma'am.
And what conversations are you having with Human Services, and how do you intend to be able to take care of or to provide support to those individuals with the work that you do? It just seems to me like that type of conversation should be something that you should be having with Human Services. We do have a number of individuals in our community who have nonprofits who do things like that we should really be having a system in place where those individuals, you would be working with those individuals to make sure that those inmates that are being released, that's where they're going. So
yes, we do have conversations with them, Chair. Our monthly council meeting, we have those different stakeholders to the table. The challenge is that there's not enough bed space. There's not enough bed space for the individuals. They do have the programs that exist, but when people get out, when individuals get out, they don't have the space to put those individuals.
okay, so once they leave the facility, they no longer belong to you, correct?
That's correct.
So this is where we need to have the necessary conversations with HFA. In this district, I know that we have a a group currently that actually does that type of transitional support, and they have housing opportunities for that transitional period. They have approached this body to ask for resources, for assistance. So we need to get more information from you. If this is a program, we can't just insert it in our capital projects. This is definitely more than a capital project. It's a program that you are looking to bring online. So we're going to need to get a breakdown from BOC with regards to the $1 million that you have here in capital outlay, please. And then it appears as if you are not going to expend all of the $700,000 for FY23. And if you are, you are. Based on the information that was shared, 6. You may have some balances, so you need to look closer at that because the fiscal year is closing rapidly. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
But that $1 million, we need to get a breakdown of what that is, what that represents. Because when I said to you, I don't think you understood, when I said, do you have the resources to provide support for individuals who are in that? Because if you had said to me, it's like a halfway house concept where when they have 2 years left, a year left, then they go to that home, if you will. It would have been a little more palatable, but then you're saying that these are released inmates that you are providing transitional housing for. That seems like somebody else's responsibility.
Yeah, it is. But I need to make sure that we understand. They may have bed space for male, but the biggest challenge, Senator, is the females. No one wants to house the females once they come out.
But you call it bed space, but it's no longer bed space. It's not bed space.
Right.
It's transitional housing. They need to start their new life.
Right.
It's not bed space.
Transitional housing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to figure out who are those people in our respective communities in this district, in St. Croix, et cetera, who are able to provide that kind of assistance.
Okay.
That's what we have to do. I think that the funds will be better spent in that manner because then you're taking on something else. You're in the middle of a consent decree, then you have to take that on. That's another consent decree you're looking for.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anyway, send the breakdown and then we'll go from there.
All right, thank you.
Colleagues, I believe that everyone has spoken. And we see that the folks from the Division of Personnel and GSC and I believe collective bargaining are all here. So we're going to ask you to provide us with a 30-second close. If we have any additional questions that we need to ask, we will do so. We definitely need you to send back that information with regards to the breakout of your budget because that's still very unclear as we're leaving here this afternoon as to I understand the why of the reduction, but I don't understand all of the increase. We didn't ask about the personnel services because that's clear and there's just $500,000 in there for overtime. Okay, so we'll ask you to send the information back so you can move forward with your 30-second close.
Thank you for the opportunity to give an overview of our 2024 budget. Thanks to the men and women that work very, very hard at the Bureau of Corrections, our unsung heroes. Thank you to everyone who continue to work with us to continue to provide humane constitutional confinement for our returning citizens. We look forward to continue to work with this body to continue to help fund us. And again, thank you. Thank you to the Bureau of Corrections staff and all of our stakeholders. Thank you.
And thank you to your team, and thank you for all that you do to ensure that our inmate population are cared for. I know that it remains a challenge, but we have definitely seen an improvement with your leadership. So thank you and your team for that. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 3 into the record?
Block 3, Division of Personnel and Office of Collective Bargaining. Invited testifiers, Ms. Cindy Richardson, Director, VI Division of Personnel. Ms. Josh Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator, VI Office of Collective Bargaining. That concludes the reading of Block 3 on the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so good afternoon to the testifiers. Oh, do you have correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Letter dated August 7th, 2023. Addressed to Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairperson, Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, VI 00802. Office of Collective Bargaining Fiscal Year 2024 Budget Hearing Testimony. Dear Honorable Senator Fred Gregory, the Office of Collective Bargaining, OCB, is scheduled to submit its proposed fiscal year 2024 budget proposal today, August 7th, 2023, at 2:30 p.m. Sadly, I have lost my voice. I am prepared to go forward today. However, I will request that Ms. Julia Thomas, Coordinator of Administrative Services, read my testimony and respond to questions on behalf. Ms. Joycelyn Durant, Director of Business and Administration of the Office of the Governor, will be present to answer any questions on our financials. I have had similar symptoms before and was deemed contagious by my physician. I am scheduled to see my physician at 2:45 p.m. Therefore, I ask that Ms. Thomas be allowed to read my testimony onto the record and I be allowed to attend virtually. Your favorable response will be appreciated, or any suggested remedy will be appreciated as well. Respectfully, Josh N. Springett, Esquire. That concludes the reading of the correspondence, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good afternoon to the testifiers that's here with us today. And of course, we are prepared to move forward with the request from Ms. Springett. We don't have any issues. She does have an able representative who I know have served in collective bargaining for well over 20 plus years. So able body. So we don't have any challenges there. All right, so I'm going to start with the Division of Personnel Family, and then we're going to move to the Office of Collective Bargaining. We're going to start with the Director, Ms. Cindy Richardson. Please put your name and title on the record, and once you have concluded, your staff will follow suit. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Cindy L. Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon. Florine Ordain Hassel, Assistant Director, Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon. Valsina Kwashi, Deputy Director, Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon. Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance, Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon. Aliyah T. Felix, Esquire, Legal Counsel, Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon. Gabriel Knight, Strategy and Organizational.
Okay, I don't think we can hear you. Please recognize the mic of Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Seat. Proceed.
Good afternoon. Gabriel Knight, Strategy and Organizational Development Officer.
Good afternoon. Millicent O'Bain, Territorial Administrative Recruitment and Classification.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Oh, shoot.
1 second.
Good afternoon. Cordell Reimer, Chief of Human Resource Information Technology.
Beverly Joseph, GESC.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Potter.
Good afternoon.
You have to hold the mic.
Good afternoon, Beverly Joseph, GESC Health Insurance Board Chair.
Thank you. And you don't have anyone in St. Croix or on Teams, correct?
No.
Speak into the
No,
mic.
we don't have anyone virtually.
Okay, very well. Office of Collective Bargaining, do we have Ms. Springett on Teams right now, or she's not on Teams? Because I know it's well after 2:45.
Correct. She should be on her way to her doctor's appointment.
No problem.
I'm sorry, good afternoon.
Okay, so collective bargaining, we're going to start with Ms. Juliet Thomas. Please put your name and title on the record.
Good afternoon, Juliet Thomas, Coordinator of Administrative Services, Office of Collective Bargaining.
And we're going to ask Ms. Durant to do likewise.
Good afternoon, Joycelyn Durant, Director of Business and Administration, Office of the Governor.
All right, thank you. And do you have anyone on Teams? I'm seeing Ms. Springett.
Yes,
She's
the
coming up.
Chief Negotiator should be on Teams.
Chief Negotiator Springett, can you please put your name and title on the record? We're seeing you, but you're not hearing us. Well, we're seeing her name, so we know that she's on the screen. Okay, we're going to move forward with the Division of Personnel, and we will come back to OCB. Hopefully, the Chief Negotiator will be completed with her appointment by that time. Director Richardson, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. A pleasant good afternoon to Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman of the 35th Legislature Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other distinguished committee members, non-committee members, members of the Division of Personnel's team, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Cindy L. Richardson, Director of Division of Personnel. Accompanying me today is Assistant Director Florine Ardane Hassel, Deputy Director Valsina Kwashi, Chief of Human Resources Information Technology Cordell Reimer Jr., Chief of Group Health Insurance Valerie Daly, Territorial Administrator of Recruitment and Classification Millicent Aubin, Strategy and Organizational Development Officer Gabriel Knight, and Legal Counsel Aaliyah T. Felix, Esquire. Thank you for your invitation to appear before you today to testify on the Division of Personnel's proposed biennial budget for fiscal years 2024 and 2025, themed A Prism of Opportunities for Growth, Redevelopment, and Sustainability. This budget intentionally looks ahead at the administration's focus on proactively preparing for the next economic cycle. At the Division of Personnel, we continue to work collaboratively with agencies on recruitment efforts while automating and streamlining processes in preparation for the next wave of employees needed to move the government of the Virgin Islands forward. The Division of Personnel is pleased to report the completion of 4,216 personnel actions to date for FY23, that is inclusive of 973 hires to the central government of the Virgin Islands, bringing our total to 6,529 GVI employees and a total government workforce of 10,618 employees. From a global, national, and local perspective, all employers have been faced with challenges of recruitment and retention as the world of work has transformed within the past 2 years. Our outlook remains positive as we explore recruitment and retention options to attract a workforce both locally and abroad. Before we move into the budget overview and the accomplishments of the various units, I would like to highlight a few events that occurred this past fiscal year 2023 and other initiatives that are in the pipeline. Once again, our annual Employee of the Year themed Standards of Excellence ceremonies and a week-long events for the GVI honorees was a tremendous success. We recognized 45 employees on the St. Thomas District and 43 on the island of St. Croix. The Division of Personnel enhanced our visibility at the 51st Annual Agricultural and Food Fair, where we not only had our recruitment team, but we also had our health insurance team, along with some of our carriers, Cigna, United Healthcare, and Bentec. We also debuted the Cigna WOW, our Wellness on Wheels van, at the fair in collaboration with the GESC board. An average of over 300 people each day stop by our tent to find out about our jobs, check on their health insurance status, along with checking on their beneficiaries. The Cigna WOW van has been a success from its inception in reaching some of our hardest to reach employees by providing on-site health screenings for our GVI employees. It is scheduled territory-wide at various agencies and events for the remainder of the year. DOP successfully implemented the Reentering Retirees program, including creating a streamlined process for current and future tracking of the program participants. DOP is in the process of crafting revised legislation for the current donated leave program that will eliminate an employment wait period, allow its use for maternity leave option for expectant mothers, and offer a short and long-term disability options while saving the GVI money given the current setup of the program. And for our budget overview, there are currently 42 funded positions within the Division of Personnel. Of the 42 funded positions, 1 position is vacant. 28 positions are in the District of St. Thomas and St. John, and 14 positions are in the St. Croix District. 7 positions are represented by a union, 17 are classified non-union, and 18 are exempt. The FY recommended budget for the Division of Personnel totals a little over $51.5 million. Further, we anticipate revenues of approximately $45,111 towards the training revolving fund for each fiscal year. The budget recommendation is to fund approximately $50.9 million from the general fund for each fiscal year. $530,867 each fiscal year will be funded from the indirect cost. Personnel services is recommended at approximately $2.8 million, and fringe is at $1.3 million for each fiscal year. Supplies, $120,000. Other services and charges at $46.6 million. Capital outlay, $25,000. Utilities at $263,000. Of the overall other services and charges category, health insurance for the retirees is recommended at $38.2 million, and the central GVI employer-employee insurance share is recommended at $6.8 million. As we encourage a highly proficient workforce within the departments and agencies, DOP requests a learning management system in this year's budget at a cost of $146,468.10 to the professional services. This system provides training for the GVI employees in various fields of expertise. This system would be an add-on to our current NeoGov system, which is currently utilized for employment, recruitment, selection, applicant tracking, reporting, analysis, HR automation, and our performance management system, which is slated for full rollout in November of 2023. In our testimony, we have a summary of our proposed FY 2024 miscellaneous, which includes our health insurance for retirees, our CPM program, GVI employee recognition activities, contribution for the health insurance board, health insurance consultants, the municipal council pension, and employee insurance share. Our Human Resources Information Technology HRIT unit. On October 27, 2022, the HRIT unit conducted an in-depth training of the central government's Human Resources and Payroll module. The 2-day event was the first official training since the software was upgraded during the first quarter of calendar year 2022. This initiative was a critical component to improve the integrity and the reliability of the payroll and personnel data that reside in the database from which we query on an ongoing basis. There were over 130 HR and payroll staff in attendance from all branches of government. Presenters covered a variety of topics such as position control module, actions entry, and payroll reconciliation, just to name a few, and classification compensation. Our retirees returning to work. In FY 2023, DOP continued the creation and implementation of the Reentering Retiree Program, RRP, Rules and Regulations Policy, appropriate trainings and rollout. As authorized by Act 8560, amended by Act 8690, the RRP allows retirees to re-enter government service while retaining their annuity benefits and retirement status. Draft rules and regulations are currently in the promulgation process in accordance with the Virgin Islands law. Our retroactive wages and visibility site. Phase 1 of the retroactive wage visibility site has started. During this implementation, a central repository was created to host over 10,000 documents that identify the research that was done for classified employees that worked for the central government during the fiscal years 1990 to 2001. This site will allow DOP staff to quickly identify research completed over 15 years ago. This will streamline the process of providing information to employees who are deemed eligible or individuals who contact us for data about their loved ones who are now deceased. To date, 7 summer students from the Department of Labor have completed more than 93% of those documents, which is a critical component of this project. Below, I've provided a breakout of the retro payouts under Act 8612. As you can see in that chart, we have a little over 37.1 that was paid out by the Department of Finance. We have processed a payment to survivors totaling $2.6 million, with about 172 yet to be processed as we continue to identify issues and address those with the individuals in which they were submitted. Our personnel action processing initiatives. To streamline the onboarding of new employees within the central government, a personnel requisition tracking PRF form was created. Information is derived from the document gives DOP the ability to collaborate with departments and agencies, provide assistance as needed, and recommend the posting of positions within 15 days. As of July 31st, approximately 971 PRFs have left OMB. Those are not inclusive of any salary increases. We have provided our KPIs for the fiscal year up to the end of June for the HRIT unit in the tracking of, in the processing of NOPAs internally once submitted to the Division of Personnel. The unit has taken recruitment and classification. The unit has taken a more targeted approach this fiscal year as we listen to the needs of the various agencies. While we held successful in-person recruitment events last fiscal year, a targeted approach this fiscal year has yielded noteworthy results. For example, a territory-wide career expo and mixer held August 25th and 31st of 2022 where the resulting hires were seen in FY 2023. This event included workforce development workshops, inclusive of hands-on resume preparation, as well as disability rights benefits, on-site interviews, on-site application kiosks, live demonstrations and presentations, health screenings, networking with HR recruiters representing over 36 semi- and autonomous agencies, as well as the Army and Air National Guards. Yielded a total of 500 on-site job registrants that resulted in a total of 63 hires that has been recorded to date. A nursing career fair was held in Florida the week of February 10, 2023, was attended by DOP and other GVI agencies to introduce the various GVI nursing vacancies with potential graduates. Resumes and contact information was obtained and shared with 6 GVI agencies and instrumentalities to include DOE, DHS, DOH, RLSH Hospital, GFL Hospital, and BOC, and requested that they reach out and keep us in the loop of all hires. Additionally, we continue to highlight and extend the posting of local positions on a continuous basis to include any union negotiated increases. Further, on February 20th, 2023, we established a new job classification to include a correctional nursing series at BOC and develop position reallocations for a total of 5 BOC nurses, the LPN, the RN, and the head nurse, to help with the retention of qualified nurses at BOC who are not party to any collective bargaining unit and have not received any raises throughout the years necessary to aid in the comparable salaries to other GVI agencies within union contract language to attract candidates into the recruitment pipeline at the institution. Starting salary with a differential of 10% can be hired above entry salary once approved by the Director of Personnel. DOP, in collaboration with Vitima, hosted a targeted recruitment fair territory-wide held on March 21st and 23rd, 2023, for interested applicants to become emergency call center operators. Unique to this event, interested candidates were able to apply online and on-site, test, and slotted for interview on-site the same day. We have streamlined our exam protocols to allow candidates to retest as often as needed instead of waiting the 4 to 6 week period. Updating our scoring criterion that focuses on targeted areas aligned with those that are more closely assimilated within the occupation. As a result of this initiative, a total of 25 candidates have been interviewed to fill the 17 vacancies, 9 on St. Thomas and 8 on St. Croix, all of which have been reported as filled with excellent candidates, all onboarded by July 2023. We have returned to providing exams on site at the Division of Personnel. Thus far, we have completed a total of 190 exams with 182 pending completions of the promotional process and entrance process slated to be finished by the close of the fiscal year 2023. September 2023, respectively. The unit has been very instrumental in the various phases of the promotional exam process, which includes consulting, planning, customization review, implementation, and test administration designed to offer the opportunity to over 300 officers territory-wide to participate in the promotional process. For the first time, we have created an exam schedule and developed online exams with customized context to include 30% of the agency's rules, regulations, and policies for the promotional exams to be more localized to help aid in the filling of mandatory leadership positions as per applicable collective bargaining agreements. We have automated and streamlined our exam process to make it more secure and transparent, a more secure and transparent competitive process. The administration phase allows officers to apply online to participate in the sign-up process, to sit a practice test to familiarize themselves with the exam method, and to receive score results upon immediate completion of the respective exams. I have provided an exam schedule here of those that have been completed territory-wide and those that have been completed and those yet pending. For FY 2022-23, this unit has completed over 200 job descriptions, both within the exempt and classified service to ensure compliance with current classification standards and applicable legislations. Agencies are required to ensure that the job descriptions are in the current format and approved prior to the processing of their personnel actions. A UVI job fair, February and March 2023 on St. Croix in collaboration with Division of Personnel, organized a resource pop-up as an outreach initiative designed to incentivize and help students obtain the necessary resources, such as mock interviews and resume reviews, and knowledge in preparation for future employment experiences and career opportunities within the GVIs, especially in targeted areas at agencies to include VIPD, BOC, IRB, DOE, DPP, and DPW. At the AgriFest St. Croix 2023, March 18th to the 20th, we set up a recruitment station as a non-traditional venue to attract and bring great awareness to locals and tourists about the GVI job opportunities, as well as great benefits, career paths, guidance, as well as how to apply for jobs to increase the number of candidates into the recruitment pipeline. The CTEC Fair, Adult Education Technical Fair in February of 2023, they invited DOP to set up a recruitment station with focus on providing career path planning, promote entry positions in the craft and labor fields throughout the GVI, workforce tips, and to promote the GVI as an employer of choice. We interfaced there with at least 15 students. A mini recruitment drive specifically for UVI graduates was held on May 10 through 11, 2023, in which a total of 44 graduates were given a one-on-one opportunity to speak with DOP recruiters about the employment process, career workforce tips, vacancies, work culture, and benefits of the GVI as an employer of choice. We also participated in the Department of Labor Job Center Private Entity Job Fair on May 3rd, 2023, to share information with a total of 30 applicants about GVI job opportunities, benefits, and workforce tips on how to apply for jobs. Also collaborated with the Virgin Islands Disability Rights Center Recruitment Roundtable to provide presentation on GVI job opportunities, benefits, and workforce tips to applicants with disabilities on July 20th on St. Croix and July 27th on St. Thomas. Some of our upcoming recruitment events include partnership with the Virgin Islands Department of Labor and the RT Park in a recruitment job festival, joining forces to employ the VI workforce as a public-private affair. For the public to network, learn about job opportunities, and to apply, interview on site, and receive free public health screenings. This will be a public-private event in which 30-plus agencies and private organizations are scheduled for September 13th and 20th of 2023. We also have initiated discussions with the RT Park, Vista Plus, on the possibility of the partnerships in upcoming off-island recruitment campaigns geared towards combined efforts of promoting Virgin Islands hard-to-fill jobs in the private with the public sector. The intent is to reach a broad audience of emerging professionals that reside in the Houston and Miami areas to network and market GVI job opportunities and benefits. We've also provided the KPI for that recruitment and classification unit, which shows the number of days it takes to process that referred listing to the respective agencies. Group health insurance. The Group Health Insurance Unit at the Division of Personnel administers health, dental, vision, and life for active employees, retirees, and their dependents as negotiated by the Government Employees Service Commission GESC Health Insurance Board. As of July 20th, 2023, the medical plan covers approximately 14,123 participants, including active government employees and retirees. There are 7,071 active employees enrolled in the medical plan, with 3,767 covering their dependents and 3,304 employees with single coverage. There are 7,052 retirees covered under the plan. Of the retirees, there are 5,873 over age 65, with 1,201 covering their dependents. There are 1,181 under age 65, with 429 covering their dependents. In total, the plan covers close to 25,000 members. For the health insurance coverage combined, including medical, dental, vision, and life for FY 2023, there was an increase from 177.3 million to 184.3 million, and an overall increase of approximately 70 million or 4%, which represents the medical premiums. And you can reference the above chart. For FY 2023 thus far, we've paid a little over 109.1 million in healthcare premiums. Of this amount, 78.5 million represents the government's portion, and 30.5 million is the employees' portion. The government has absorbed the health insurance increase for 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, which shifted the cost share from 65-35 to 72-28%. The health insurance rates remain the same for employees for 10/1/2022. However, the employer rates increased. We are proud of our partnership with United Healthcare for the past 10 years. United Healthcare has shown value and savings to retirees, the Division of Personnel, and the GESC Board while improving the health outcomes of our retirees. Under the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plan, retirees receive additional benefits not offered under the original Medicare. United Healthcare also provides $200,000 in annual wellness funding, where they partner with local farmers on island to provide fresh produce to our retirees several times a year. From October 2022 to the current, UHC has distributed 1,918 bags of fresh produce to our eligible retirees. As of 10/1/2022, the GVI transitioned all disabled retirees and disabled dependents to United Healthcare for their medical and prescription benefits. However, all retirees and their dependents will remain covered by Cigna for dental coverage. Along with our annual agricultural and food fair participation, the Cigna team introduced the WOW Wellness on Wheels van. As a result, we conducted over 68 biometric screenings and assisted over 300 members who either had questions or needed to update their beneficiaries or addresses in our Bentec eligibility system. To date, Cigna has visited 19 agencies and completed 842 biometric screenings throughout the government. The Government Employee Service Commission GESC Board did release an RFP for bid and has secured a contract for FY 2023-2024. DOP has scheduled in-person open enrollment from August 14th through September 15th for both active employees and retirees, and a hybrid virtual session for our retirees to include those who live off-island. This process will allow all members the opportunity to make any changes to the health insurance benefits that will become effective October 1st, 2023. Every year, members are required to complete their Cigna Health Risk Assessment, HRA, by September 30th of the current fiscal year. Under normal circumstances, any employees or retirees under the age of 65 who are current policyholders under the Cigna Health Insurance Program and who have failed to complete their HRA would have a wellness inactivity member premium deduction of $20.83 biweekly starting within the first pay cycle of the next fiscal year. However, per DOP press release released on the date dated May 4th, 2023, the GSC Board discontinued the requirement of the completion of the Cigna Health Risk Assessment. The Division of Personnel still encourages our members to visit their primary care physician for routine wellness and dental exams and stay abreast of their overall health. Completion of the assessment will also allow members to incur points towards the Motivate Me incentive program for FY 2024. The Employee Assistance Program, EAP, provides support for its members when they find themselves in difficult mental, emotional, or physical situations that affect both their health and the quality of life. The EAP connects members to counselors for up to 5 free sessions who can advise them on a confidential basis. We've also provided the 2 KPIs for the unit regarding the average number of business days to process a retiree's enrollment application, along with the number of participants trained within the wellness program. Our Strategy and Organizational Development Unit continues to be a strategic human resources partner of the departments and agencies of the government of the Virgin Islands through continued training and utilization of technology, service to employees, and working with other agencies to support all initiatives. The GVI Fellows Program. As a strategic partner, DOP partnered with the Office of Management and Budget to launch the second cohort of the GVI Fellows Program. The second cohort expanded on the first On the first, by including 6 agencies as hosts for the fellows and opening the recruitment effort to attract, develop, and retain talented college graduates with degrees in information technology, construction management, project management, and finance. Participating agencies for those of the second cohort are the Office of Management and Budget, Department of Finance, Department of Public Works, Office of Disaster Recovery, and Bureau of Information Technology. The program received 51 applicants, and 53 of them met the criteria to be interviewed for either a position in the program or as a reference to another agency. 21 candidates were selected for the second cohort. 10 applicants were referred to an agency for a permanent position. 22 applicants withdrew their applications due to them finding another job, and 8 applicants did not meet the criteria to be interviewed. The second cohort began in October of 2022, and we received requests from additional agencies to participate in the third cohort of the program. Advertising for the third cohort of the GVI Fellows began on June 21st, and the deadline to submit applications is August 18, 2023. As of July 29th, we've received 30 applications. We are proud to also announce that the first cohort of GVI Fellows are scheduled to complete their internship rotation in September of 2023. The Virgin Islands Certified Public Manager Program, CPM. The Division of Personnel has continued our collaboration with the University of the Virgin Islands, the 2023-2024 cohort of the Virgin Islands CPM Manager Program. We received 51 applications for consideration for this cohort. 50 applicants were from the GVI employees, and 1 applicant was from the private sector. 40 GVI employees and 1 applicant from the private sector have been selected to participate in this cohort. The 14-month training program continues to prepare candidates by instructing, learning, and guidance on development and implementation proposal for their proposed individual applied project, which is intended to improve their agency and the government overall. As with each cohort of the VICPM, the proposed individual applied projects serve as a measure for effectiveness of the program as they are brought back to the graduate's agency and appropriately applied by the employee with the approval of their supervisor and agency head. The 6th cohort of the VICPM Manager Program began classes on June 13, 2023. The SOD unit training and development of the GVIs is ongoing, as illustrated by the offerings of the new Employee Orientation Program, our customer service training, Brilliance is the Cure, Microsoft 365 live trainings, and other development of online modules for our sexual harassment prevention training. New is intended to remove some of the complexity of the new hires while enhancing the new hires' employment experience by providing new employees with detailed information relevant to the onboarding of new hires, rehires, or employees transferring between agencies. We continue to offer trainings on our customer service training, CURE, which is an acronym for Communicate, Understand, Respond, and Remedy, and Empower. Other agency-requested trainings such as harassment prevention, interpersonal communication, conflict resolution, and Microsoft 365 trainings. Thus far, for the fiscal year 2023, 918 GVI employees have participated in our customer service and agency-specific training, while 194 employees have utilized the Microsoft 365 training. We were recently notified by Microsoft that they have discontinued their live Microsoft 365 training and are exploring other training options to fill the gap left by this setback. To increase our training capacity, we began to develop our online sexual harassment prevention training module. The module will include presentation slides, videos, and quizzes as a measure of achievement of the learning objectives. 80% of the module is completed. We are in the process of creating videos depicting scenarios for the employees to apply what they have learned from the module. Upon completion, we will be able to create and schedule the HR officers who can register their employees to take the training module. While the module is being completed, we have also returned to conducting in-person agency-specific trainings on sexual harassment prevention, interpersonal communication, and teamwork. We are proud to announce that we are introducing a monthly 2-hour HR training session where we can provide a venue through which we will inform our HR officers on a regular basis. DOP units will host this session, but we will plan to invite other agencies to participate as well. The first session is scheduled to start on August 29, 2023. In addition to training and development, we also manage the donated leave program, the career incentive program, conduct investigations into cases of harassment and/or discrimination. I've provided charts on the donated leave where we see in FY 2022, we approved 301 donated leave applications for GVI employees at a cost of a little over $2 million. As of July 31st of the fiscal year, 280 donated leave applications have been approved, totaling over $1.6 million that were paid to GVI employees. As of July 31st, 2023, there are currently 25 GVI employees on the donated program, and the charts depict our approvals, disapprovals, and the amounts that we have spent. I also provided a 3-year analysis of money spent on the donated leave program. We do anticipate for FY23 for that number to match or surpass that of FY22, which would be over $2 million. The Career Incentive Program for fiscal year 2023, 20 GVI employees have been the recipient of the Career Incentive Program, and 2 applicants were denied. The approvals for CIP recipients equates to a little over $221,145.96 for officers of the Virgin Islands Police Department, VI Bureau of Corrections, Department of Human Services, Department of Health, Environmental Health Divisions, and the VI Fire Service. I have provided a chart so you can see the breakout of the various agencies. Also included the KPIs, the 2 KPIs for this particular unit, which shows the number of participants trained monthly, in addition to the number of participants who have attended our HR professional development. I'd like to talk or mention some of the department goals for FY24 and 25. Our employee handbook, DOP has taken on the task of updating the employee handbook and rules and regulations. These 2 documents were last updated in 1994 and 1997 respectively, and this project is approximately 25% completed. Successful completion of both documents and final rollout to the entire GVI is slated for mid to late 2024. As part of the drafting process, DOP intends to hold focus group sessions and town halls to ensure the necessary feedback from all interested parties will be introduced and shared. Over the next year, the Strategy and Organizational Development Team is pursuing the acquisition of a learning management system. The LMS will allow for us to expand our training capability by offering multiple on-demand training courses through an online module. With the ability to provide on-demand training from a program that automatically updates its content, we will be able to develop and conduct new agency-specific trainings and utilize it as a resource for training material. We also would like to add additional benefits to options to the GVI benefit portfolio that we're currently researching. The completion and the revamping of the donated leave program. The creation of a retro visibility site which would allow for each recipient and survivor to track history, payments, balances, etc. This will assist in future retro payouts. The implementation of the group health insurance online payment portal. In closing, I would like to thank the members of the 35th Legislature for the opportunity to present the successes and goals of the Division of Personnel. My team and I are dedicated to meeting our set goals, performance indicators, and to utilize our data to make calculated decisions while continuing to strive for new successes and adjusting to the new normal within the workforce culture. We will continue to implement innovative strategies to enhance our HR, our human resources arm, as we continue to make the GVI the employer of choice. I'd like to thank the Brian Roach administration, the hardworking men and women of the government of the Virgin Islands, and my team at the Division of Personnel for their unwavering commitment to serve the people of this territory. We humbly ask that you grant the favorable consideration of the budget presented at the recommended level as it meets the needs of the division. At this time, my team and I stand ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, Director Richardson. We're now going to go to the Office of Collective Bargaining. I'm not sure whether or not Attorney Springett is on, but she did say that regardless of whether or not she was on, that it was important that Ms. Juliet Thomas provided testimony. So Ms. Thomas, you may proceed with the testimony for the Office of Collective Bargaining.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, sorry. Good afternoon, and I'm reading verbatim from Chief Negotiator Springett's testimony submitted. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, Donna Fred Gregory, other members of the committee, non-committee members in attendance, and people of the Virgin Islands. My name is Joss Springett. I am the Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining. I appear before you today to recommend and support our proposed budget for fiscal year 2024 in the amount of $1,375,564. Appearing with me today is Joycelyn Durant, Director of Business Administration at the Office of the Governor, and of course, myself, Julia Thomas, Coordinator of Administrative Services. First, I will begin my testimony by publicly extending my sincerest appreciation to my small but mighty staff. I remain grateful for your dedication to OCB's mission and service to the community. I would also like to give special recognition to our 2023 Employees of the Year, Zalima Chapman Esquire in the St. Croix District, and Juliet Thomas in the St. Thomas St. John District. Overview and composition of the Office of Collective Bargaining. Through Act 4440, the Office of Collective Bargaining was established in 1980 within the Office of the Governor. The office is supervised by me, the Chief Negotiator, and its statutory responsibilities are as follows. Exclusively represents the executive branch of government and its departments and divisions and negotiates on its behalf in all collective bargaining proceedings. Assists the governor in formulating labor policies for collective bargaining and plans strategies for such bargaining. Coordinates the government's position in all mediation and arbitration cases and labor disputes. Conducts systematic studies of collective bargaining agreements for the purpose of contract negotiations, and prepares and submit an annual report and such other reports as may be requested to the governor and the legislature on the effects of this chapter on the annual budget and personnel matters. Our offices are in the GRS building on St. Thomas and at Chandler's Wharf and St. Croix. We currently have a team of 6 employees and 1 Assistant Attorney General / Labor. Next week, we will be onboarding a new financial specialist in the St. Croix District. The Assistant Attorney General's Labor is assigned to the Office of Collective Bargaining by the Department of Justice. OCB's current employees hold classified non-union positions, and the Assistant Attorney General Labor is an exempt employee. The team consists of professionals with a wealth of experience in administrative functions, customer service, labor relations, human resources, arbitration, general legal practice, labor law, employment law, and of course our organizational chart is attached to our proposal. Proposed fiscal year 2024 expenditures, personnel services and fringe benefits. Our proposed budget for personnel services is $740,766, which represents 53.85% of the overall proposed budget. Fringe benefits are projected at $316,076, which represents 22.98% of the overall budget. Most of the increase in these categories represents the cost of adding an attorney to our budget. Currently, the Department of Justice hires Assistant Attorney General/Labor and assigns them to our office. This arrangement has not been effective. During the 5 years that I served as AAG Labor at OCB, I was solely responsible for about 350 cases when the other AAG's labor positions was vacant for over a year. The current AAG Labor has been responsible for an average of 270 cases for over 3 years. Previously, attorneys have had similar experiences. The Department of Justice is the people's attorney and needs to focus on filling its own vacancies to meet its mandates. Therefore, our request for additional funding allows us to hire our own attorney. Equipment and supplies. Our proposed budget for equipment and supplies is $45,000, or 3.27% of the overall budget. This amount covers the cost of paper, printers, cleaning supplies, and other items necessary for the daily operations of the office. Utilities. Utilities costs for fiscal year 2024 are projected to be $13,000, or 9.95% of our overall budget. This amount only applies to our St. Croix office because we do not pay utilities in the St. Thomas office. These funds are transferred to the Department of Finance, and utilities are paid through the single-payer utility fund. Other services. Our proposed budget for other services is $192,000, which is 14% of our overall budget. These funds cover operation expenses, including rent, service agreements, IT, communications, and training. Capital outlay. Our proposed budget for capital outlay is $68,222, or 4.96% of our overall budget. These funds will cover the cost to increase our electronic storage, improve our network on St. Croix, and purchase new network equipment on St. Thomas. Our goal is to reduce our physical file storage space, electronically access files from either district, and maintain our repository of labor-related documents for the benefits of the government. Currently, all our network and internet access in St. Thomas is through the Department of Justice. To accomplish our goals, we need our own infrastructure and updated equipment. We are in assessment and planning phases of this project with the help of the Bureau of Information Technology, and expect to complete the project during the next fiscal year. And listed in our report is an overview of the percentages and the amounts for the various categories. Operations. The demands on the office are increasing with more requests from our clients for training and advice. Therefore, we need to fill the current vacancies, improve our technology, and continue streamlining operations. We are recruiting candidates for our financial management officer, labor relations specialist, and administrative secretary 2 positions. We will advertise our administrative secretary 2 and labor relations specialist positions within the next 10 days. These positions became vacant on June 2nd and 30th, 2023, respectively. We are also requesting a division of personnel approval on our financial management officer job description that is specifically tailored to OCB, and will begin the recruitment for this position immediately after DOP approves the job description. And let me put on the record, Senator, that job description has been received, and we will be posting that position as well. My team and I continue to attend continuing education and skills courses and webinars hosted by authorities such as the local and federal courts, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the Society of Human Resources Management, Labor Arbitration Institute, American Bar Association, the National Association of African Americans in Human Resources, SkillPad, and of course the U.S. Department of Labor. With the help of interns obtained through the Department of Labor's Work, Learn, and Earn program, our office scanned and saved all of our St. Croix files into our server last year. This has reduced our need for physical storage space and allow for more efficient access to files. This project will continue in the St. Thomas St. John district once we obtain the necessary equipments to do so. Our annual key performance indicators are negotiate 4 collective bargaining agreements, conduct 2 labor relations training for management, and reduce the caseload by 10%. We have exceeded our goals for negotiations and case disposition and continuously strive to conduct more training for our clients. However, it has been a challenge to schedule training due to our staffing levels and current workload. In the interim, we have recommended various reputable programs and conferences that can assist the agencies with labor relations. We also assist each agency with issues as they arise. Labor relations. OCB's mission is to fulfill our legal mandate to fairly engage in the collective bargaining process and engage the relationship between labor and management. Our goals are to reduce labor disputes, continue training management in labor relations, and improve relations between management and labor. OCB receives calls and emails inquiries daily from agencies seeking guidance on legal issues, organizational plans, or OCB's intervention in various collective bargaining matters. These discussions provide us with insight into the agency's operations, their challenges, and how OCB can better serve the government. We also receive calls from unions who want to amicably resolve issues without filing grievances or other formal complaints. This dialogue with union representatives serves as an important factor in labor relations. We encourage our clients to do the same, and some agencies meet with unions as often as biweekly. Pending cases. OCB continues to its statutory commitment to amicably resolve pending cases and avoiding future ones. As of July 31st, 2023, OCB has a caseload of 286 cases. Of that amount, there are 220 rights arbitration cases, 24 unfair labor practice charges, 28 civil cases, 9 unit clarifications, 1 equal employment opportunity case, 1 government service appeal case, 2 recertification cases, and 1 decertification case. From October 1, 2022 to July 31st, we were successful in closing 48 cases through arbitration, depositive orders, withdrawals, or settlements. This is about 17% of our caseload. Below also is a chart of our case activities as of July 31st, 2023. Negotiations. OCB engaged in contract negotiations with 15 labor unions that represents 35 bargaining units within the government. There are 34 collective bargaining agreements, of which 15 are current. Negotiations is a time-consuming and fluid process that requires management to, among other things, understand the history of negotiations, the cost of each contract, the effect of one contract on all or other contracts, and to consider government's overall spending for personnel fringe benefits and other forms of compensation. Negotiations of each contract cannot be done in isolation, so a regular analysis of all collective bargaining agreements is necessary to ensure that we are properly compensating employees, staying within budget, and meeting certain mandates. Since my last budget hearing, we have completed negotiations with the following unions: United Steelworkers, Masters Bargaining Unit, which covers employees at about 14 departments; Virgin Islands Licensed Practical Nurses Association, which covers employees, licensed practical nurses at the Department of Health and hospitals; the Seafarers International Union, on behalf of the Assistant Attorney Generals, which cover the Assistant Attorney Generals at the Department of Justice; Virgin Islands State Nurses Association, which covers employees at the Department of Health and the hospital's facilities; United Steelworkers Lottery Support Staff, and the United Steelworkers Lottery Supervisors. Negotiations continue with the following unions: United Steelworkers for the Virgin Islands Waste Management Supervisors, the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers for the Virgin Islands Waste Management Support Staff and Enforcement Officers, the Registered Nurses Leadership Union, the Association of Firefighters for Firefighters and Corporals, and the Association of Firefighters for Support Staff. Also attached to our proposed submission is also our status report of our CBAs. With only one attorney at our office, I have to assist our legal team with pending cases. With no fiscal or human resources staff, I and other staff handle some of these functions. This is the second time that some of these positions have been vacant. We also partly rely on the Business and Administration Division at the Office of the Governor to handle our payroll, vendor payments, and other functions. In addition, I currently rely on the fiscal team at the agencies and entities for which I am negotiating to complete the costing and various tasks to complete negotiations. As a result, this has slowed the pace of negotiations and overall operations. This may continue even with all positions filled because OCB's operations have not kept pace with the changes in union representation. And with today's workforce shortages, there's no guarantee that increasing our staff will yield the desired result. So we must make changes in other areas to achieve efficiency. The labor relations landscape has changed in many ways since Act 4440 was enacted in 1980. It is time that we change how unionized employees receive their benefits and compensation. In 1980, there were not as many unions or bargaining units. Each union only represented a handful of bargaining units. Collective bargaining agreements resembled small booklets that contained less than 50 pages at a time. Today, over 70% of the workforce is unionized. Some unions have up to 8 bargaining units. Some CBAs are as thick as textbooks. With more union bargaining units and unionized employees, OCB needs more time to negotiate each CBA. Some employees have not received an increase since 2007. It's patently unfair for anyone to wait 16 years to negotiate a new CBA, much less to receive an increase. For reasons unknown to me, one bargaining unit has never had a contract, although the unit has existed since 1994. This is our current situation. To change that, we need to expand Act 4440 to allow the governor to grant a general increase to all unionized employees while negotiations are pending. This administration had already taken some steps to provide annual wage increases for all employees. Each year, we have set aside 3 to 4% of the total personnel and fringe costs for the executive branch to cover salary increases for all public sector employees. However, pursuant to Act 4440, we cannot legally grant any increases to over 70% of the government workforce without negotiations. In addition, I have discussed with unions the option of extending existing CBAs and stipulating to a general increase pending negotiation. Of the 5 unions that I've discussed these options with thus far, 4 are open to considering this option. With Act 4440 in its current form, all unions do not have to agree. Therefore, thousands of employees are likely to continue waiting several years before negotiations are completed if the law is not expanded to allow employees to benefit. Let us make it happen by the end of this current term. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today in support of our budget for fiscal year 2024. The Office of Collective Bargaining will continue to manage with its limited resources and fulfill our mandates. We urge this body to approve our recommended budget of $1,375,564. The additional funding would allow us to hire an additional attorney, improve our technology and infrastructure, and reduce my need to assist with pending cases. We welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimonies. Thank you, Director Richardson, for your testimony, as well as Ms. Thomas of the Office of Collective Bargaining. Colleagues, we basically have 2 agencies before us. We're going to go to a 6-minute round. 7-minute round. We'll go to a 7-minute round. Because there's a lot of information from collective bargaining as well as the Department of Personnel. Let me just ask out the gate, are we slated to see an increase in the active government employees insurance in the 2022? I'm certain that you probably said in negotiations, but we would love for this to be wrapped up 2022, 2023, 24 year. Put your name on the record when you speak for the first time, for the sake of the reporter.
Beverly Joseph, Chairperson for the GESC Health Insurance Board. To your question, Chairwoman, on the actives, it remains the same, but you will see an increase on your retirees.
So we are slated to see an increase on the retirees.
Correct.
Are you completed with your negotiations?
We're completed with the negotiations. The contracts will be at the AGs tomorrow.
Okay, so then you are at liberty to give us that number then?
No.
Okay, good. No problem. So no on the GVI employees, yes on the retirees. I mean, we usually would bring you back down to discuss the agreement.
Correct.
So I'm not going to belabor that today. And then Division of Personnel, what is your, there's a question with your utilities. Based on your testimony, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you share that your utilities are $263,000 for FY 24. Correct?
Yes, 263.
And what was your utilities in FY 23?
We can pull that for you. So it was about approximately 213,000, with 15,000 from single payer.
Okay. This utility conversation that I'm having with these departments and agencies remain very challenging. So when we passed the FY23 budget, we set aside in the appropriation for the Division of Personnel, the utility cost is $15,000. Are you rolling up, do you have other programs that's under the miscellaneous that have utility expenses that's causing that number to be as high as it is?
Good afternoon, Senator Valsina Kwashi. The 2023 budget for utilities included indirect funds of $213,000 and general fund of $15,000, which was applied to the single payer.
Okay. So our primary concern is around the general fund. So your general fund utility expenses for FY23 were, or not expenses, but the budgeted amount is more like it. The budgeted amount is $15,000. And the 2024 year, which is a year that we are defending today, the ask is $13,000. Is that correct?
The ask is $50,000.
Okay, good. So the ask is $50,000. So how are we moving from $15,000 to $50,000?
We are seeing an increase in utilities. It means that we were not adequately budgeted for utilities. We did not anticipate seeing those increases.
That's a 40, 35, so that's a $3,500 increase.
Yes.
$1,000 increase, and What we're going to need to get from you is what your overall total utility expense is. So how much do you budget against your indirect costs?
For 23, we budgeted 213,000.
213.
Correct.
And we gave you 15.
Indirect costs.
Right, and we gave you 15. So 213, and so that's 220.
That's 228 total.
228. And your actual expenses are how much?
Right now, we have pretty much already expended all of our utilities.
What's the number?
It would be, let's see.
I know that there's this habit of removing, and we're going to have this discussion with OMB. Regardless of whatever the funds go into the single payer account, it still needs to be reflected in the department because we are unable to see what your actual utility costs are for the year. So what we're going to need to get from you in order for us to make an informed decision is your 2022 actual utility expenses. We can go back and check. So this is for our post-audit division. We could go back and check to see what did the legislature budget in FY22 for utilities, because we know that in FY23 we saw 15,000. But my concern is if you're saying that you intend to exceed the amounts for FY23, then I still have to beg the question, why are we seeing a reduction in your utilities? You see?
No problem.
So you are presenting 15, and that's fine. If you believe that you're going to generate enough indirect costs to cover, because you're saying you're short right now based on your indirect cost budget, so how are you going to make up the difference?
We are looking at whether or not we have to pay September bills in October so that we can make sure it's paid.
Ms. Kwashi, we do not pay September bills in October.
We will not receive the bills until about late September.
That's okay. It's still within the September period, so we don't close out, right? We still pay our bills based on the year that it should hit, or the month, because we close our fiscal year. But again, what are you projecting as your total utility expense out to FY20, September 30th of FY 2023?
I will have that for you.
So you spend 228 thus far, right?
Approximately.
Okay, so you spend 228. What do you mean approximately? We need to know how much you spend.
I'm going to double check, and I will
Okay,
have
check
that
it and
for
come
you.
back to me.
Yes.
Yeah, I would prefer not to use approximate numbers if you are actually paying a hard bill.
No problem.
Okay?
No problem.
All right, no problem. And then the GVI Fellows Program, I think you answered the question in your testimony. So with regards, you said that the GVI program, Fellows Program is the first cohort will be completed in September of 23. So are there conversations with the GVI Fellows regarding employment within the government departments and agencies?
Yes, those discussions are taking place, and I do know for a fact that at least one fellow so far has already been placed at Department of Human Services.
Okay, and then there's an overarching concern with regards to the GVI Fellows Program. First of all, what is what type of employees, what type of degrees is the word, are you looking for the GVI Fellows Program?
For the GVI Fellows Program, it is a bachelor's degree.
In
the first cohort, it was specializing in anything from a fiscal perspective. And then I do believe afterwards it was expanded to cover anything from information technology, construction management, project management, finance, and yeah, those were I think the 4 or 5.
So there's
that
an
it was expanded
expansion.
to, yes.
Okay, so this is a concern. So in your first cohort, we note that there's a hard salary of 55,000, and the fellows have gone into the departments and agencies and they've done an excellent job. But from your vantage point, because of the 55,000, is that creating challenges with the staff, and that's the permanent staff, at the respective departments whose salaries are less than that? And what are the considerations? Because I don't see an issue with the 55. What I see an issue with is how do we close this gap to ensure that we don't have challenges with the staff, that's the permanent staff, that's within those departments and agencies who are now working alongside the GVI fellows. In addition to that, how are we going to ensure that we are able now to attract those GVI fellows in positions that we have that are maybe unionized? I don't know, that the salary of 55 will way exceed what the unionized positions are offering. So that's like something that I don't know that we had given it proper thought, but we are right in the middle of it, and I need to hear from the Division of Personnel. What are your thoughts around this, and how are we going to right-fit and right-correct this situation?
So the GVI Fellows program is a program, a 2-year program. So the intent really is to bring in that skilled workforce to obtain the skills that were necessary or that we were lacking. And that's where the first cohort came in. They were in need for that fiscal background to fill some of those key positions. So it is a program. There's no guarantee afterwards of a set salary. The individuals...
Hold 1 second. There's a lot of feedback. Media, we're experiencing significant feedback. So, okay, let's try it again.
So the GVI Fellows is a 2-year program in which they are brought in at approximately the salary for the GVI Fellows is $55,000. So they have that set for the 2 years. There is that rotation amongst the various agencies. They do have the opportunity to network and within the GVI and outside the GVI. So after that 2-year program, there's no set guarantee that they will get that 55. They can apply for other positions. Other agency heads can try to network with them to try to obtain them on their staff. But it's just a program for those individuals, for us to build the workforce. It was utilized as a recruitment tool. I do understand how, from a morale perspective, I've seen different agencies come before you and discuss the morale. But again, it is just a retention tool. Additionally, I would advise those agencies to look at their own employees and look at some internal promotion as well. We have skilled workers within the GVI, and they're not doing that internal promotion. Also, too, creating a similar program within, utilizing some of those vacancy savings. Create a GVI Fellows within your agency to help build and fill those vacancies that are so desperately needed.
Okay, so one of the operative word that you used was recruitment tool. So if we're going to say it's a recruitment tool and an opportunity for retention, I'm going to go back and ask you again to please look at this program. You are giving advice to your fellow colleagues in the respective departments, but the question still remains, how are we looking at this, and how are we trying to ensure that we're correcting this? Because if we are talking about opportunities for recruitment, and we are offering certain salaries, and when these new graduates are completed with these programs, and the salaries do not align, we're not going to be able to be successful with the recruitment. That's my point.
Okay.
Outside of the morale challenges, I suspect that the agenda, it has to have some sort of a plan around it, was to ensure that we are able to bring our college graduates home, offer them a program that they can grow, and then they eventually become employees of the GVI government because of the need that we have here. The need is, I mean, in a question, we have vacancies out of the wazoo. So I believe that yourself and the leader of this particular program, I understand that this program is a program last year, I think we budgeted the funds under OMB. We since moved it because we were told that this program sits in the Office of Management and Budget. So this requires a conversation. It's an excellent program, but we did not completely, and I say we, because we're all part of this, we're all in this together, we did not truly, we did not think about the impact and truly thought out the end result of this program. So I am very interested to seeing when this is said and done, and in September, how many of those fellows, how many do you have in the cohort 1?
10.
10. I will be very interested to see of the 10, how many of them we were able to retain.
Okay.
All right. So, Senator Gittins, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like when you're in a cheery mood. I always get a little way. On page 2 of the DOP testimony, you bragged about the number of NOPAs that you were able to do as of this fiscal year, for fiscal year 23. But my disappointment, you didn't go a little deeper. So I want to know, from out the gate, how many exempt employees, namely commissioners, assistant commissioners, directors of the various divisions, how many of them received their increases based on the governor's executive order? And can you also provide a listing to this committee through the chair?
So a majority of those agency heads have received their increases, and our DOP website, the employee database, has been updated as of August 1st. That's reflective of all those increases.
How many you would say?
I don't have an exact number, but I can get that for you.
Okay, thank you. I'll await that information, Madam Chair.
All right.
I'm doing like you or not?
Senator Gittins, good question, and we definitely, is that a through the chair request? Yes. All right, so through the chair, please make sure that we are able to send the correspondence to the Division of Personnel requesting that information. All right. I'm going to go to the first senator, and then I'm going to come back. I really wanted to ask OCB a quick question, but in the interest of time, I'll allow Senator Blyden to proceed with his questions, and then I'll come back. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your, what did I say, 6 minutes?
Yeah.
6 minutes. We're going to go 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Director Richardson, and your supported management team there with you. Thank you for your testimony. Good afternoon, Ms. Durant and Ms. Thomas, and thank you for your testimony. Good afternoon, Ms. Joseph. Good to see you. Let me go to your testimony. You spoke in your testimony about the training revolving fund, which receives approximately $45,000 annually. How much have been expended from that fund for this fiscal year thus far?
I'll ask Deputy Director Kwashi to answer that question.
Thus far, we have spent $45,000 off
To date.
to date, yes.
So, apparently, it's not sufficient because that's a very important fund for your department. So, how many trainings say annually do you put forward from your agency on an annual basis?
Mr. Knight.
For your employees?
Mr. Knight, can you answer that question?
Good afternoon, Gabriel Knight, Strategy and Organizational Development Officer. Total trainings that we've produced annually is 80 training sessions.
And Director Richardson, do you receive funds from any other area to perform your trainings? And if not, what would that number look like in terms of having a right fit in terms of funding for training for your department?
We do receive some small funds from other agencies as it pertains to their requests for training that we do in person. But as the training revolving fund is usually utilized to do our training for all of our HR professionals, along with professional development for our staff. This particular fiscal year, I did kind of focus on doing a lot of professional development for my staff. When we look at all of the conferences that we, as the Division of Personnel, would like to attend, to include SHRM, IPMA, NeoGov, BenTech, and AAA HR, if we were to send a contingency of anywhere between 5 to 8 individuals, we did that costing. Approximately, it would cost us at least $150,000 just to do that alone, if that's what we wanted to do in one fiscal year.
Okay, very well. Let me ask you in respect to the postal report on page 9 of 14, your real property. I know that the GRS complex, I know we spoke about this last year, the annual rent of $228,000, 10,870 square feet. It was effective 21, and you're pending right now. So what's the status? Is still in negotiation?
No, that contract has been signed, and it's currently at Property and Procurement right now. It's already left Department of Justice, so it's at Property and Procurement right now.
Oh, have there been a reduction in rent, or is it at the same amount?
It's a somewhat of a slight increase.
A slight. How much is that the increase? What's slight? What's that amount?
I can get that for you.
Very well. Increase. Let me ask you, in respect to your numbers in your testimony, you spoke to I lost my page. You spoke to different initiatives you have done in terms of recruiting, right? And also outreach. And on page 5 and 7, you spoke to the outreach you have done. You have done pop-ups. You have done, filed in Florida. You did that. You did a private job fair. And you have different numbers in terms of people that attended. But my question is to you, how many hits have we had? How many people we have actually came forward and we have onboarded at the department? Do you have any type of analysis in that respect?
Well, basically, in some of those points that I pointed out, we talked about some of the successes that we've had. For example, when we did that territory-wide expo, we had at least 63 hires from that. When we did Vitima, I thought that was a very good initiative. We heard their plea when they were before this body of their various vacancies. We acted right away, and we did something on site for them, and we provided them with a pool of individuals. They had 17 vacancies, so we provided them with a pool of 25 for them to choose from. So as you can see within here, we've seen the targeted approach, listening to the needs of the various agencies and going out specifically to them and working with them to be a little bit more effective than some of the larger scale job fairs that we usually do.
And what does your online recruiting look like?
So online, we do utilize the Division of Personnel website. We do have a social media presence. We also assist some of the other agencies too in their recruitment from a social media perspective, as well as the use of Indeed and the utilization of our NeoGov system.
Okay, very well. Let me go to COB very quick. Ms. Duran or Ms. Thomas, I don't know who's going to respond, but let me ask first on a post-audit report, page 2, in respect to, I get this, Ms. Duran, supplies. You have supplies. There's a $14,000 variance. It went up from $31,000 to $41,000. What the reason for that disparity?
1 minute.
Good afternoon, Durant here.
Good afternoon.
The increase is for small tool replacement.
Small tool replacement?
Yes, like the computers, the desktops, laptops.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And on page, not a page number. Okay, page 8 of 13 of the testimony, it spoke to pending cases. What's your caseload at this moment?
Good afternoon, Senator. Currently, we're around 286.
30 seconds.
286 cases. How much, okay, let's put it this way. How much cases did you start out with for fiscal year 23?
Well, in fiscal year 23, we started around 285. We closed around 48 of those cases, and since then, we continuously keep receiving cases.
So you have had 30-some plus new cases thus far for this fiscal year. Okay,
Time.
Let me ask one more question. Okay, very well. In respect to OCB, I know that when it comes to your capital outlay, do you have any pending work that needs to be done at your current facility?
Currently, we are, for this fiscal year at least, we're trying to seek some storage space to move some of our old cases. And we're trying to replace our rugs and change them out with tiling.
And lastly, your vacancies. I know you said you have tried to onboard. You have 4 vacancies right now, and one is in the process of being hired?
Correct. We have 4 vacancies. One of them, the financial specialist, is being onboarded on August 14th.
And what about the attorney?
We requested approval for an assistant attorney general. We received approval for one. We requested an additional one, and that's pending.
So I'm sure that's going to help streamline your processes within the department tremendously.
Sir.
But thank you so much for your responses, and I think Director Richardson,
So in regards to that increase in rent for GRS, it is about $69,895.
Increase?
Yes.
69. So wow. Who did that negotiation? Who did that negotiating? Honestly.
Go ahead.
I mean, I expect a slight increase, if anything, because of inflation, but $69,000 increase?
Go ahead.
That's a problem.
Senator.
Who did that negotiating? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Need a response?
How long did your lease expire?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the lease expired back in the 1990s.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have not seen a real increase.
So you've been on a month-to-month since
yes.
then?
Mm-hmm. So it was negotiated. They were really asking for a lot more than that.
Okay, so quickly, are your utilities included in your lease? No? Okay.
No, it's not. And I could answer you on the utilities if you would.
Please.
So we have already paid $152,000 in utilities.
Mm-hmm.
We currently looking at about 4 months outstanding, so we will go a little bit over what was budgeted. Because like I
Ms.
said,
Quashie, you gotta give me numbers. If you do 152, divide it as to what the months are, and give me some numbers. I'm not one that'll sit up here and do the division. I try and drill all the way down into
No problem.
what we're doing. And then
we're looking at an outstanding 50,600 thereabout.
50,000. So that's 202,000 thus far.
Right.
4 months up to 50 up to what month?
It would take us to September, and then we wait for September bills to come out.
So then, so you pay 50 per month? That's what you said?
We pay.
No, not per month. So then you pay a little under 15, 12.
No, per
How
month.
much do you pay per month?
Let's see here. We pay monthly 13.5 plus.
Yeah, because 50 divided by 4, right? That's 12. But 12.
No, that's not what we pay per month.
So then the 50,000 incorrect, 50,000
I
incorrect.
made an error in
Yeah.
my division.
Okay.
I divided it by.
No problem.
Yes. Times 4. So it would be 67,500.
Over
That's
the-
outstanding.
Over the 4 months.
Right.
Okay. 7, that's 9. 11. So that's like something like 219,000, right?
Yes.
And then your monthly is what?
The monthly is 18,500 thereabout. Some months we see more.
Okay, so we go wrong.
We have seen months where we have received bills that came up to 14,000 plus.
So that's like 238. 238, but you shared 263. So what I need for you to do, that's based on what the numbers that you give thus far, because when I add it back, give or take $19,000, taking you to the end of the fiscal year, which is September.
Correct.
It comes back more like 238. So if you could send back to the committee your breakdown of your utilities by month payment, then we'll have a better perspective of what your true utility cost
No
is.
problem.
Okay, cool.
Yes, take in consideration also, Senator, that we are projecting out and we are looking at trends and what it looks like today versus what it might look like tomorrow with everything that we're hearing and the concerns.
No problem. We are in full agreement with your projecting out. However, one of the things that we continue to see over and over is the appropriation transfers, and some departments and agencies have true needs where they are struggling, and we really need to figure out how to right fit our budget. If you have a situation where you're over, and when I say appropriation transfers for more moving stuff on personnel and doing all these different things, and we usually budget and give you the personnel that you ask for. You're unable to fill all of the positions, so you have an opportunity coming to the end of the year to actually do that transfer. So we have to be a little closer with our numbers so we don't have that so much excess moving forward, because again, and I've said it over and over, we need to take care of our hospitals. Okay? So we have to figure out how we're going to try our best to get that done in this budget cycle.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, very well. So that's all it is. So we just want to come close. If it's 263, then it's 263. But we just want to see exactly what it is. And also, while we're having this discussion, we also need to see what is your indirect cost overall amount that you receive in 23. And I hate to ask your projections in 24, but I'm still going to ask it, because that is so subject to folks' ability to spend down their federal dollars. So what are your projections for 23?
So we, 23, $530,867.
Okay, so $531,000. And what do you do with those funds?
We utilize it for supplies, other services, and utilities.
Okay, so do you see, I thought that I saw, what is your, in the FY23, so are we seeing a increase
No,
in
we are
your
not.
supplies category?
We are seeing in 23, we have 40,000 for supplies.
Okay, and
in 24, we requested 25,867.
I'm seeing something different. And again, what I'm seeing is supplies. And I gotta look at this document here. Supplies in FY 2023, the Division of Personnel's appropriation was $78,451 from the general fund proper. And the ask of FY 2023-4 is $120,000. That's a $41,000 difference, a 53% increase over your FY 2023.
And you're looking at
the budget book. Yeah. So the budget book reflects
what page?
158. The recommendation for FY23 for the Division of Personnel, for the Division of Personnel is 120,000. And the number that we're seeing here, I don't know what is revised budgeting
Did
is.
you ask for indirect, or because I thought you were on indirect?
No,
So I
I'm
was
talking
fit-
about specifically our 20 general fund. I went back to the general fund with regards to the increase. I'm going somewhere with this because you said that you received $500 and something thousand in general fund.
That's in indirect.
In your indirect. My apologies.
And so my response to you for the supply question was it's indirect. I was responding to.
Okay, but I understand. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm sharing with you that in FY23, your supplies category for the general fund was $78,451.
Correct.
And there's an increase of $41,000 in the recommendation for 24, which is $120,000. So I believe one of my colleagues asked before, I don't know if it was the ask of OCB, but the response that I heard was it was for small tools and minor equipment. So probably that was OCB. So the ask is now of you, what is included in this $41,549 for the Division of Personnel's requested increase for FY24. Okay, and you could come back to me with that. I hope I remember all of these comebacks, but that's basically what the ask is. Okay?
No problem.
I hope somebody keeping notes for me where I gotta come back to because my staff look like they abandoned me. Love don't live here anymore. No man, they're coming back upstairs. But I just want to make sure that we remember because this is important information to help us with the budget. Okay, we're gonna go to the next senator. If I could remember who that is. Lots of paper. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Personnel, let's start personnel first. I think I'm seeing something with probably your fringe might be off. There is, for 24, your ask is for personnel, 2,851,311, which is 48,515 up from 23 at 2,802,796. But then your fringe for 23 is 1,387,803. And for 24, your fringe is 1,306,584. So your fringe is less, and you're asking for more, and you're getting more. So I think maybe, what is your actual calculation you have for fringe?
Senator, where are you looking at?
I'm looking at the testimony, the director's testimony, where you have the OMB recommendation, personnel, fringe, supplies, everything you have. And then I'm also looking at the Act 8617, the 23 budget, as to what your actual personnel and fringe is for 23. 23 actual personnel services, 2,802,796. That's Act 8617, the 23 budget. Now 24, you're going to, based on the testimony of the director, 2,851,311.02 for personnel services. That's 48,515 increase. Fringe is 1,306,583.90. That's less fringe than where you have less in 23, $48,000 less, and you have more fringe at 1,387,000. So that's what I'm wondering if the calculation for your 24 fringe is correct. And if it's something you could look at it again, if needed.
So, Senator, the fringe that was appropriated.
Correct.
For 23 per Act 8617, 1,387,803.
Correct.
That budget was revised by OMB, and it's based on increases, and it is at 1,419,759.
For fringe?
Fringe, yes.
Okay, say the fringe again.
1,419,759.
Okay, I figured so. And that's what I said. Then again, they're going to change your whole numbers again. So then we're going to need your new numbers for the total personnel and fringe. Correct?
Well, the number is different.
Right, so that's what I say. So the calculation we have, your total acts is 50,995,535.
For fringe?
No, your total acts.
Okay.
50,995, 50,995,535
Correct.
cents. Right. So if that's your acts, it didn't reflect the change from 1,306,000 to 1,419,000. So they have to be readjusted. Now, did anyone receive any wage increases this year, 2023?
Yes, we have.
All your GS employees?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, are they owed any retro monies?
No.
Everybody received and they owed any retro?
Yes.
Okay, OCB, I need wage increases in 23?
Yes, Senator. Good afternoon. Juliet Thomas, Coordinator of Administrative Services.
Okay, GS employees?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, they owed any wage increases?
Not as of this fiscal year, no.
Okay, good. Okay, now I noticed in the 23 budget you have the municipal council pension. How many people are still on the municipal council pension? I thought the last person had passed. I just need a correction on that.
So this is just a pass-through for the Division of Personnel.
Okay, so, but is it still needed? Even as a pass-through, is it still needed? Because I believe that last person who was on it I'm not sure. I don't want.
Senator, we were not provided with that information from OMB. That would be better
1
directed
minute.
to OMB since they set it up as a pass-through account.
Oh, okay.
It's
okay,
put
so-
on and then removed at the
Okay,
end of
so
the fiscal year.
We have to check into that. Okay, also the, for personnel, that 75,000 for the certified, no, for the, let me see which one it is, flipping back and forth. For the
30
the
seconds.
government employees recognition, you have that also for the 24 budget? Is that in your other services and charges?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so in 24 budget, you're doing, that's for next year's on, and were all expenses paid for that in 23?
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
covered. Okay, good. And for GESC, I know you're not giving the numbers, but the number that we have for the health insurance for retirees is 38 million, 38.2.
Time.
Now, there were some funds that were, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, I'll wrap up. The contribution to the health insurance board, 275, remains the same. The supplement to health insurance, 6,000,009 remains the same. Health insurance consultants, 285,000 remains the same. Or will they change since since the retiree zone is going up?
Beverly Joseph, the GSC Health Insurance Board Chair. So the 275 remains the same. That is appropriated to the code for the GSC. That is for administrative costs. Then DOP budget is for the contract for the consultant. So that is remaining, should not have an increase
So
onto that.
285 stays the same too?
Correct.
Okay, and then the supplement to the health insurance, 6,000,009.
Correct.
That stays the same?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the time, Madam
You're
Chair.
welcome.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. You know, Senator DeGraff, you had 6 minutes. You went over, but you didn't have to ask OCB no questions. You know, every now and again we have to have a little light moment. You know what I mean? Come on, people. I mean, you use up the whole extra minute and you didn't need a minute, man. You didn't need a minute. All right, buddy. Okay, so 2 things. I only remember one. But 2 things. The response to Senator DeGraff, the 1,419, 1,419 which is the reflection of your current associated fringe benefits. I suspect that's as a result of the salary increases. You know, we use the term revised budget, but what's going to have to happen is, in order for us to get it straight, because the people that come after us, colleagues, going to have some problems with this whole budget process moving forward because of how this looks. So one of the things we may have to require OMB to do in the future, this year, we probably could start it this year, is all of the additional amounts, because we put the lump sum for the salary increases for the unionized employees, we put it in a lump sum. As the negotiations occur, the departments and agencies receive the funds. Correct, Ms. Damas?
Correct, Senator.
Right? So they receive the funds in their associated fringe benefits and the associated personnel costs.
Correct.
And what they do is they put it on the system reflecting what was not appropriated for the department. So it's causing some issues for us as we work on the budget, and it's going to cause issues down the road with regards to the audit, because we did not appropriate those monies directly to the departments. It was appropriated through this miscellaneous through OMB, and then they upload it. So what we're going to have to ask Mr. Post Auditor is of the Office of Management and Budget to provide us with an allocation as they do I think they sent down a supplemental. So we need to see an allocation budget for the respective departments and agencies so the amounts could be properly appropriated to the departments and agencies. So the miscellaneous section, that 19 million, will show a reduction, and then you move up those dollars to the respective departments and agencies so we could really balance this the right way. Because every time we hear the revised budget, we have not approved the revised budget. So that kind of continues to throw us up, but we need to kind of clean that up. So that presents a little issue for you because you're saying now that you're in FY23, your fringe, associated fringe is 1.4 million. However, in the budget for FY24, it's listed as 1.3 million.
Correct.
So that's a $81,000 difference. I mean, it's a $81,000 difference based on what we budget. Of course, it's still a difference. It's a difference of $87,000 actually, based on $81,000 based on what we budgeted. Based on the 419, it's a little less, 60-something thousand, but it's still a reduction. So how are you going to balance your associated fringe benefits with this reduction? Y'all noted that?
So are we speaking to 24 or are we speaking to 23?
Okay, so we're dealing with a 24 budget. And I'm saying that in the recommendation, what's the recommendation that you've seen that came down from OMB for your department?
For the fringe benefit?
Correct.
It's 1,306,584.
Correct. And I'm saying, and you represented that based on your salary increases, your fringe is 1,419,000, correct?
Correct.
So there is a difference of, actually it's $100,000.
It's one.
Yeah, the difference between.
113.
Right. So the question is, how are you going to live with that when your fringe has significantly increased from 23 because of your salary increases? This is a reduction.
Correct. A part of the salary increases for USW masters, and since OCB is here, they can speak to that as well, was to pay, I think it was from 2014 to 2019 or 20 or something like that, to deceased and retirees. That's a lump sum payout.
Okay, so the fringe is increased because, that's why you have to give us all the information. So the fringe is increased not only because of the salary increases, but there's also some additional costs in there for prior periods.
Correct.
That's what it is.
Right.
So
and it's a one-time, so it would not reflect in the future years.
Got it. So this is what we're going to ask of you. I think Senator DeGraff asked of it already, but we're going to ask you to submit back to this committee your updated personnel listing, inclusive of your updated associated fringe benefits. Another hard number, your updated associated fringe benefits based on your employees. Some employees are family, some are single. So it'll give us a good perspective of what your true associated fringe benefits are. All right? Senator DeGraff, point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along the same lines, Director, did you receive a wage increase this year?
I did.
Is it covered in the 24 budget?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so then even with that, I think the numbers would be off still. So that's what we're asking for the information, to make sure you're covered in the 24 budget.
Correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so that's why we need an updated personnel listing, so we could get all of that information so we could do this right, because the variance, to the Senator's point, between FY23 and FY24 for your personnel category is only $48,515, and you said that you granted salary increases, so we need to get this number clear. Okay?
Yes, Senator.
All right, very well. Let me first recognize the presence of Senator Javon James, who's joined us here in this district. Thank you for flying all over. We appreciate you. Actually, it's Senator James's turn, but he just walked in, so I'm going to give him an opportunity. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
There we go, numbers.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Senator James, for allowing me to go ahead. Teamwork makes the dream work. Good afternoon, everyone. Division of Personnel. So I'm going to just go direct. I just wrote a couple things here because I need to run away. But first of all, kudos to the agency. I see your recruitment stations going territory-wide. Also, the UVI Job Fair partnership. Kudos also on your partnership with the Department of Labor and, who is it? The RT Park. You conducted recruitment job festivals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so kudos on those. I see on somewhere you choked me up there when you spoke about the off-island recruitment campaign, though. And this off-island recruitment campaign, what are we paying? I mean, we don't have sufficient interest here in the territory for these jobs that we're talking about.
So, as indicated, we just initiated discussions with them. This is something that the RT Park Vista Plus is planning. They do have plans to do Houston and Miami between now and the end of the year. So we were looking into just getting some information as to what that looks like so that we could actually see if we could participate. And it's geared towards STEM positions. So anything from in the engineering and the science and
good. That's on the
field.
RT Park
Yes.
side, though. But the government before did one in Atlanta, someplace else or something. Yes. What was the cost associated with that?
I don't have the cost of the Atlanta trip with me, but we're just initiation.
Hold on. Okay, so just tell me, is it worth spending that type of money to recruit 2 or 3 people?
I do think that we should send individuals. I would not probably send a delegation that was sent prior in the first trip, but I do think having that presence to initiate discussions and interests to come back home, yes.
Thank you for your honesty, and I'll stop you right there before you get in any trouble. But I so agree with you. I would say it bluntly, waste of taxpayers' money.
Mm-hmm.
Too much people going to bring back 2 or 3 people. And 2 or 3 people that leave in months because they get promised one thing, and what they got promised when they got here was something totally different.
Mm-hmm.
Very disappointing. I asked you earlier during my point of information for the number of employees, exempt employees that is, at the top of the pile, commissioners, assistant commissioners, deputy commissioners, directors, etc., who were given the raises as a result of the governor's executive order. Across the board, whoever got raises under that executive order is the information that I'm asking. And yes, I'm happy to hear you bragging about the number of NOPAs and whatnot you were able to complete. But what does get me to is we don't complete what we want to complete. I am sure that all these NOPAs were done timely. Other NOPAs, we got to sit and wait so long. My mother retired from this government telling me many years ago, I done with this nonsense now. Can they bring this computer thing and everything just taking longer? She had custom to change a ribbon in a typewriter, get GTR done, get NOPAs done, and get it back in days. Putting it on a seaplane or on the airport. Now we have gone to technology that you're supposed to be able to go on your computer and see where a NOPA is. A NOPA could be signed in a day.
Correct.
If everything is on point. But people are still waiting for the NOPA process. What are we doing to cut down on the time of getting NOPAs completed, especially for those who are being onboarded to this government?
So thank you for that question. I do think that we have streamlined the NOPA process. If you do look at our KPI, I know we included the one for this year, but if you compare last year, the average, we were maintaining that 5-day mark. This year, you can see we went just above that, and we're able to explain those exceptions. We had some medical emergencies within our NOPA unit, and we had to make some adjustments to the flow. So you saw that increase in the month of November. We also see that when we have to do the NOPA processing for Department of Labor, it does kind of clog up the flow. So we are, in fact, looking at ways to reduce that because we know it's a problem.
Right.
When we do have these salary increases, that too has also caused a little bit of a delay, and we are putting certain parameters in place to reduce that. But I do think that we are and have made a lot of progress in streamlining the NOPA approval. It is usually staying 5 days or less within the Division of Personnel.
And I thank you and your team for that. I'm just asking you to, let's get a little. We could always get a little more efficient.
Of course.
All right. What are your thoughts on moving away from, or this should be to OCB, really? What are your thoughts on moving away from union negotiated wages to, market-based compensation structure for the entire government?
Good afternoon, Senator Juliet Thomas, Coordinator of Administrative
One minute.
Let me take it back. Okay. Let me not ask you what's your thoughts on it. Have your office given any thought to this?
Not at this point, Senator.
Not at this point. I'm afraid to ask you what's your thoughts on it, but I'll
However, I can add, though, in our testimony, we were asking that the body consider expanding Act 4440 that would at least give the ability to give increases on an annual basis, without having to go through negotiations. Of course, negotiations will happen, but with what we're asking, of course, the code requires that we negotiate salaries. So that's what we do. But with the many CBAs that we have in place, it's impossible with the staff that we have. So that's why we're asking that the body consider expanding Act 4440.
Okay. So we could have this conversation.
Yes, sir.
Fam, you don't gonna get away, The last 10 seconds is yours. This little hiccup we had the other day, I'm not sure if I may conclude here, Madam Chair. I'm not sure where the hiccup actually came about, but what is your division doing to assist in the entire process to prevent what happened the other day with the hiccup of employees not getting paid?
So that really was, the processing of that was really for the division, the Department of Finance. It was not seen at the Division of Personnel side.
Not seeing at all.
No.
Okay, that's what I was saying. If there was any partnership or anything, whether or not the IT division would have had to do with that. Okay. So I just wanted to ask you a question, man. That's that. She didn't even allow you to answer, but thank you. Thank you, Division of Personnel. I wish I had a question for your legal counsel as well, but I know she's sharp as well. Take care.
Senator Gittins,
thank you, Madam Chair.
I have to agree with you. I up here trying to figure out where to go ask her.
Yeah.
Because I am so happy to see this brilliant young lady.
You know where she come from, so we got to be ready.
Sitting here, so we know who watching,
yes.
So she better be ready. I totally agree with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Division of Personnel.
All right. So I said that I had two things, and I said one because Ms. Kwashi liked to confuse me. Under the miscellaneous section of the budget, right? So this is a challenge that I continue to see. With all of the departments and agencies that come before us, nothing to do with you, of course, that come before us for their FY24 budget, we continue to see under the other services and charges category where your miscellaneous is being rolled up into your other services. So it's inflating your budget. So your budget is saying 50 million when in fact 47 or 45 million of it is really your special, is not tied to your operating expenses. And then when we look into the budget further, we're also seeing that 47, listen, we find, Mr. Post Editor, we find $45 million, you know. You realize that, right? And yesterday we find how much again? I can't remember the amount. We got to start recording it. So under the budget, we're seeing that they roll up the 45 million into your other services category. And then when you come further down and you look in the miscellaneous section, they still have the 45 million. It's recorded twice in the budget. We saw that with, I can't remember the other agency. I could look back in my book and see, but so we found 45 million, a hard 45 million in the division of personnel with the, so you understand what I'm saying, Ms. Kwashi?
No, because I don't have that on record, and that wasn't what we requested.
Oh, no. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. This have nothing to do with you.
Oh.
Nothing to do with you. If you look closely into the budget book on page 158, it shows under your other services and charges category, it accounts for the 45 million. Right? Mm-hmm. Under 23. It accounts for the 45 million under 24. And then when you go further down on page 158, on the other expenses, it has the breakout. DOP, health insurance increase, health insurance retirees, all the contribution to health insurance board, municipal council pension, et cetera, to the tune of the same 45 million.
On the same page 158?
Yeah, you ain't seen it?
I am seeing what you're seeing, but I think it's just a repetition. It's not adding it and making it 90 million.
It's counted in the miscellaneous section. You see, it says miscellaneous, and it counted up here as part of your budget. But I'm just sharing with you, this is not something for you to figure out. I'm just saying that we continue to see it, so we need to figure out how to chew this up. Okay?
I guess it just needs to be clear and just maintain in a miscellaneous itself and not echoed in the other services, so you could actually reflect what we have as our other services.
Absolutely, and it absolutely reflects your operating expenses because
Correct.
those are not tied to what it takes to operate the division of personnel. So it creates a little confusion. We did some of that on this end because when we did the budget, we kind of rule everything out and then give you a total. So let me ask you, do these special miscellaneous categories, if you will, do they come with an M account or under your org 2020?
They come with an M account, so they
M.
can be provided or
no problem.
Explained, reported separately.
Totally understood. I just wanted to make sure it came with an M account, so it's not. But it comes with an M account. So you see my issue. It comes with an M account, but it's still rolling it up into your other services. M account does not roll up into your other services. It's not your operating expense.
Correct.
Do you agree?
Correct.
You agree?
I agree.
All right, good. All right, Senator James. Senator James, you're recognized for your 6 minutes. And I know that, Senator James, if you have a question for the Ms. Joseph of GC, she has to catch a flight, so you can ask it quickly if you do. I don't have any other questions.
I don't want to be responsible for anybody missing a flight. Go ahead. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Division of Personnel. So we have the free tuition program at UVI. I think it's our good Lieutenant Governor who championed that while he was in the Senate. My question, though, is there any data available ever since we had individuals who took advantage of the free tuition program, graduated, got the degree, are now working for the government? Are we tracking that information? Have we had any cases of that?
So the Division of Personnel has not been tracking that information. It is something that we could possibly look into, but we would have to obtain that information from the university and then cross-reference it with what we have in our database.
I would love to do so because, if I'm not mistaken, there should be some level of commitment from those individuals. I'm not sure if it's the private sector or the government, but there's some level of commitment, and I want to make sure that the program is working. So can I get that commitment from you?
Sure, yes.
All right, please. And I see here where you have a vacancy for a recruiter. Is there only one recruiter? Or you have multiple recruiters?
It's only one.
So you and your team are in the business of recruiting individuals. How long has that position been vacant?
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator. So as you can see that it's a request that is new again. It's not an actual vacant position. While we requested it, it was not funded previously. And even currently, in the request, it's only funded at 50%, which makes it a little bit difficult.
And the total salary for the recruiter?
The total that we really want to request is $92,000.
Because I really want to make sure that you pay whoever that is very good and hold them accountable. Because I'm not sure who's doing it in the interim. Do you have some system in the interim? I'm assuming that you have somebody in the interim doing that recruiter work?
So yes, we do have our lead person for actually our territorial administrator of recruitment and classification, who's here with us, Ms. Millicent Abain. She oversees that unit. So she's the one that is responsible for the recruitment. And if you look at the listing of all the different events that we've had, her unit is the one that does and leads those events.
And if you were to promote from within, I guess that would affect your structure? Because you have to have somebody in there who has that experience. You have to be doing it in the interim, unless you have that individual doing two roles.
Yes, I mean, we can promote from within, but then it would then be a deficit to the area that they're in. So having that additional body would always benefit us. As that person, it would be extensive across the entire GVI, and we do anticipate both on and off island recruitment efforts that that person would be involved in.
Please, and hopefully once we see that vacancy being filled and we see the progress at a later time, we might try to add a next one, because we have to get a recruiter, somebody who's really talented and experienced with it and all around, and of course pay them well. But my other question though, we have the career incentives program. Enlighten me a bit. So you guys are solely in charge of promoting that program, or is it the agency or the departments who are responsible for promoting that program?
It's a little bit of both. But all the agencies involved, they use it as a recruitment tool. We utilize it as well when we go out and do our recruitment efforts as well.
So the reason why I'm asking that question is leading to the budget. As far as resources, what resources you use right now within the department or agency to carry out that program? What kind of financial resources? Is it a lot? And if so, give me the cost.
Okay, well, we did a cost breakout in the testimony that shows how much it's cost the various agencies. I do have my lead person in the SOD unit who does and reviews those proposals, does the calculations, and sends it back to the respective HR officers for them to now apply the CIP credits.
1 minute.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And the reason why I was asking, because I was leading to marketing and advertising. So you're not in charge of advertising or putting that out there, no, right?
It is part of our benefit package. It is utilized as a recruitment tool.
And that's what I was leading to. I want you to put a little more effort into it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to really encourage individuals to take advantage of that. Okay?
Okay.
Because we have this big, lovely University of the Virgin
seconds.
Islands. We have to have individuals take advantage of that. And then my next thing I see where I think it's NeoGov, you're paying them over $228,000 for candidate text messaging and some other resources, and that is nice. That's I'm thinking out of the box. So my question is, as far as division of personnel at a later time, getting an app, because most individuals, they have their phones with them. Can you see yourself leaning towards that direction?
Yes, that is something that when I first came to the Division of Personnel, something that I wanted to do. And once we have our PIO person on board, that is something that I'm going to task them with creating.
Please do, because we have the RT part.
Yes.
And we have the resources.
Correct.
So I'm hoping and praying that we get more digitized, because the governor continues to brag that he wants to be the first digital governor or something like that. So I'm going to hold him accountable until I'm no longer in this seat and he's no longer in that seat. So please continue to do the great work you're doing, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. So let's go back to OCB. So we're seeing that, did you share that you have one new position in your budget for one new position asked for FY 2024?
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't know if I understand.
You got to take the mic out.
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
Okay, so the variance between your personnel services budget for FY 24 compared to 23 is like some 57,000, and I think I recalled you saying that you all are looking to hire a new assistant attorney general or a new attorney, and you're basically asking that you get your own attorney and you don't have to go to the AG office because they're busy enough.
That's correct.
That's what I heard. So is there a new position in FY 24 for an attorney, or is it the same attorney position that's vacant?
A new position, Senator.
And that position is budgeted at how much?
I'll allow Ms. Durant to answer.
Durant? The position is budgeted at $129,000.
Please speak into the mic.
I am. The position is budgeted at $129,400.
$129,400 for a new attorney. Let's just say that. And the act. Let me just make sure we're on the same page. What is your personnel amount for FY 23?
Fiscal year 2023, the personnel cost is $708,104.
708,104. Is that 129,400 included in a number?
No, it's not.
So if it's 708, the ask is 740 for FY 2024. So this 129 is not included in FY 2024. And if it is, it's only a quarter of it, not even 50%. So we're going to ask this. It's a lot of work. We've had to ask all of these departments to do this. And is there a salary increase? I don't know if Senator DeGraff, Mr. Savanero asked that question, but were there salary increases for the exempt employees in OCB in FY 2023?
Yes, Senator.
And what's the total of those salary increases?
I don't have the actual cost for the increases, but we did budget $24,367 for increases.
In what year?
2023.
So then your 2024 number is off. You know, my colleagues keep saying this about, my colleague, Mr. Savanero, keeps saying that these numbers are off, and I'm starting to see a little clearer, especially with these smaller departments, it's easier to catch it. But 708, 129 new position, I don't know when you plan to hire it, but you don't even have, you have less than a quarter of that available to you for fiscal year 24. So what we're going to need to get from you is an updated personnel listing, inclusive of the associated fringe by employee, so we could be clear on what the true fringe benefit, associated fringe benefit is, please. And then you've increased the supplies from $31,000 to $45,000. That's a $14,000 increase. What is the purpose of that?
For the replacement cost of our computers, laptops, office equipment.
I think you answered that before, right?
Yes.
So it's to replace new computers. All right, I'll allow somebody else to speak, and then I'll come back. I see that Senator Francis Jr. has joined us on this side. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information. Please recognize the senator's mic. Senator DeGraff's mic.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. For OCB, the acts also would be at the vacant positions funded at what? Is where you would ask them, because you say basically they have that at a quarter, so you know you got to fund them at.
Well, there's only one position, so it wouldn't be wise of us to ask them to fill their one position at 50 because they don't have no position to one-off it with. Right?
Okay, but
So
presently
it
isn't even funded at, like you said, more than about a quarter, so it should be at least half.
So send your vacant positions.
Thank you.
Send your updated personnel listing, inclusive of your new position, and then we'll decide what that percentage will look like. Okay? All right. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good afternoon, blessings, and thank you, Madam Chair. Director Richardson, you know, it's a very well put together presentation, and it's easy reading, so I have to congratulate you and the staff on your presentation. Also, Ms. Thomas, Ms. Durant, sitting in for Josh Springett. Pretty good presentation. Congratulations as well. I wanted to ask you real quick here, the salary increases for the nurses, have they all been paid and their salary increases now? Director Richardson?
Those salary increases, if they were put through to the Division of Personnel, they've been processed.
Okay. Question, Ms. Durant or Ms. Thomas? Can you give me the date the LPN Nurses Association contract was negotiated?
Good afternoon, Senator Juliet Thomas, Coordinator of Administrative Services. I can provide you with the effective date of the CBA. Excuse me.
Yeah, and also the state nurses and the Registered Nurses Leadership Union, all three of those contracts.
Okay, the RNLU, which is the Registered Nurses Leadership Union, is continuing. If you look at the glance sheet that we provided, that is one of the CBAs that are ongoing. The Virgin Islands Nurses Association was the VISNA nurses. That contract is effective October 1, 2022 to September 30th, 2025. And the Virgin Islands Licensed Practical Nurses, their contract is effective October 2022 as well to 2026.
You see, because my colleague had asked a question earlier if all of the commissioner them and the assistant commissioner them, all of them don't get a big raise. But here is the nurses them contract done been negotiated, supposed to be affected last year. Two of them just called me, they ain't get their money yet. But all the big commissioner them, whoop, they don't get the money, the nurses them ain't getting none. And you know, in the Division of Personnel on page 5 here, You're telling me the average number of business days to process a NOPA is 5 days or less. So you see, that is personnel, but if I get in a raise, I don't care if personnel guide 5 days and health guide 2 days and thing. All of that have to add up on how long a person gets a NOPA. Because the nurses, them contract done months ago, done negotiated, they ain't get their raise. But the big commissioner, them, whoop, they don't get theirs. So you see how it is. Okay, let me go to page 2. The government workforce, you say, have 10,618 employees. Is that a correct number, Ms. Richardson?
Yes, that is, that's inclusive of central, the total government.
Okay, thank you. So then on page 8, you have the medical, enrolled in the medical plan, you have 7,071 active employees. So now there's a difference of 3,547. So when you subtract the 10,618 total government workforce and the 7,000, when you subtract the 7,071 active employees enrolled from the 10,618 government employees, you get a difference of 3,547. So that 3,547, those are what, part-time employees, or are you telling me there's about 3,547 employees that are not covered by health insurance?
So that's from the central government. This is not inclusive under the for the semi-autonomous agencies.
Okay, so explain to me the difference between the 10,618 and the 7,071. Somehow I'm not understanding something here.
So the total government, that's going to include your central government, your semi-autonomous, your judicial, and your legislature. That's what that 10,618.
And the 7,071 are those that's actually enrolled, right?
Correct.
So how come it's 3,547 less? That's what I want to know.
Good afternoon, Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance.
Yes.
The 7,071 is for central government employees who are enrolled in the government's health insurance
1 minute.
program. So that 3,000 would be for the semi-autonomous agencies because we do not track those in our eligibility system. They manage their own health insurance.
Okay, so the semi-autonomous agencies provide health insurance for the employees, right?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay, good. So all of them would be covered. Okay, I wanted to go here and I wanted to give you credit and I want us to understand that you have up to 25,000
30
members
seconds.
that's enrolled in the insurance. And that 25,000 members is about 28% of the population. So kudos goes out to the Division of Personnel. You know, that total cost is like $184 million. And I think you're even going up beyond the statute where it's supposed to be government pays 65 and the employee pays 35.
Time.
What's Madam Chair, can I finish my question? What is the government paying? I know it's more than 65. Can you give me that number also?
That breakout right now is at 72%. 72, 28.
Okay, and so you're going to continue that in the next contract? Because they just tell me that the retirees' insurance going up 5%. So the retirees now going to have to pay 5% more. Are you going to continue that? Or retirees need help?
That is what is projected, yes. That will continue.
Okay,
for
thank you.
this fiscal year.
Thank you, blessing. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Before my good Senate President come for you on this one, we don't need to thank the government. The decision to observe the costs for our retirees lay right here in this institution.
Correct.
Because I know he will come in. Okay? Yeah, so we have to...
I stand corrected.
Yes,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, good. Anyway, I want to go back to OCB because I'm having a little confusion with this budget, these personnel numbers. So how many FTEs do you have in total? Okay, how many positions let's move away from FTEs. How many positions do you currently have?
Currently, we have,
In the mic.
currently, currently we have 12 positions, 5 that are filled, 3 on St. Thomas, 5 on St. Croix, total of 8 filled, 3 vacancies, and then 1 new position.
Okay, so you do have an assistant attorney general on board.
Just a position.
I don't understand what I mean. They either walk in or they ain't walking. Which one they doing? They're on board or they're not on board?
Good afternoon, Juliet Thomas, Coordinator of Administrative Services. So we actually have 11 positions. Out of the 11, the Assistant AG's position is actually funded through the Department of Justice, not through OCB. However, we're requesting an Assistant AG or an attorney position to be budgeted through OCB so we can hire our own attorney.
Okay. The budget that's in front of us, the personnel list that is in front of us says 11 positions. They have 1, 2, 3, 4 vacant.
Correct. Actually, it's 5.
Which one has become vacant of them?
We have a special assistant, a labor relations specialist, an administrative secretary 2, a financial specialist, and a financial management officer.
So you have a administrative secretary that has just become vacant recently?
Correct.
Okay, so that's vacant.
Correct.
All right. So you have 5 vacant positions.
Correct.
But you let me represent earlier that...
It was 4. And I
no,
was,
not that you only had 1. I was under the impression that all your positions were filled.
Oh, okay.
Until I looked at the post-audit report a little closer. So your financial specialist position is... Why is it at... Okay, so it's at 0.5 FTE, but so you actually have 12 positions. It's 12 because it's listed as 0.5 FTE because it's budgeted at 50%. But it's 12 positions. Correct? I think that's what the financial officer said. It's 12 positions.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, so that's what the difference is here. That's what is causing the confusion. So it's 12 positions budgeted at 50%. And the Assistant Attorney General is not a vacant position, it's actually a new position. So it should be listed as new. All right, so now I'm a lot clearer. So if you title it Assistant Attorney General, though, you have to figure out what the title is, whether it's just legal counsel, whatever that is, because Assistant Attorney Generals fall under the union of the Attorney General's office.
well, Senator, good afternoon. Juliet Thomas, Coordinator of Administrative Services. Yes, we have some Assistant Attorney Generals who are unionized. However, our position is unique. The position that's assigned to us, excuse me, is an Assistant Attorney General labor position. And it's exempt.
Okay, so you need to say labor behind it to make sure that it stays exempt. Otherwise, it could create an issue. All right, so now I'm clear. So then, if that's in fact the case, the 740, 766 that's in the budget is actually the correct number. Because you budgeted the Assistant Attorney General position at 129,400. But we're seeing that the chief's position is at 109, which does not cover the increase. So what is the difference in that number? That number we need, because your number of 740 would not be sufficient to cover your budget for 24. And if you don't know, fine, you have to send it back so we could be clear on the numbers. So the ask will still be what we asked before with the updated personnel listing for your agency. Okay? All right, Senator Carry on. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. You were just in line with my question to find out if the chief negotiator got an increase, because I was noticing that difference between the assistant attorney general in that position. So in fact, the chief negotiator got an increase. What is that increase? Ms. Durant?
Senator, this is Durant. The increase for the chief negotiator is 137,000. I'm not sure if there's 500 there, but it's 137. 137.5. So the difference would be 28,005.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's 135, not 137.
All right, 135.
Correct.
Okay. And just for my clarity, the position assistant attorney general, is there a reason for that title and not legal counsel?
Good afternoon, Senator Julia Thomas, Coordinator of Administrative Services. Historically, that's been the position that has been created for our office. They distinguish the position with /labor to distinguish it from the classified positions at the Department of Justice.
But that was because before that position was from Department of Justice assigned to assist your office, but now it's in-house.
We're requesting that we acquire a position in-house, and not necessarily just say it would be Assistant Attorney General /labor, but yes, we're requesting an attorney for our office.
Your
Separate
office.
and apart
I
from the
guess it would be
Department of Justice.
Legal counsel. So I guess you guys could adjust that to make it clear that it's not from the Department of Justice. Because when you put Assistant Attorney General as a title, it creates that confusion as if it's from the Department of Justice.
Understood, Senator.
So that should be clear up. Any budgetary challenges within the department? Collective bargaining?
Not at this point, Senator.
Okay. Director, Division of Personnel?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Any budgetary challenges?
No budgetary challenges at this time. The only thing really that we're really pushing at this time would be for our request for the learning management system that we would like to purchase. With the departure of Microsoft 365, we do see that this would be a great benefit to the entire GBI, as this learning management system that we are looking at has over 1,000 various courses that our population can take part in, and it would be a great benefit to all GBI employees.
And that is budgeted within your supplies and other services, or?
Yes, it is. Under professional services.
Professional services. Okay, because there is a maintenance component to it, so it will be contracted, outsourced contract through professional services, or this is a one-time purchase? Director?
It would eventually include that further down the line.
Okay, very well. And the property that you're leasing on St. Thomas, are you looking to purchase your own property? I'm looking at the lease and what you're paying monthly and a yearly basis. We're talking about $228,000. What are your plans with regards to that?
No plans to purchase at this time. As indicated earlier, this lease agreement was something that was overdue, and we finally just got a 5-year lease signed. And that's on St. Thomas. So no plans to purchase at this time.
Okay. Cost-saving initiatives. Any implementations within your department?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat your question?
Cost-saving initiatives.
Nothing off the top. I think a lot of what we do take that into consideration in all that we do. We have implemented in the past some energy saving initiatives.
1 minute.
Within both of our locations. And again, it's an overall constant review of our purchases, making sure that it's reasonable and allowable cost as we move forward.
In regards to the post audit report, page 4, in indirect cost funds, I know in other services and charges, can you give me what are your actuals? Because I know the revised appropriation is 300.
30 seconds.
300.
Actuals on
What are your actuals today?
I'm going to have Deputy Director Kwashi pull those numbers for you.
Good day, Senator. Our actual to date, we have expended.
Time.
Let's see. We have expended about 531,166.
So you've exceeded what was budgeted for FY23.
It is because of open PO.
And okay, and you receive that within a lump sum, so you're allowed to. How are you going to cover that excess?
Again, from FY22, just like if we didn't expend all the money within this fiscal year, we would normally have an open PO for whatever vendor we needed to pay, but it doesn't register back into the previous year. It moves forward. It's carried forward into the current year.
Very well. All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So, it's an encumbrance.
It is at the end of the year an encumbrance that carries forward to your current year.
It's an encumbrance. When did you let that encumbrance?
When did I?
When did you all set aside that encumbrance?
It more than likely was in September of the previous year.
And what was the purpose of that again?
I would have to double check that and see the encumbrance that was held and then let you know that.
Oh, I thought that was a conversation you were having with Senator Carrion.
He asked how we came about with that excess.
So this is a problem, colleagues. This is another issue that we have. So what happens is when these departments and agencies have excess funding in the current fiscal year, in September, they encumber the money, so the monies are available. So it's always this carrying effect. You know, at some point, we're going to have to get some information from the finance. I remember that those used to be discussions back in the day when my colleague to my left, the Senate President, the Senate used to ask about all of that, about the encumbrances, so they could figure out how to balance this budget, because we have transactions that you are using or items that you are setting aside in the new fiscal year that we could actually shave off of our budget for the upcoming year to provide services for another agency or your very same agency to support your personnel, whatever it is. But we continue to see that these encumbrances, that at some point we got to have some kind of cutoff on these encumbrances, because we're just seeing them flowing forward. So they keep pushing forward. So you know, you make me want to beg the question, you know, of your categories, supplies, other services, how much have you spent out to date? How much do you have obligated and how much you have expended to date? But I'm not going to ask.
Senator, if I could correct the record, because
Okay.
I did the quick math, I was able to pull up everything.
Mm-hmm.
We have actually to date expended $529,729.08. We have an additional
From where? From where? From where?
We're talking indirect costs.
Oh, that's what we're talking about? We talking about our general fund.
I thought the question he asked was on indirect costs, so I needed to look for it to give him the exact amount. I had the wrong number in my head.
Correct the number.
The number corrected has expended thus far $529,729.08. We currently have on hand $1,137.92.
And that 529 is for what project or what activity?
That 529 was spread across supplies, other services, and utilities.
And utilities still encumbered? What? Utilities are still encumbered. We're asking for an increase in our supplies budget. And that's the challenge that we have with these numbers that's in front of us. The utilities, you said supplies, you have supplies encumbered, you have utilities encumbered, and other services and charges.
Not encumbered, expended.
Oh, we're talking about the encumbrance. So now I'm further confused.
I was correcting the record that there was not an encumbrance. It was not based on an encumbrance. What has actually been expended of the $530,867 was $5,029,729.08.
All right. Got it. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone, Division of Personnel. You know, I've often been asked, what's the difference between sitting behind of that seat and sitting behind of this seat? Versus commissioner versus being senator. And now I know what's the difference. All of the tricks that I learned as commissioner and where to put the money when you come before the Senate, now I know to ask the question of the commissioners that come before us. Okay, we did the same thing back then, but now we have the responsibility of balancing the budget. Yeah, you know, in September, you have always had to determine, because the honest truth is that when you get your appropriations, a lot of times they become at the 11th hour, and you're unable, because of processes and red tape of government, it's become difficult for you to be able to spend the money in a timely fashion. So then you have to reserve some of that for the next fiscal year. And until we're able to really fix the issue of government and the bureaucracy and the red tape, we continue to find ourselves in this quagmire. And hence the reason why I think it's so critical for us to focus on the KPIs and really work those KPIs to determine where we at, how do we improve on effectiveness and efficiency of government. But I'll move off from that rant right now real quickly. Director, where in your budget have you set aside the $25 million for the retroactive pay for the government employees?
That was not, it's not a part of the Division of Personnel's budget.
Whose budget it is? I didn't see it in OMB's. I didn't see it in finance. Where is that $25 million?
It should be, it is included in the budget book. It is included in the budget book.
Yeah, but where? Who is responsible to make sure that? Were you the one that paid it out the last time?
The finance was, Department of Finance.
You were the one that prepared the necessary documentation to effectuate it, correct?
We processed the documents that we had, and it was submitted to Department of Finance for processing.
Okay, so I'm giving you a challenge for us to find out exactly where that $25 million is placed, so that we could be able to account to the people, the government employees that have retired, that they'll be getting their money. I know we had put it up to $40 million the last time.
Correct.
In the governor's budget, and his agreement during the State of the Territories that we will include $25 million on an annual basis until we obliterate that retroactivity. So we need to find out where that money is at. What about those individuals that separated from government and the beneficiaries? When are they going to be able to receive their full payments for their retroactive monies? Remember, those individuals, their family members were supposed to have filed the affidavits and do those different things. Where are we with getting that money to them?
So we have completed majority of those claims that was provided to us. I do have a breakout on page 4 of the testimony that shows that we've paid at least $2.6 million to those survivors thus far. And we've processed at least 816 of the 988 claims received. We have approximately 172 that we are working on right now, and those are the claims that may have had issues or we're still missing documentation. So we're in communication trying to get those to be completed.
Okay, let's try to get them as soon as possible. And you know, OMB utilized this service now automation recently to address some of the Social Security payments. Maybe that's a mechanism that you can engage to get whatever additional information you may be required so that those individuals could be paid out. What are we doing to ensure that our government employees are seeing their primary physician? I know that we have eliminated the biometrics input, and now we have the Cigna van going around. Pat myself on the back a little bit about that. What are we doing though to make sure that our government employees are seeing their primary physicians?
Senator Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance. We are sending out various communication in social media, through BIT, through agency HR officers, just encouraging employees. We're also working with the HR officers so we can get the Cigna vans to come to the various agencies to take their biometrics. While the board has discontinued the HRA requirement, we really still encourage every employee to take stock of their health and to do the health risk assessment. So we are working with various agencies to make sure we get the word out.
1 minute.
Yeah, that is extremely important, and to be aware, at least you could get a chance to fix it. If you're not aware, then we continue to be in trouble. So we want to continue to encourage that. Real quickly to OCB. My phone was blowing up on the way here. I have a question in regards to the Steelworkers Supervisors Union. When are they slated to go for negotiation? Obviously, they're supervising individuals that's making a lot more money than they are. What is the status
30
of
seconds.
their
Good afternoon.
negotiation?
Good afternoon, Julia Thomas, Coordinator of Administrative Services. At this point, we don't have a particular date. We were hoping sometime in September of this year. However, I can't confirm at this point.
I thought there was a schedule out to the end of the year. Are they not on that schedule, or there's no schedule?
There's no schedule, sir.
There's no schedule. No. Okay. And you have had a number of resignations in your shop. Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up. A number of resignations in your shop most recently. What's happening there?
Employees have, good afternoon. Employees have moved on to other positions.
How many employees have you lost during this last fiscal year?
This fiscal year, 4.
4. Out of what? How many employees do you have?
Out of 11.
4 out of 11.
Yes.
How's the morale? What is the morale there?
Oh, the morale in our office is good.
That's good. So nothing happening that you have 4 out of 11 employees that have left. That seems a little bit sudden and impactful.
Well, moving on to other avenues, we don't have control over that. Employees make decisions for their lives, and so that's, we have to live with that.
Okay, you did a good job on that, Ms. Thomas. Going back to personnel real quick. I saw that you have a recruiter here for $46,000. Is that a 50% funded?
That's at 50%, yes.
And that's a vacant position. Any plans to fill that position as a recruiter?
We would like to fill that position. Right now, my priority would be to try to fill our PIO position at this time. That is the one position I would like to fill by the end of our fiscal year.
And, Madam Chair, I'm going to wrap up right now. You had given at least last fiscal year, you spoke about hiring 1,200 employees. What is that number this year?
So our total hires so far for the fiscal year is
Intent to hire, in terms of vacancies and intent to hire.
Well, it's a fluid number. We've done at least 973 hires for the fiscal year. So it's really dependent on how they push through the PRFs. I know they have released at least 971 PRFs from OMB, and it would be the responsibility of those agencies to get those vacancies posted as soon as possible. We do recommend at least 15 days after the release to get those positions posted.
Can I actually submit to the chair those 900 plus employees? What are those? New employees? Can you break it down into new employees, individuals that transferred, individuals were promoted?
Yes, we
I
can.
think that will be critical and help us during our deliberation to make an informed decision on this. All right?
Definitely.
Thank you. What's your intent? How many you intend to? Do you have a personal goal within Division of Personnel? How many hires you like to see happen in government?
You know, I would like to fill all the vacancies that we put forth. When the financial team came before this body, the number that was thrown out was 676 vacancies. And, you know, while we're filling positions, we do see a number of separations. So our separations so far for this fiscal year is at least 337. So while we're filling, we have people separating at the same time.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you,
Madam
Director.
Chair, if I can have a minute to just elaborate, I would like to share with the body.
One
the
second.
dates- the
Let me
dates for
follow up
opening
on the Senator, and then I'll allow you.
Thank you.
On his question regarding the vacant, the new hires. So personal hires 973, separations 3 what?
337.
I guess the other question is, of that 337, how much of them are included in this 973?
So that's the thing, because when you do that, you then get back, you're back to the 636.
Yeah, so
So, yeah.
it's almost net zero, right? In net zero is net half. Yeah. Not quite half, net a
Not
third,
half,
net
yes.
a third,
Correct.
2/3, sorry, net 2/3. All right. So that's important to note. When we provide any information, we don't want to see personnel hires for FY 2023, 973, because we have folks in this 337 who went to other departments and agencies.
Correct. We had at least 63 of those individuals that transferred between departments.
That's it?
Yes.
So where the rest of them gone?
So we had, let's see, resignations, we had about 175, and retirement, at least 102.
So are we finding out? Are we getting information? Are you requiring the departments to provide you information around these resignations?
So when we were here the last time, this body did ask us about producing an exit interview. We have shared that with the various HRs for them to utilize. While the employee handbook encourages it, it's not something that's absolutely mandatory, but we have created that tool as requested. Also, too, from a national standpoint, in recent conferences, they are turning away and not recommending the use of an exit interview on a national level. However, we still created that tool, and it was shared with all of the agencies.
Well, I heard that they warm and fuzzy about it on a national level, but
I understand.
Let us understand that we are not on the national level. We are a small territory, and we need to keep as much people as possible. And going back to the question that the Senate President asked about the OCB, I took some time to calculate the salaries of those financial persons. Part of the reason why they're probably not there is their salaries are too low. That's what it is. So they are going to other departments that's paying them more money. So, and that truing up of those salary increases for those union negotiations ain't a joke.
Senator.
Do you agree, Ms. Thomas?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, it's a challenge. So that's part of why they're leaving.
Yes, Senator. Good afternoon. It's a challenge all around. That's the best I can say. It is a challenge.
Yeah, it's a challenge, but I'm saying you got to look at the salaries. These are exempt employees, and their salaries are low.
Well, actually, the majority of them are classified. and they are paid from the GS non-union pay plan.
Okay. They're not in a union, correct?
No, Senator.
All right. So that's basically what I'm trying to say. So I think we need to really have a conversation with, and I don't understand why your financial specialists, are they the ones that do the true up for the union negotiations?
Yes, Senator.
So then why are they under GS? Why are they under the GS non-union? They should be exempt employees. They are all involved in all of the union negotiations and all the information that's...
Well, keep in mind, Senator, all of our employees, although they are non-union classified employees, they are considered confidential employees.
I can leave that one alone, because that's a conflict that you just shared with us. Okay? If they're involved in negotiations, union negotiations, I don't see how they're confidential if we don't have them in a true confidential category and paying them appropriately. But your director isn't here, so we ain't gonna put that one on you. Ms. Daly, you had a, you had a follow-up.
Yes, I wanted to share, Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance, I wanted to share with this body and with our retirees and active employees that we have scheduled open enrollment to begin on August 14th to September 15th. Our session will begin on Monday in St. Croix at the DC Canegata Ballpark for our retirees, and then on Tuesday, August 15th in St. Thomas at the DPNR via building, starting at 9 a.m. to 11, and then from 12 to 2. That would be for all of our retirees. And then we go to St. John on Wednesday, August 16th, to the St. John Legislative Annex. Our in-person sessions are for our retirees. We want to encourage them to come out and hear about the changes to the benefits and what they will see happen for October 1 of 2023. So we are encouraging our employees and retirees to come out to these in-person sessions, and the active employees would be virtual, and their session will begin on Thursday, August 17th, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. We're going to meet with the human resources officers, and then 11:30 to 1:30. We're also going to meet with the HR professionals, and then from 2 p.m. to 4 is active employees, and we encourage all of our active employees to log on to hear about the enhanced benefits for October 1, 2023, make changes to their beneficiaries or their life insurance. So we definitely have been sending this information out. We have flyers out. We've sent it. We're going to have, we did a press release. We're also going to put that in the Daily News. And so we are marketing all of these open enrollment sessions for our active employee, and in particular to our retirees. They really need to come out and hear about the changes that will take effect on October 1. For them, those that are over 65, those changes will go into effect on January 1st, 2024.
So we're going to charge you for the PSA. I thinking you had an answer to a question. That's a whole PSA. Did I hear you say, but thank you for the information on a more serious note. Did I hear you say that the retirees are going to see an increase, and you want to discuss that with them at that meeting?
Well, the chair of the GSE board indicate that they would have an increase.
No, the meeting that y'all are having, that's, I know I asked the question, you know.
There will be some enhancement to their benefits.
So the purpose of your meeting is central focus on the enhancement to their benefits, not on their increases?
No.
I don't want y'all stressing out these our retirees, please.
No, that's not the purpose of the meeting. The purpose of the meeting is just to let them know what benefits they have, they will receive on October 1, and then for those that are over 65 on January 1st.
All right. Ms. Kwashi, you were supposed to give me some information on the supplies category. Were you able to find it?
Yes.
Do you have it?
Okay, so you said for 23 as well as 24.
Mm-hmm.
And in general funds, 2023, 78,451.
Mm-hmm.
In indirect, 40,000.
I don't need your indirect numbers.
You don't need it?
Just give me, you're going to send that back to me. Just give me what your supplies category is for FY23 and 24.
So
you know what? I don't want to confuse it. Go ahead and give it to me. I'll write it down. It's
okay.
fine.
So the indirect, I was saying, is 40,000 in FY23. FY24, we have 120,000, 20,000, if I'm not mistaken, 35,000, sorry. Of that 20,000 is for
What 20,000? Is 120?
120.
Okay, go ahead.
But 35,000 of that 120 is for the employee recognition funds.
Supplies?
Because even though it's an employee recognition, you have to have supplies, you have to have food. I'm pretty sure you have attended the employee recognition before, and food is a roll-up under supplies.
Okay, but there is a section in the miscellaneous budget for the recognition activity. So that is 80,000. So a portion of that 80,000 is rolled up into this 120?
Correct. 35 from that 80,000 is rolled up into that 120.
Okay, we gotta fix this because that is not part of your operating expense. We really have to fix this.
Correct.
It's
And
really
remember,
giving us a headache.
Remember, Senator, this is through OpenGov system, and that's where we put our numbers in for OMB to record it.
Yeah, but these are M accounts. These are miscellaneous accounts,
Correct.
so they are not considered under your. What is your department number? What a number?
22,100.
Yeah, they're not under your 2,200.
Correct, but it's echoing back into it, and that was the previous discussion, and it should not be echoing back into it, so you could see our true numbers.
Yeah, this is driving me crazy. It's not. I don't know. The miscellaneous accounts should not be rolling back up into your supplies because it's inflating your numbers.
Correct.
Your numbers are inflated, so I really need to get from you what is your operating budget, because the intention this year is to clearly delineate and not roll up the total all of these miscellaneous amounts into your overall budget. So your budget would not look like 50-something million, but it'll look more like 3 or 4 million. Because that's your true operating cost.
It's approximately 5
million.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because right now these numbers, I don't know what your line item is for your actual budget.
So I can provide that for you.
Okay.
Similarly, when I provide the other documentation, and thereby allowing you to clear up the categories appropriately.
All right. Perfect. Okay. I think I had another question, but these departments are pretty easy and straightforward, but I know what it is. So and I just have to ask, the GVI recognition activity, I know that there's a $10,000 increase.
That's a request. Yes.
Right. Why are we asking for an additional from 70 to 80?
Because we are realizing that we have to go to other categories, like if it's in our supplies or if it's
No, the overall total is 70 last year. However you roll it up, I'm saying your ask is another 10 this year.
Correct. So what I'm saying is that we have to use funding from our operating budget to fund it. So we're trying to fund it appropriately, and we need that extra 10,000 to fund it.
And then your certified public manager program is at the same 75.
Correct.
And of that amount, how much have you spent in FY23?
We have already paid part of the contract, 70,000, and we are to pay the additional amount by September this fiscal year.
And then your I think we had this little back and forth last time with the municipal council pension. That's budgeted under you, but it is the transactions are processed by Whom?
OMB. OMB.
OMB.
OMB. All right. So it just sits under you. It's under the miscellaneous budget. Okay, so it's at OMB. All right, and then it's paid by finance though. But I'm wondering what's the impetus for the payment. I'll find that out. And then that's it. That's it for you. And then you have $60,000 appropriated in capital projects for FY23. How much of that $60,000 have you spent?
Go ahead. Which was spent? This would be fine.
And then you have another ask of $25,000 in FY24. And what is that for?
So we have already spent 29,000 of it. We are at a halt because that funding was asked, we requested it for improvement in the building in St. Croix. And we need an additional 25 to have a bid, to get that bid to go out, so that we could finish the project.
So you have a, how are you going to get a 60, the difference, this, where you say you spend 29, so you can get this 30,000 over to FY 2020.
It's already committed because.
You have a vendor?
But, right.
Okay.
However, we need an additional 25,000.
So you have a vendor?
We do.
All right, understood. Okay. I don't think I have any other questions that I can't ask you. Senator DeGraff, I think you had a point of information, correct? Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if I missed the numbers, but I was wondering how many persons from personnel retired and how many separations you had?
Yeah, we haven't had any retirements from Division of Personnel. Although I would like to highlight that today is our Chief of Group Health Insurance, her anniversary of 35 years at Division of Personnel.
All right.
Yeah, wow. Congrats. That's it, Senator?
How many separations? Yeah, are you checking?
So, and we've had one separation.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, we want to congratulate you. We didn't just call you Valerie. On your 35 years, you do an excellent job.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And you definitely don't look it. I have to agree with my colleague, my male colleague at that. Yeah, so congratulations on that. So please give Director Richardson some more time. I will make sure we do the succession planning, because I know a lot of times people are ready to go, but you're young, so you have a lot more to give to the territory. All right. Colleagues, I believe we've exhausted all of the questions. If we have any additional questions for you, we will come back to you. There is another question. My Senate President said something earlier when he was talking about the retroactive, the 25 million, right? And so we paid in FY 2022, we budgeted 40 million, correct? How much of that 40 million have you paid out?
So far we've paid $39,749,103.99.
And you don't, why not, is there like individuals who are deceased? What is it?
So far, like I said, we've processed at least, included in that, we've paid the survivors. So we are expecting and have to process another 172.
Okay, so that's that, right?
Yeah.
And then he made a reference to the 25 million in FY23. But when I scrubbed the FY23 budget, there is no 25 million in there for salary retroactive payment.
We have to come back before you.
It's for 24.
Yeah,
So 24.
it's not in there. However, we have received
I'll move forward.
He asked for that, but we have to definitely scrub the numbers because we're seeing some overpayment in other areas. So we have to see the revenues. So once we see the revenues, then we will make the adjustment. Are you all prepared to pay an additional 25?
Yes. Yes, we are.
In 23?
Yes. In 23?
In 23. You have,
Sorry, for 24.
that's the problem.
24.
Because you are how much year, how much, well, I guess it'll have to be 50. Okay, we'll have to figure it out if we're able to do it. Because that definitely, that's not included in our 23 budget. You saw that, correct, Director?
24.
23.
2340.
We already did 23. Appropriated in FY.
We appropriated in FY '22.
Yes.
And we made it
Yes.
available until expended. I am very
Correct.
clear on this.
Yes.
And FY 2023, we did not make that appropriation. Somehow it was missed.
Okay.
Imbalance in this budget for 23. It's not in there. Okay? All right. We've exhausted our questions.
FY.
If we have any other questions, we'll definitely ask. Director, I'm going to start with Ms. Thomas. Just to ask you to give a 30-second close on your budget presentation today.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Chairperson. On behalf of the Chief Negotiator, thank you for allowing us to submit this body our proposed FY 2024 budget submission. We want to also reiterate the need to request that this body consider expanding Act 4440. Finally, I want to also thank our staff for their heartful and hard work that they put forth every day. And thank you, Madam Chairperson, and this body for your time.
Thank you. And of course, give your boss, Attorney Springer, our well wishes. We hope that she feels better. And you definitely did an excellent job with making the presentation for her today.
Thank you, Senator.
All right. I know that my colleague from Savan will appreciate the accolades. Director Richardson, you can give your 30-second close.
Thank you. Before I do my close, I did want to answer a question that I saw came up for VIPD and BOC in regards
absolutely.
to the calculation of the CIP.
Oh, yes, and I have it right here on my note to ask, and I forgot.
Yes, so overtime is calculated based upon the base salary of the current incentive. We did look at the former opinion of the AG, and due to the Fair Labor Standards and a specific case, Garcia versus San Antonio, in the regular rate at which an employee is paid shall be deemed to include all remuneration for employment paid to the employee. So the education incentive is considered remuneration. So that is the reference that we had on file.
That's a basis. Okay, so
I do want to say that I do think that the legislation needs to be reviewed and take a look at some of the percentages that are used, especially when you're doing 15% for your associate degree, 20% for your baccalaureate, and 30% for your postgraduate degree.
well, usually what we would do is we are not on the ground doing this work every day, so the recommendation,
Yes.
we prefer for the recommendation to come from you, and then we ask the questions, and then we trade up. So feel free to share the information with the institution, and we will take some time and look at it and see what we could come up with best. But my colleague, the majority leader, did bring up the issue, and it remains a challenge. We simply can't afford it. And it's, when we talk about the salary increases or the retroactive pay, and the reason why I said that, we have to look at it is because we've seen BOC today. They've overspent their overtime budget by 5 point something million. and the prison, the police has spent overspent theirs by 12. So that's the whole retroactive money there. You understand the challenge? So
Yeah,
we
I
have to right fit our budget. We can't continue to accept the executive branch sending these requests down to us for additional funding, and we are not right fitting the numbers. So our job is to do that, and we are committed to doing that. We have a able post auditor, and I have to talk to my Mr. President about some stuff regarding that, but we have to really begin to right fit this. So that's the challenge. And it's our reality. And I think that we cannot continue to play politics with this. We got to right fit our budget. We have to be able to right fit our appropriations. So when the audits, the financial audits are up to date and they're conducted, that we will get to a place where we see that our audits will be qualified audits and not unqualified. I say it right, Mr. Post Auditor? Qualified audits. Yeah, so that audits are unqualified audits and not qualified audits. And I should know better because I know better. That's part of our challenge. So we should be able to go to market and do things here in the Virgin Islands. But part of it is the challenges that we have with our financials. And a lot of it is discovered today. During this whole process, rather, not today. All right, so we want to thank you and your team. We want to give you, allow you to close out. So thank you for that information. I did have it to ask and forgot.
Okay, thank you. So as we close out today's session, I would like to thank the entire DOP staff and my management team for their unwavering dedication and hard work. I thank the members of this body for your due diligence and your healthy conversations surrounding the Division of Personnel and the employees of the Government of the Virgin Islands as we defend our budget today. We look forward to the continued collaboration as you look favorably on our budget presentation. Thank you.
Thank you and your able staff. You come here in red, you had on green, so I ain't really sure where I come from.
Next time.
But anyway, we had a really good day today, and I want to thank the members of the central staff, particularly our media division, our reporters, in particular our photographers, our post-audit division, of course, my staff, and most definitely my colleagues who've been here and really asked the important questions so we can begin to push through on this budget. But before I leave, right, I have to ask the Attorney Hodge to give us a perspective on what do you do. We love to see the young people. It's our turn. So we just want to get a little idea. You're not a GVI fellow. You're an attorney. So we want to get some perspective on what are you doing for the Division of Personnel these days?
Good afternoon, Aaliyah T. Felix, Esquire. I always going to represent the Hodge, though. But what do? I will say my main task, project, and it is a legacy project for my director and this administration, is really to get a handle on the handbook and the rules and regulations for the GVI employees. It is a vast undertaking. However, we have really focused on doing it the right way, having it promulgated the right way, and while it seems it's taken a long time, that's because we really want to make sure it's done correctly, and that is important to me. I've stressed it to my director that we don't want to just do something to say that we did it. We want to make sure that it's done right. In addition to that, I have to deal with a number of things that may come up. Specifically, you were talking about the retirees re-entering. Essentially, I came up with that rule and regulation that is now in the promulgation process. It's important to me that when we're coming up with these rules and regulations, we do it in a collaborative fashion. That's something that I always stress. I like to get the opinions not only of management in DOP, but our HR professionals, and even sometimes we include regular rank and file just to get a real pulse for what is the need in our government. So that's something else that I have essentially worked on, as well as assisting with assisting with streamlining not only the reentering retirees process, but also the survivor payments with the retro project. Just, given that insight, the Division of Personnel hasn't had a legal counsel. And so it's really great. I think they appreciate that they have that insight now to be able to do things the right way or to just think differently. Sometimes when you're in the thick of things, you just operate and you have a need, you're trying to react to it. And so I bring a different perspective for them to think about, what effect does this have? When you're looking at this, you can't just have your blinders on. You have to think about all these other things as well. So just day to day helping out, making sure that we are on the straight and narrow. Not sometimes, we have passionate staff, and sometimes we get excited and we want to just go with something, and they could tell you, I'll say, we can't do that.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And I know there's a lot more because there's some other challenges, and Director Richardson knows one of them we really need to flesh it out, and that's this moving between agencies, well, not agencies, but branches of government with the annual leave. So that's something that we have to clean up. But I have to apologize to you for calling you Miss Hodge, but I really have to apologize more to you, to your dad, because him and I were neighbors growing up. So, Rabbi, don't feel no way. Miss Felix, Attorney Felix. So, again, thank you all for...
This, I have to add Blyden to that.
Okay, so you're Felix Blyden. All right, okay, see? Don't get in trouble, you gotta go home. All right, so we've exhausted all of our discussions today. It's now 6:16, and we're going to adjourn this meeting. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting of August 8th is hereby adjourned.